Hoping he can find it, and he already has two quick shots, and what was that?
Here up catwalk, he can do it all. Drew Payne buying time for this, distracting, and he'll strike from above. Dave puts two down, and now it's just one.
Instead, at long range with the MP9, 3 kills for him, and turns it into 4 left.
Different duels that he's able to take and makes it look so easy. Lesser nearly gets caught.
Oh, hello! We are here and ready to go live at Fragadelphia 17. Thank you for joining us, folks. We're ready to get into the action here in just a moment. But first, we're going to talk about what we're actually doing here at NA's premier grassroots LAN, where you can go from zero to hero, where the Joes can meet the pros, where everybody involved in NACS can come together for a celebration of this game that we know and love. I'm Darth Mike. This is JRT. John, I am so very happy to be here for another Fragadelphia.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, I couldn't come for the last one in Frag 16, but I remember Frag 15 was absolutely awesome. I think we're going to get more of the same here. There's no question in my mind. We've got a lot of awesome teams attending this time.
And a $100,000 prize pool.
Yes.
That is a very big number, the biggest number we've ever had in Fragadelphia history. Let's take a look at the format. We got a little video to get you informed and let us know what's going to be happening over the course of this weekend. Let's give it a watch.
Welcome to the Fragadelphia 17 Format Explainer presented by FTX US. Fragadelphia is back for this year's Counter-Strike Global Offensive Summer Series, a biannual open tournament series featuring the best players and teams in North America, culminating in the Fragadelphia 17 Finals. Our CSGO series consists of both online and in-person LAN events between the months of April and July. Throughout the Frag 17 series, you and your team will have an opportunity to compete for frag points and cash prizing. These opportunities will be held across online events as well as 8 LAN events, all with varying prize pools and points. Our local LAN tournaments will feature 16 team brackets, while our regional LAN tournaments will feature 32 team brackets. LANs will be held across North America, taking place in Fullerton, California, Chicago, Illinois, Denver, Colorado, Georgetown, Texas, Brentwood, Missouri, North Brunswick, New Jersey, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 4 of the LANs will host a $10,000 plus prize pool. The winners of these 4 tournaments will receive direct qualification into the $100,000 Fragadelphia 17 Finals, being held on LAN in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. In the finals, 12 additional teams will be joining those previously qualified for. These 16 teams will be seeded based off of the Fragadelphia leaderboard. The Fragadelphia 17 Finals is the culmination event for the entire series, featuring a last chance qualifier, followed by 3 stages. The Thursday of the event will feature the LCQ. Friday through Sunday will feature stages 1 through 3. The top 8 teams from the LCQ will qualify to Stage 1. In Stage 1, those 8 teams from the LCQ will compete against seeds 9 through 16. The top 2 teams from each group in Stage 1 will then qualify to Stage 2. In Stage 2, the teams that qualified from Stage 1 will compete against seeds 1 through 8. The top 2 teams from Stage 2 will then move on to Stage 3, the playoff stage. Playoffs is where we'll see the best of the best compete for the lion's share of the $100,000 prize pool and the title of FTX Frag 17 champions. Sign up and begin your Fragadelphia journey today at nerdstreet.com.
I do like that we had our winners from last time Strife there to finish off the video. They're not here in team, but some of their players are here, both in person and in spirit. I know we got Stamina playing over with the Limitless guys. I was saying hi to him earlier. You can tell the format here. It's a lot of teams. It's going to be an absolute melee here in the last chance qualifier. Some of these teams that came in last minute, I mean, we're elevating the level here. We got international squads, and we're actually starting off with one of these international squads in our first matchup of the day. We got the big academy coming in hot from Berlin International Gaming coming on through to play Novum, and that's a hell of a debut.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Big coming off of a third-place finish, and we play Academy, so they are ready to rock here in Fragadelphia and to compete. For Novum, I mean, I don't necessarily have too much information on them, Mike.
No, I don't know who any of these players are on the Novum side. I mean, I'm not super familiar with the big Omen Academy squad. I know Aqua. I've seen some stuff from this team before, competing over in the Academy League over on the other side of the shores. But for the Novum guys, I mean, Haimundo Vine Legend. It's a bold name to pick for yourself before you've established it. Cashes and CLX, I believe that is. This is going to be a chance to really make an impression on us early. One of the beautiful things about Fragadelphia, where you've got these open qualifiers where anyone can sign up, is you got a chance to make a name for yourself instantly. You take down a salaried European squad, even if they're an academy team, that is one hell of a scalp to take right to start the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like you alluded to, Mike, just Fragadelphia is a good place for you to make your name for yourself and really start to, you know, catapult your career in some ways. And I think that's what the Strife squad did last time they were here. Unfortunately, obviously, it's not the same squad anymore, and things kind of didn't go in their favor at the end of the day. But still, you know, you have a lot of players who certainly made a name for themselves.
And no one will be able to take away that Fragadelphia crown from them, or more importantly, the Fragadelphia rings. Now, last event, they beat the Apex Rebels, which is the Apex Academy team, in the grand final. This time, we don't have the Rebels. We got the dang main squad. We got Apex here. Shux is here. Dracum is here. Knock, Sticko. I mean, this squad is rolling in deep. Can't wait to see that team compete and play. It's a bit of a culture shock, I would say, having them in person here at Fragadelphia, but it just shows the level has risen. And, again, that spectrum from, you know, complete unknowns to former major winner Shocks. We run the gamut here at Fragadelphia.
I mean, that's with the prize pool going up every single time, right? It brings on the bigger names. With $100,000 available, they said, you know what? It's worth us going over here and trying to win this. And, I mean, they are the team to beat. There's no question. Anyone who goes up against them, I certainly don't envy them, but it's going to be tough.
I know Sticko in particular has wanted to come to a Fragadelphia for a while. He's just been waiting for it to be worth making the trip across. He's a guy who's, I mean, even before he was really one of the top-end pros, was sort of well-known in this space. I know he's good friends with Mr. Joe Cardali, Tolkien fanatic, one of the grandfathers of NACS. So we say the godfather of NACS, we call him. Here we are at the block, at Localhost. Here in the block, we're looking around. We're taking a spot. We're seeing who we can find over in the pit. We're in the corner. I think we got some of the Dust 2 boys setting up over there. This is going to be something happening in the corner here. But it is a lovely facility here, bright and early in sunny Philadelphia. You can see the space is filling up. We got the UK boys here, 7 a.m. and Black Hand coming on across the pond to represent. I like that the flag's flying early. I can't wait to watch them go home.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. I'm starting it early here. I'm starting it early. I know we got a lot of UKCS gang.
Wow.
I know half the staff of Dust 2 US, for some reason, is from that part of the world. So can't wait to see them disappointed.
Oh, man, Mike.
That's a shout-out for all my UK friends there.
Right there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, normally it's all the UK broadcast talent roasting me about NACS, so now it's time for my revenge.
You can get your shots out
Give
here.
it back a little bit.
I'm excited to see so much diversity for sure. And, I mean, I'm not necessarily against UKCS like you are.
I'm not either. Just having some fun. All in good fun here. I actually don't know much about 7 a.m. or Black Hand. I do know that some of my compadres over on the other side are excited about these teams, so I'm excited to see what they're excited about, to see if my excitement couples with their excitement for just a little Excite Fest here. I don't think any of that made sense. But we are waiting on this game to get underway. The question is, will the German squad be excited? Prosa, Sky, Sin, Hyped, and Aqua in that big Omen Academy. These could be the future faces of Deutsch CS.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, like I mentioned, they already have some good results under their belt, and they're coming here with a decent chance of making some noise. It wouldn't surprise me at all, especially against some of the teams that might not be as well known here. I think they can perform very well once they go up against, maybe the higher tiers, the EG teams that we have here, and of course Apex. It might get a little tougher for them, but yeah, I think there's going to be an interesting level of competition that they're going to bring to the table.
Talking about those EG teams, we haven't mentioned them yet, but yeah,
No,
the top end of our domestic competition, we got 2 of the squads from the EG Blueprint project coming on in. They're going by EG White and EG Black. I don't remember which one is which, but they're the former Party Astronauts roster, the former Carpe Diem roster as well. Both squads returning a lot of Frag veterans, players who have competed for a number of years at these Fragadelphias, who are well ingrained with the NAC and who are going to be representing the old red, white, and blue here at Fragadelphia.
I mean, I'm honestly excited to see them. I personally kind of want to see them play against each other because there's so much history between those two teams and those cores that it's pretty wild. Like, I think if you look back at it, only one of the BO3s out of, I think, 12 or 15 BO3s, I'm not exactly the amount, was won by the former Carpe Diem squad, and it's all been Party Astronauts. But the last time they faced each other, it was Carpe Diem that took that. Again, we don't know which team is which in terms of course. I'm just talking about their old names, right?
We should probably figure that at some
Yes,
point.
we
They've
will.
just added the color moniker. Of course, EG notoriously, perhaps not the right word. They don't like to actually specify which team is which. They are all just one beautiful pool of Counter-Strike players in the Blueprint project who all might be on any of the rosters in any one day at any one time. Who's to say? But here we have set delineations and lines, and I am looking forward to that potential rematch because you remember in Fragadelphia 15, it was the Party Astronauts roster that knocked out said Carpe roster.
Yeah, it was
a lot of
RBG
spicy.
back then, right?
It
They
was
went through
RBG
lots
back
of
then,
name
way
changes.
back
We
when.
got a
It's been
veto.
some time. We got the veto here. Mirage Inferno out of the pool. Vertigo is our first map pick. That's coming through from Novum. And Dust 2 will be here for the big Omen Academy. A little bit of spice, a little bit of interesting things going on in the map pool. What are you thinking for the decider here, John? John's got notes. Not ancient.
I'd say Mirage. Wait, did it already get? Yeah,
it
Mirage.
got banned first
So
round. You don't know what Novum are bringing because we have no idea what their map pool
Okay,
is. That's
Nuke.
what makes it fun.
I'm gonna say Nuke.
You think Nuke? You think we're going to
Oh,
Nuke?
no, we're
Nope.
not.
Nuke. Big Omen Academy does not want to play Nuke. What's our decider? It's Overpass. That's the map
Okay.
last out of 7. I
That's
can
an
count.
interesting veto.
So we got Vertigo, Dust 2, Overpass. Now, I mean, the reality is Novum being the complete fresh faces, being the unknown factor in this, what they need to do is they need to impress us right off the jump. Want to see it. It's got to be Vertigo. It's going to be their map choice. They're going to have some options. I want to see what they're running. I want to see some things. I don't just want to see them run up a ramp. I don't just want to see them full 5 run in, throw them smokes, and plant default. I want to see something weird. I want to see them wild. I want to see them get funky on Vertigo.
It's an interesting pick. I mean, there isn't really a weak map right now for Big Academy. They've played pretty well across their pool, but 6-3 on Vertigo. There are no slouches there. It's going to be a map that Big Academy are comfortable on, and you're right. I mean, Novum's going to have to make some noise early and go away from the tropes of Vertigo, like you were mentioning. Like those A-ramp pushes are it's so easy to fall into that trap round after round when you feel like you don't know what else to do. You just say, okay, let's rush A-ramp, but that's such an easy point to defend for an experienced Vertigo team.
Yeah, Vertigo is one of those maps that can be some of the most interesting CS, and it can also be the worst. So hoping for more of the former rather than the latter here. We will find out. Looking around the pit, talking about some of these other teams in attendance. I'm just talking about who my eyes rest on. We got Team 1 right in front of us here on the caster desk. Got Malbs back in attendance with the Team 1 squad as well. They competed last Fragadelphia. Didn't quite get all the way, but they made a good run of it, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they could do this time. I think the Brazilians going to be out in force, although we do claim them for NACS.
Yes, we do.
They live in Vegas. They're an NACS team.
Honestly, I'm excited for what TM1 is going to bring to the table here. I think the addition of Malbs has really revitalized that roster. Last season was, the last 2 seasons in ECL have been a bit of a struggle for Team 1. This time they started off with a bang. We had some question marks. They went up against Mythic, which can be a benchmark, right, in terms of how well you can perform at the ECL level. And Mythic were taken care of really easily by Team 1, so I'm very interested to see how things are going to go for them moving forward.
Yeah.
And they qualified for the RMR, Mike.
They did. They did qualify in this last run of the RMRs, which is exciting for the squad. That was the expectation, but some jumps and fits and starts with the new roster in the previous qualifiers. Now they're going to be able to get through. They actually did get dropped in one of the previous qualifiers by another competitor here, Kerry Esports, which was one of the biggest upsets of any of our RMR qualifiers. So maybe that'll be a rematch. That I'd like to see. I think that'd be a bit of a grudge match for Team 1, looking to say, yeah, that was a fluke. It was just a BO1. Shouldn't have done that. It's fine now.
That's the thing about BO1s. I mean, they're short and sweet, but oftentimes they're very vulnerable to upsets, right? And that's the type of thing that happened to Team 1. I agree with you. I think if they get a chance to play in a BO3 against them, they're going to really kind of have a bit of a grudge and say, look, this is what should have happened back then.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of potential storylines and drama here. It's just the reality of having this massive bracket with 32 teams signed up. I can't wait to see the mayhem happen here, to be quite frank. I'm just ready to get into Melee. I'm ready to get into Counter-Strike. Game. Let's watch some CS. But we're not quite there just yet, folks. We will be soon. We will be soon. But, John,
Yes.
what are you most excited for about Fragadelphia? What's Fragadelphia mean to you?
I mean, it feels like it's evolved over the years, right? I mean, it used to be a place where just a bunch of teams could come from NA and compete, you know, together and just have some fun. And I think it's still definitely about that, right? It's still about having fun and having a good time and getting, you know, enveloped in the experience of what Frag is all about, which is meeting everyone and all the people in the scene, right? I think that's the most exciting thing for me. And also, personally, just getting to see the players and all these players that I've casted for so many years and just saying, hey, you know, how's it going face to face?
Well, it's about all those things, but it's most importantly about Counter-Strike. And we got some Counter-Strike up on the screen for you, folks. We're ready to hop on in. Big Academy, Novum, getting underway. Big starting on the defensive half here on Vertigo on Novum's map pick. We'll give them a nice little chance to display their stuff, to strut their stuff early on here. Oh, we are going to get tags over. Process will take first kill, second as well as they come over the mid berm. Process pressured. That should be a bomb plant just about secured here. We need to force that bomb down to dirt. CLX committing to doing so. Money secured at the very least, but a 4-on-3 retake here, and flashbangs available for Sin.
Yeah.
Means that could be back on this very quickly. Big not really working the flank, though. They'll just go from the front. They just want to fight straight up, and it's not working out very well for them. Blocks, peppering them on down, and Sin left alone in a 1v3. No kit either means the time is starting to get short. And provided they don't give him the fights, this shouldn't be doable at all. They'll double swing. Sin drop low, and CLX takes it through. Nice start for Novum.
Yeah, just pistol round, but at least they get on the board right away and break the ice for the scoreboard, which is good news for them. 1-0 in their favor. Nice execute onto that B site, no question. Got on there with 4 players left standing post-plant, and I should say 3 players left standing, and Big Academy, even with that man advantage, weren't able to get back on it. So, Novum are going to look to capitalize off of that and immediately get into the AKs. They're not going to go for that SMG money. At least one player is going to be on it, but the rest 3 AKs and El Galil. Over on Big Academy, they are forcing up Mike, so it's going to be 4 Deagles and the Scout. Let's see what Hype can do with this one, because he is in the right position to greet these Nova players coming up the ramp. Sky going for a bit of a wall bang here. Connects 4 damage, but it's back and forth. And it is going the way of Novum in terms of frags, and now in terms of mostly HP as well. You got 3 players that are very low, below 40 HP. And we'll see what they can do moving forward, because once you get low against those Deagles, that's when things can get really scary for you, not to mention the potential for a Wandeek to strike, perhaps not once, but twice. So Big Academy still not out of this round.
Not just yet. Tag him back. That's how we talk about the Deke Scout setup. And Sin, wow, he's coming for the bags. He got the bomb. The bomb went first. The SMG's now been picked up. This could be a little bit rough for Novum. They have to deal with Sin's position, but all the while the others may be lurking on in. No flank just yet. You can tell Novum are a little bit nervous about it. They're hanging around on the ramp to see what's going to come through. Utility's all been spent. This Deagle could be deadly. On the angle. Sin finding so much damage. These players are so vulnerable, and one by one those swings. The SMG has plenty to take them through if they're going to fight him like that. It's all down to 1. Legend overwhelmed, and Big Academy pull off the upset to get right back on track. Not just that, they snatch away 3 AKs. They've stolen away the bulk of the weaponry from Novum, and Novum are left in the dirt.
That's the risk for going for the AKs in round number 2, right? I mean, if you lose the round, you're giving the opposing team a huge advantage in terms of rifles. So there's those 3 AKs. I talked about it before it even happened. 3 low players up against Deagles, and always have to be wary of the headshots, and that's exactly what comes to fruition. Not a single player dies after that moment for Big Academy, and they've got such a nice set of hardware now. Those 3 AKs, as mentioned, the A1S and the FAMAS up against Novum, who are getting into the Force Buy Wars. Can't really blame them. Trying to go back and forth. Steal one away here from Big Academy. 2 Tech 9s and 3 Deagles. And Vine is going to be peeking around over the box. He wants to try and spot out ahead, but no one's there. Sin is actually watching mid, and he will spray down one, but he goes down.
All right.
All right.
There we go. There's a head ripped. Sin, the hero of the last round, now suffering in this one right off the bat. Need Aqua to deliver. Aqua's been hyped before, and that's a good clip from Aqua.
Yeah.
Good bullet economy to take all 4 kills. Didn't have many to spare, and Legend will do a bit of damage. It should be dealt with pretty handily.
Yeah, pretty straightforward round for the most part. A couple of casualties on the Big Academy side, but Novum were dealt with very well by Aqua with spray control from the AK, and Big Academy have now taken a lead of their own up 2-1, and Novum did not get that 4-spy round victory, so now they will be on to an eco, just the Glocks and a P250 and a flashbang. That's all they're bringing into the round. Let's see if it yields anything. Obviously a bomb plant is the objective here for Novum, and they're going to send those 3 players towards ramp, and trying to engage here. Hype is looking to shut them down before they even get set foot onto this site. And you have Sky watching as well. Nice little crossfire being set up here potentially, should Novum push up. Spamming through the scaffolding, connects and finds the frag. Actually, no, it's Hyped who supports him to find that frag onto Vine. And yeah, they're just going to continue pummeling them if they try to come out ramp.
I mean, this is going to be clean. This is going to be
Yeah.
clean. We're getting nothing out of it. So, I mean, frankly, it is going to be interesting to see what the Big Academy can do, right?
Yeah.
The reality of being an Academy roster is outside of, say, the We Play League, you just don't get that many chances to strut your stuff relative to the main team. But we know the talent that can lurk in this. This last year of Counter-Strike has been a huge example of players moving up from Academy squads to main squads and blowing us all away with what they've been able to reveal. We haven't necessarily seen that as much from the Big Academy side, but this could be the next superstar of the German scene just lying in wait.
You never know. Well, we'll have to wait and see. And I mean, one example of a move-up that happened recently, we haven't yet gotten to see the results of it, but Hext, right, going from the EGCD team all the way to the main team.
Yeah.
So that's exciting. On the NA
Yeah,
side.
so he won't be here at Fragadelphia, but he is competing with the big squad.
That's right.
That's a nice kill early on from Cash. Cash is... How are we saying this? Are we just saying Cash, or are we saying Cash is...
We'll go with Cash.
Cash is...
You can choose, Mike, all right?
Cash is...
Whatever you feel. Whatever you're in the mood
Cash
for.
Cash is king, as they say. Cold hard, Cash is...
Sin peering around here. Going to have an engagement soon. In fact, the first frag does go Novum's way, Mike, and the second one as well. Vine spotting out Sky. So 5v3 for Novum to work with. They did have this previously in a very similar spot up against Deagles, so we'll see if they can pull it off, and this time a lot better. Legend finds that third.
And this is a catastrophe. Aqua at least gets 1 kill that might keep B in whack. He's got to get this kill right now, otherwise, I mean, there's nothing he can do about the bomb plant, certainly.
No.
Another retake is not a possibility. Nicely played by Legend. Gets the initial pick up the B steps, then outplays Aqua to pull in the 1v1. Very well done from Novum. I mean, I'm impressed early on. They are contending with the Big Academy for sure, and this will be a big round. No pun intended. God, I hate doing that with the main team. I gotta avoid doing that with the Academy as well. Just step into that wordplay, unfortunately.
I mean, it's just something you say, though, normally.
It is, but we just have to use synonyms here. Large, huge, ginormous. Can't say the one. Aqua going aggressive, trying to offset this, and that's going to work out. So they'll drop Legend. He won't be able to work his magic this time around. Instead, just be the bulk of this push towards the mid and A ramp. Hype sticking around for this fight. It's been a mixed bag on A ramp early on.
Yeah.
For Big.
I mean, that's what happens early on, right? You get caught off guard a couple of times, and then eventually you realize what's happening and what they're doing, and you can shut them down. So I don't think Big's going to have too many troubles with Novum here. They did get the opening frag now, which is a key piece to this ramp push. And here's Novum. They're going to try it again, and they should get shut down, and they are. Hype finds one with the op, and then Sky takes down Vine with the A1S. This is all Big Academy, and oh no, the TK comes through. The Molotov a little too hot there, and that means that it's going to be a Big Academy victory.
Excellent win as well. Keep 4 alive, getting that money to stabilize a bit. They were actually on the brink, cash flow-wise. Meanwhile, Cash's flow on the other side will be a little bit interrupted. They are likely going to half into this one, indeed they do. the techs, pistols, all the fun things. They got a fair chunk of utility toys. They can make something happen in this round, but I'm expecting to see them go a little quicker. They've been stalling out on the ramp quite a bit, which it's been a mixed bag with the fight, but this time we could just see a straight take. Some presence outside the B steps early, but no, once again, it seems like they do want to work A ramp. We're getting that just delightful form of Vertigo where everybody plays A ramp every round. I just love this, John. I love this so much.
Oh, man.
There's more spots on the map, man.
I mean, it's funny. When Vertigo was first released into the pool, like, you would see quick pushes on both sides of the map, on the A site and the B site, but it feels like teams just get locked into that A site more often than not. Now you're going to see Novum start to inch their way towards the B stairs. Prosus is watching with the A1S and has backed off here behind Danger Panel.
Has to be gun up.
He should be able to get this one. He does get flashbang thrown in support of his peek around that corner there, and now Aqua's going to clean up the rest. That'll be that.
Nicely played. Aqua's close at hand, recognizing that with the pistols out, the one thing that you can have is your site anchors get overwhelmed, right? The one thing that you need to avoid is your site anchors getting overwhelmed without any support. So they rotate. They've got the positions. Big Academy plays that nicely. 5-2, the next gun round will come out. There'll be limitations here. No op, certainly, but also a Galil out on the field. Still, let's see what Novum want to do, what they want to mix it up, or if it's just going to be back towards that A-ramp play, that slow, methodical play. I mean, they're at least going to show presence here early, right? As you have to do. You have to enforce some influence, otherwise they can just start to rotate off. But it does seem like they're trying to bring the pressure, and one player trying to work up yellow isn't going to work out very well at all.
No. No, none at all.
The Vine's been chopped.
What's that?
The Vine has been chopped.
Yes, it has, of course. So I can always count on you for that wordplay, Mike. I love it. So 5v4 in favor of Big, and they were completely rebuffed, were Novum, like you mentioned. I mean, once Vine goes down, Novum are just scrambling to get out of the crosshairs of Big Academy. And they did manage to retreat, to their credit. They're still hanging around here, and they do have time on the clock to burn. They're going to run out of utility eventually, and that is certainly not going to help. Hype peeking around the edge of the smoke, taking down Cassius with the big green. Now CLX looking to respond, spamming on forward, but it's just not going to connect with anything. And Novum, oh man, they just keep falling by the wayside.
I mean, these are the rounds that maybe we would have expected when we started out in this roster, or in this matchup rather. Novum just had some nice results early on. We'll have to see if they can get the adjustment in, right?
Yes.
Because what they've done so far is the initial idea worked out decently. Big Academy have adjusted to it, shut down that ramp fight initially, and now Novum need to show another look. Imundo applying for secret agent status here. If it would also come online, that would be nice for Novum. We'll see what they can do. Something's going to be needed to sort out on stage. Admin's snapping into action here. As it seems like we've got a
technical issue.
Wee smidge of a technical issue.
Yeah.
Headphones off, something being talked about. Can't be talking during tech pauses. What's going on here? What's going on here?
Maybe just talking about the technical issue?
Maybe. Shenanigans. Tomfoolery. No tomfoolery here at Fragadelphia.
No.
We're very serious.
Never, yes.
Never any
Super
tomfoolery.
serious.
As serious as John's shirt right now. No tomfoolery to be had whatsoever. Is she being sorted?
Yeah, you know, when I hear the bomb go boom in my ears, sometimes it's not in both ears at once. Oh, well, we can sort that issue out. Let's just upload bombboom.gg. Yeah.
I think that's how the conversation's going. I think that's what we're hearing right now. Just had to see John's shirt to emphasize my point earlier.
Yes.
Oh, seems like the problem's been solved. I hear buying going in.
Yes, I
so
do
it seems
too.
like we're back in.
We are. And we'll see when Novum have up their sleeves coming in. It wouldn't have surprised me if that was a tactical pause, right? So they decided that they didn't want to call attack, and they're just going to keep on moving forward here. It is just the pistol, so maybe the pause will come in the next round. But 3 techs, 2 deagles. Decent investment into the round, but they all stayed around the 2K mark, so they'll be okay for a buy up in the next one. And on top of that full loss bonus that's going to be kicking in. Imundo moving up here in towards mid, and Aqua will be there to greet them. So it's good to see Novum coming with a different look here. 3 players into mid, a couple going in towards those B stairs, Mike, and well, Aqua's going to be tested. So is Sin. Oh, this is a good position for Sin in this round.
It's a great adjustment, considering we've seen nothing in towards mid. Big recognizing that because there's been the time, there's likely going to be a different look. Aqua will snatch both those kills because he's feeling greedy, and now CLX under pressure. Has to try and back away, and it is just CLX with no health as well. 9 points of it, and death comes swiftly and mercifully. No real damage into the round, nothing to show for it in the round. I do like that Novum tried another look, but Big with the adjustment. Big were ready for it. No problems here.
Yeah, no problems at all. And I mean, having that crossfire from Sin and of course Aqua there, it just worked out perfectly. Novum had no idea where the bullets were going to come from at the end of the day, and the bodies just fell by the wayside. So, Big Academy looking to take this half already with an 8th round victory here, but Novum are going to be coming down with the rifles once more. 4 AKs in the op, and well, they are back to this A-ramp hit. And Big Academy haven't really struggled with it since that 1 round victory that Novum were able to find way back when. Sky going to toss the Molotov around the edge of that smoke, and Vine is pushing up here into scaffolding, looking for the wall spam, but doesn't really connect. Yeah, I think the just doesn't connect through that wall. It's as simple as that. Nade's going to get connecting onto Vine, and that will make it a 5v4. So Vine is trying to get the entries, but he's not finding the success.
No, not at all. The spacing's not good enough for the trades either, so the damage really can't be capitalized on. At this point, Sky can settle back in. Sky's not falling. It's just chilling. Nothing to really show for Novum just yet. They've got a little bit of space here towards the A ramp, but it's nothing spicy. They've still got a bit of the default going on, but it does seem like they're just going to focus on in. And all right, a 1-for-1 trade here with Aqua eliminated.
That helps.
Might coax them in towards the site. The question is there a molly for Sin? There is. Nicely done. This is actually high pressure on, especially with Sky being low. His teammates need to rotate, but it's the flank that could be deadly. Process is here. Process has been checked, actually. Now they're going to double swing. That'll hold them, though. Only 35 seconds, John. This could get bad. Timing is going to be real rough here. And now the hit's coming in. They've got to get on towards the site. They've got to get this bomb down.
Gotta move.
They've still got some utility. They've still got smokes as well, so they're waiting for one more salvo. But they're so wary about that flank coming in. It's paralyzing them. They need to go now. They need to go now, and Sky can be the keynote to keep them off of this bomb plant. Unless he dies. That bomb drops forward. Uh-oh. They have to contend with the off. And this has just completely ruined their day. There's no time now. CLX will get caught from the flank. It's all over. If they had 10 more seconds, maybe they could do that a bit more methodically. They had the util for it, John. They just don't deploy it all at once.
They spent too much time worrying about their flank, and for good reason, right? Because it was coming, but they had to get their execute. And like you said, maybe 10 more seconds, you could have taken that time to wait, but with the clock where it was, they had to make their push sooner, and because they didn't, that op was so much more lethal. Once it drops the bomb, you're in panic mode, 13 seconds left. You have to try and get the trade quickly. It doesn't happen, and then the round's over. All right, well, Big Academy have taken this half effectively with those 8 rounds, and here come Novum again. We talked about it, Mike. You really can't get trapped into this A-ramp push, and I mean, yes, it is just a force buy, or I should say a half buy coming through here, but I doubt they're going to have much success. Okay, there's one.
All right,
a second.
2.
Maybe I should.
There's an answer here. Bomb's down. Sin has it, though. Sin has it well within control. Just left the legend, who's trying to sneak away with his scout to do something later on, but down to 35 points of health. We'll just dip back in. This is the best spot for his particular fight, his particular engagement, but they're double set up. There was just no way through that. So, some of these rounds have maybe gotten a little bit frisky. There's been a little bit of something, but Big Academy are rolling on through. 9 rounds already established here. They haven't dropped anything in so very long. It was, what, 3-2 at one point, so it's been 6 rounds in a row since then.
Yes.
It's just not looked very convincing for Novum in quite a while, and to be fair, this is kind of what we expect in these early round matchups.
I would say the pressure is actually on Big Academy to perform at this level because Novum is the unknown, right?
Yes.
So I think if Novum is able to compete here and make it close, that's even more so impressive for them. And then Big Academy maybe start to sweat a little bit. But right now they're performing as expected. But there's a fantastic opener by CLX, and he's going to look to find a second one here around the edge of the smoke. And well, the peek has to come through.
They might not expect this positioning. Hype might be exposed. Big kill from Vine. It's just getting spicy, John.
Yeah.
It's getting weird. It's getting wild. 2-man advantage now for Novum. If they can bring this home, we might still have a map on our hands.
Oof. I mean, look, they still have to make their way onto the side. No! Sin gets caught with utility in his hands. Nice little push there coming through from Novum, and now they do have control here of the site. Aqua's going to try and potentially push through the smoke. He does, and it works! He gets a frag, at least one. 2v4, still a very tall hill to climb, and the possession of both bomb sites here for Novum. It should be over, and it is. Well played for them, Mike. That was their best strat I think we've seen so far, putting pressure on both bomb sites and getting the opening frags that are so critical.
And it was a team ace as well, so everyone's getting involved. The opener draws focus over towards ramp to take advantage of that, to work players up on towards B, to capitalize, catch the players coming back through. Really start to finish, that was a nice round from Novum. Very well put together. And I mean, if they can get towards 5 in this first half, that's actually fine for competing.
That's fantastic.
After the half switch. This is still a very good sign for them. This Nova team is not through and done just yet, but we need to see them build. There's plenty of cash for the CT side, so it's about sustaining now. And Legend wants to find his noise towards B steps. That flashbang is great. That kill is better. And now they've got no presence on this side of the map.
Yeah.
Prosus is going to get aggressive as a result. Timing could be everything here. There's a player coming back to greet him, but Prosus gets the kill. And now they know. They're locked into this A-ramp take, purely just on spacing. This is a tough draw for Novum.
They're coming back into T-spawn, trying to reset here, but what can you possibly do in this 5v2 right now? A lot of time on the clock. But they have to find something here. Hymundo's going to try and do that towards mid. Peering around on the other end, and it's just that's a really good angle to hold here by the cement bags towards mid, and Aqua is going to take down Hymundo, leaving only Vine stranded and alone in a 1v5, and the most he can do here is damage the economy, but even that doesn't mean that much, and it won't happen. Sky gets the headshot with the A1S, 10-3 for Big.
Double digits. It's pretty good. Not bad at all. Novum still have a chance to fight here. They will invest into this round. This is the one. This, to me, John, is do or die. If they win here, we still have a game. If they lose here, I'm going to start thinking about second map.
Yeah. I mean, look, like you said, 5 rounds would be good for Novum, but...
Oh, we're getting some spice from the pit already.
Yeah.
It's early. I don't even think it's noon yet, and we're getting some spice coming out of the pit right now.
Oh, boy.
11:15 here on the East Coast.
That's what Fragadelphia is all about.
That's what it's all about, baby.
All right. Oh, okay. Opener going to come through here from Hyped, and that's Hymundo going down. 5v4 already. Hyped. Oh, he could get caught out here. No,
slips away.
Wow, he managed to slip away. Their Legend an opportunity, but didn't push out quickly enough. Now he could get it on Sin, who had utility out, trying to get that Molotov, and just trying to keep that bay here, but it is Hyped, who backs off towards the site, taking down Legend. And only 3 players left standing now for Novum, and look at this push coming through the smoke. Ah, he gets spotted out. Good job by Vine to at least make sure Sin doesn't get too cheeky there.
Yeah, Gunbarrel was sticking through the smoke. That's a little awkward. But speaking about cheeky, Sky has got 1 and 2, and it's all over. 11 rounds found for Big, and Novum seeing their chances at this map, their own map pick, start to slip on down the drain. A little bit of time going to be needed here. There's another issue getting sorted out on stage.
Yeah.
A little chat going on again. Probably audio. Audio's the devil, John. Don't you know?
It is.
Yeah,
But,
okay, here's the conversation.
I still don't hear the bomb in both my ear parts. And when that happens, I get disoriented. Okay, put these on top. Oh, that's how you put... Oh, they were backwards the whole time. Huh. Funny how that works. Okay, back into the server. Here we go.
Everything's sorted, folks.
Yes, I'm just trying
to listen into the player comms. You know, we've got that ability here. Listen into what they're saying. I think they're having a strat conversation now.
Yeah, guys, if we hit ramp again this time, I think it'll work.
Revolutionary strat coming through.
I'm trying to remember the name of the monster you're impersonating, Mike.
Oh, honestly, that's not even what I was going for.
I
but,
thought it was.
Maybe your shirt just subconsciously
Because
inspired
the
me.
smallest one sounds like that.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of any of the monsters.
No.
Hi, Steve. Oh, he's not looking at me. He can't hear me. Steven Sasquatch Chicas.
You're being shunned.
Lord of
Mike.
the Fragadelphia is wandering slowly around our caster booth right now. But this round is not going slowly at all. Everybody's already dropped. Novum getting shut down. They tried something towards B. They tried to change things up, but it didn't work out. Instead, Process on the flank might just end it all. He spotted the last. They're chasing, they're hungry, they're hunting, and Big Omen Academy have gone 12-3 in the first half. It's not over just yet, but it's pretty over.
Yeah, I mean, look, Big not exactly respecting Novum in the last few rounds. They're pushing up, taking aggressive fights towards into the smokes, and obviously just all up on their flanks, so there's nothing they could really do, and they were overloaded every turn. So, Big Academy, 4 more rounds, and this map will be done and dusted. And speaking of dust, that's our next map that'll be coming up if Novum doesn't mount a comeback here very soon.
Big's pick, too. Big's pick, just looking to feast. Perhaps get a little spicy with the aim. Get a little spicy with the aim indeed. Oh, fast play in. Big just trying to end it all. And they have gained the space towards A. There's no one in position. There is a flank, though. CLX and a second teammate as well. Now starting to make things uncomfortable for Big. They need to get forward onto the bomb site so they have something to defend. And here's the swing back in from Spawn. They want to press forward in towards B, having detected a weakness. They need to get these kills, though, and they won't. Vine strangles them. They've been Vine whipped. Oh, Process in a 1v2. Here's the chance for the clutch. Here's the chance to make something of this Process. Gonna get back in towards the scaffolding. Not finding the headshots there. A chunk of health lost. Body shots. Not quite putting him down just yet, but the walls are closing in on Process. And by walls, I mean CLX and Cashes. However many Zs you want to add on to that. Ready to try and deny this clutch. Process letting time whittle off the clock. 50 seconds, putting the doubt in their mind about where he actually is. He could have slipped away. But no, they'll play together. That's wise. Process still managing to collect one. Looking for the second, looking for the last. Wandering about, finding Cashes. And the man with the Z will have to find a shot. Have to cap off this particular alphabet. Not too many bullets left in this Glock.
He can just run out. Yeah.
He's dipping. He's got the shot as well. Process pulls it off. 4Ks in the round. A 1v2 to close it out. Process does the Academy proud.
Wow. I mean, he just played them like a fiddle in that engagement. Went back and forth behind enemy lines and managed to pop ahead. And the trade did not come through, even though both players were there. They just weren't ready for that angle to be peeked on. And afterwards, he managed to slip around, grab the bomb, and was going to get to the other bomb site. But in the end, he just gets the frag and it's over. So Big Academy find the pistol round victory. That was the saving grace for Novum in that first half, right? They got the pistol round, but they lost the force by afterwards. But still, it was a round that they were able to pick up. And this one is, you know, kind of Big Academy already in the first 15 seconds, Mike. They got a double kill with a frag grenade. All right, well, Vine, along with Hymundo, only pistols, and Hyped is just going to delete Vine right off the server, and Hymundo is the last one standing with the P2000 and a prayer at this point.
John, I got a question for you.
Yes.
Do you think when a player gets promoted from this team up to the main team, do you think they say, "I'd like to thank the Academy"? The opener of their speech?
I'm not sure that will be in their speech, Mike.
Wonder what the German equivalent is.
I think it would be in your speech, but
What?
I said I think it would be in your speech if you were in that position.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Well, easy round for Big Academy, as would be expected. Novum just brought pistols into that previous round, but Novum are going to have full A1Ss across the board. No big green going to be coming through for them. But we'll see what they can do with just the rifles in hand. And interesting setup. Looks like they're going to go for aggression towards mid, I believe, Mike. And a couple of players at the A site. No, they're actually just going to set up that ramp. Might be too late. Look at where Big Academy already are. Process pushing up aggressively. There is a crossfire here, and it works out fantastically for Novum. They get 4 frags. Aqua, the last one standing. Only the MAC-10 in his hands. He's managed to slip through. Could make some noise. We'll see. They have no idea he's here, so that's his advantage, but he can only do so much with the MAC-10, and he does go down without a frag being found.
That's a little embarrassing there. MAC-10 or no, you still got to get one there. Damage important, of course, as Big will be bringing back some sort of investment into this round, but Novum, they managed to stabilize. They keep that economy pretty healthy as well. They'll get a chance to show us what they got here on this defensive side. Big fail to keep that round capped. keep that in full control. So now where do they want to go? The adjustment here for Big. Heavy presence towards the B steps early on. Utility going to be spent from Novum to keep them at bay. But as of yet, no information. That tick, that molly tick, actually does give away the knowledge. Was Raimundo close enough to hear that? I believe he was. Certainly utility starting to come in from the Big side. We'll tip them off. A second player will be floated into support. And the mid player is close at hand as well. Counter util coming in. That stalls him out. They want to move through. Flashbangs are good, but the kills need to be better, and they're not. Sin eliminating the first. The second player drops as well. Now Big have full control of the site, and this should be a bomb plant. In most situations, you'd say, here's the time to save, but the question is, with this big of a deficit, do you really want to play for 11 rounds of OT? The answer is no, but it doesn't matter. Hype says you're not even going to have a chance back into this round. All down to Vine. Vine has been put in the dirt.
Wow, great transfer there, and great job by Hype to close that one out. 15-4 for Big Academy. They got 11 rounds to close this one out, Mike, and it shouldn't be too tough for them. I mean, look, Novum are on their last gasps of life in this map. 3 A1Ss, 2 MP9s going to be coming through. Hopefully they can find something, at least for their sake. But so far their map pick has not yielded much, and kind of expected because Big Academy do like to play here. It's not a map they're unfamiliar with. Aqua doesn't get anything. Legend going to find the opener there around the edge of the smoke. And now Vine's going to try and push in and make some noise as well. He ends up backing off after going through that smoke, and he spots out some information for himself. So at least he knows they're coming up here, but will Big Academy be able to slip into the side halls? They do, and Sky gets the headshot onto Vine. Sky looking for more now. He's going to push in and look at Cement, but Cassius could find him, and Cassius will.
They should be able to eliminate the Cement position. They do indeed. Utility devoted to that. I had to force the issue here, so it's an even number situation on the site. It's just going to be a straight-up fight between these teams. Big don't have to commit. There's still plenty of time on the clock, but they've got no information elsewhere, so they will continue to try and battle through. With the utility down, they should have a plan to line up there. Hype finds two. They jump into his crosshair. He can't believe what he's just gained. It's all into Raimundo to even keep this map alive. Can Novum fight here? An MP9 1v3 is going to be required of them. This is a tough ask. This is a tough sell, and it's not going to even get started. Big Omen Academy open up this Fragadelphia 17 with a very strong dub.
Yeah, as expected, right? Good job by Big Academy delivering, and I mean, they're going on to their map pick of Dust 2 now. We saw in terms of fragging ability, Big Academy definitely has an edge here. They were winning the aim duels whenever they were challenged for the most part. Obviously, Novum did make some noise in the rounds that they won, but outside of that, it was pretty much Big Academy dominating in every single round victory that they found. So I don't know what the adjustments need to be, Mike. At least Dust 2 is a map that they'll feel much more comfortable on because it's been in the pool forever, pretty much. So, yeah, I'm not sure what they need to do to find success. It's going to be tough.
I mean, frankly, it is just going to be a tough situation for Novum. These are the realities of these first games here in the last chance qualifier. It is so much about separating the wheat from the chaff in terms of the levels of competition here being very disparate between different sides. You know, anyone can sign up. So you're playing up against Big Omen Academy, a salaried team attached to a large org. A little bit of a different level of experience, perhaps a different level of chemistry playing together for a team like Novum, but it is their chance to prove it. And I will say, if there's any map where things can get wild, where things can get weird, it's Dust 2. Dust 2 has massive variance. We'll have to see if it can bring that variance to bear in this next matchup after this break.
Cheaters ruining your plays? I have eyes on the enemy. Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
underway. Big Omen Academy doing what was expected of them and absolutely giving a spanking to Novum in the first map of Vertigo. Now we head to Dust 2, their home ground.
Yeah.
And frankly, trend should probably continue here, John.
Yeah, more than likely, Mike, I would think. Dust 2, like you mentioned, one of their most played maps, 10 times they played over the last 3 months, 7-3 record. Haven't really been troubled too much as of late there. So my feeling is, yes, the trend will continue, but like we alluded to before the break, it is Dust 2. Crazy things can happen on this map. It's one of those maps where you can get those insane types of upsets, like Mirage, for example.
And I did see pieces from Novum that were encouraging, right? There were a round or two where they put everything together, but they were even getting some opening picks. They were playing together. They were trading at times. There were some nice ideas there. You never really know what you're going to get when we get these relatively unknown teams with players that we're not super familiar with. So there are the pieces, the raw clay, that could potentially become something of a beautiful sculpture here on Dust 2 if they just get a little something going their way, a little artistry found among the team. I don't think Big Omen Academy looked flawless. Now, part of that may have been that they built up that massive lead and were maybe facing a bit more than they would against a more disciplined, established squad.
Yes.
But I will say there are pieces that look mortal there. There are things that could potentially get a little bit friskier. And I do think there's a world where Nova make this Dust 2 interesting.
Yeah, no, there's no question. I mean, like, it all depends on how they're going to be able to perform in the early goings. Particularly, I mean, they get the CT side start, so they're on the defensive end. They get to kind of take it easy on you know, let the fight come to them. I wouldn't be too aggressive with Big Academy because I feel like that'll lead to them being punished, but certainly try to catch them off guard whenever you have the opportunity and pounce on those opportunities when you get the man advantages, right? You gotta, whenever you get opening frag, if you're Nova, you have to win those rounds. There's just no two ways about it.
Now, the way you can guarantee more opening frags is by upgrading your actual gun. Everyone knows skins equals wins, so buying trade skins easy peasy with CS money. You can get a 40% top-up bonus as well with millions of skins available. So use the trusted trade platform to get your new shiny CSGO skins. What's the name of that one in the graphic, John?
I'm actually not sure, Mike.
You're not sure? John's my skin guy. John,
sorry.
John's my skin reference guy.
I think, well, I don't want to get into tears
I'm going
of
to guess
skin,
it's from the
but
Dreams and Nightmares collection because it looks nightmarish.
I believe so. Like, I'm more on the upper tier, Mike, of the
Oh,
skins,
yeah, that
so.
one's not good enough to interest you. It looked pretty sick is all I'm saying.
Bad. It wasn't bad.
It was pretty good.
I think there are competitors for the A1S. The Sapphire
don't
in
touch the
particular
skin. That's worth
is
less
beautiful.
than $1 million. John's not interested.
Or the blue phosphor, I should say. The Sapphire M4, the blue phosphor. That's
he's a connoisseur over
Yes,
here. He only likes the big
am.
ones. But speaking of big ones, we got 5 of them over in those cameras ready to get going. Obviously, the individual skills on point for these young cracked-out gamers. But it's going to be about that team play, about that coordination as a squad that I think will become more apparent as we go on in the tournament. Up against Novum, though, I was impressed with some of what we saw from Legend. I think he had some really nice moments, upset some players, playing over towards B as well as a bit of a lurker. I think that's a very tough position. It's all about timing. It's all about getting a feel for your opponent and trying to offset what they're expecting. I think Legend had some good moments there.
He did. I mean, there's no question. I think there's another point, though, is that Big Academy weren't necessarily as disciplined as they usually be. Like you were saying earlier, they were pushing into the angles. They were taking fights they probably shouldn't have sometimes, and that's when they were punished, for the most part, by Novum. So, yes, Legend did play well in the moments that he was challenged, but still it wasn't enough sustained. Not a sustained performance from him that was able to kind of do much against Big Academy. Another player to watch out for, I think, in this one will be Vine. When they get onto T side, probably CT side not as much, but he was trying to get those entries. He was failing. He was getting close sometimes, but he wasn't able to really punch through on the A ramp. If he can get that going a little bit better here on Dust 2, then maybe they'll have a fighting chance.
And no, starting on the defensive side as well, the entries won't be as impactful.
Exactly.
But I am curious to see whether they just kind of played the vanilla, traditional Dust 2 default that we come to expect from a lot of teams, or they're going to get a bit spicier about it. I've seen lately some pushes up mid have gotten really popular, the pushes in towards lower as well. There's a lot you could do on Dust 2 as a CT side to take the initiative.
Yeah, I think that addition of the wall blocking off T-spawn from seeing all the way across the other side of the map is actually, I mean, it was, you know, debatable at the beginning if it was the right decision, but I think it was, because it opens up so many more possibilities for the CTs, and you have to take a much bigger risk on T side in order to get that frag through double doors. You have to go into dark, and then you're much more exposed. You don't really have as many options to retreat, right? So I think that's good, and of course, like you mentioned, pushing up through mid is extremely viable for the CTs, and you can catch a lot of Ts off guard towards the outside of long doors if you push up effectively. And I mean, it's actually kind of tough to rebuff in some situations if you don't have the utility to push it back and kind of predict that push coming through. Also, you need visibility from dark. So, yeah, definitely pushing up mid. I agree with you. They need to spice it up on their defense. They can also keep a player behind double doors, be a little more aggressive towards long in their hold and see how that pans out for them. Alternatively, like just give up long completely and give the space to big. I don't recommend that, honestly, because I've seen it go awry too many times, but it is an option if they want to try and mix things up a little bit.
It certainly is. On the other side, I mean, look, everyone on Big was having a good game. There's really no flaws that we saw. Sky, in particular, I thought was doing a good job on some of those cleanups, making sure that even in situations where maybe they brought the pressure on towards the site, maybe got some of the initial kills, it didn't stay that way for very long. But we're really looking for that potential from every one of the big clan players. They haven't really separated themselves yet because they haven't needed to.
No.
They haven't been pressured in that way. But we'll be looking at it. Dust 2 is a map for pop-offs, a map for individual performances, a map to go absolutely ham. So the question is, who's going to go ham from that big Omen Academy side? I'm looking for it. Who you got? Who you got, John? Who's taking it?
Honestly,
I think Cassius is on the other side.
I'll go with that.
Just so I can say Cassius as many times as possible. I think that might be the one.
Yeah.
That might be the pop-off we're looking for here.
Yeah, I mean, certainly possible, but we'll have to wait and see once the match actually gets underway.
I like our chickens here by our nameplates.
Oh, yeah.
My chicken looks
I just
quizzical.
noticed that.
Your chicken's just kind
My
of chilling.
chicken's perfect. He actually
Standard.
matches my branding, so I approve of this chicken.
There we go. My chicken looks like he's like just seen a car whiz by. And, oh, what's going on there? Chickens, wonderful, glorious, incredibly stupid creatures. But we'll see if
not
CS
nice.
players can do a little bit better. We got Novum versus Novum here on the HUD. So Novum will inevitably be winning. They're ready to go into the action. No, it will be the big Academy starting on the CT side, rather the T side. I'm confused now. I've been thrown by the Novum versus Novum. Either way, Vine gets the opener. He gets the second as well. Here we go. There's the
pick,
start
Mike.
that Novum was looking for. There's your prediction. Vine's going ham here. Got those initial kills. That's what we were looking for. That could be a difference maker for this Novum team.
Yeah. They were pretty good in the opening pistol round over on Vertigo, so they're transitioning here, at least for now. Let's not forget in their CT side pistol round, they fell by the wayside in a 1v2, and Sin gets one. That makes it a 4v3, but the players are getting chipped down on the Big Academy side quite a bit. And Vine is waiting. They've fallen back. This is the wise decision being made by Novum. You don't have to force the fights when you have the man advantage on your pistols. Let them come to you and pop those heads with the USPs. Vine should have an opportunity to do so very shortly. Haimundo as well is just waiting, and Sky does manage to take one fight, but instantaneously, Mike, all the rest of the frags come through. The round is over.
3K for Vine as well. Really nice start there. A really nice close as well. So, hey, there's the start we needed from Novum. Get the CT economy going strong early on. Deny the bomb plant as well. Means that while Big are going to invest into this one, it will be limited. Scouts and Deegs. Seems to be the case. They really do want to emphasize getting that scope over to Hyped. It's been a priority for them. So we'll see if he can live up to the hype in this round. Because we have seen it. Anytime they're in a force buy, they want to get that scout over.
Yeah,
they want to get that up in the gun rounds. It's a priority for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, he has been good with the scope when he's been tested a little bit, but we'll see if it changes here on Dust 2. Vine is going to have a nade tossed into lower. That will connect onto Prosis, and now he's firing away up mid. They're taking the fight again. Our Novum trying to take down Big in the early goings, and once they find that opening fight, this is perfect, right? You get one, no reason to challenge further, back off. Very disciplined play from Novum so far. Here comes the XQ towards the A site. Smoke's going to get tossed on forward. CLX throwing a counter smoke here.
They got a lot of space up, but there's 3 players over towards the site. Actually, just 2 in. Oh, a little bit of aggressive posturing here for Vine. Gonna have to live up to this spot, and already low. The Deeg will take him down. Nicely done. This is gonna be a bomb down, and now things are going great. They get better and better for Big Academy. They've still got Sky out towards long as well, I believe. Should be. Never mind, that was Hype, who's now down for the count. The scout on the site itself. Ooh, was that tag from Sin? That's unreasonable. That was quick reaction times, and now just down to the 1. Legend is low, and it'll be an MP9 to escort him out of it. Big with the immediate upset in the force buy round in the second. Novum's their hot start comes to a screeching halt.
It's the exact same story as on Vertigo. right? Novum win the pistol round, and then Big Academy come back with a force buy, make the Deagle sing, and then they pick up the rifles off the ground to the damage. In fact, I was favoring Novum still to take that one, even when Big Academy had the site, because they had the A1Ss, and it was just scouts and pistols still in Big Academy's hands. So with the A1S, you have an advantage, but it doesn't work out at all for Novum. Big Academy are just too strong for them to deal with. Now Legend gets the opener here. Onto Hype. Look at Cash's position as well. Oh, the flashbang is fantastic. Tossed on through there. And he will get one, but he does go down, and it is Big Academy taking the edge here. Potentially 3v3, and no, it's actually the push that works out here from Novum. So they're all over the map at this point, Mike, and they have managed to give themselves a man advantage through all the chaos.
Through all the chaos, indeed. Sin looking to close this. The problem is the players are isolated, so he's got 1v1s and he knows it. Was he spotted? He should have been, and indeed he was. The kill gets brought through. A little bit rough on the spray, but Raimundo does enough to get his second kill of the round and a massive dub here for Novum.
Absolutely.
I think they're getting a little chippy off of that.
Yeah.
That's what we're hearing. A little bit of chippiness coming through from Novum. Nope, that's definitely not it. I'm hearing Portuguese, I think. That is the wrong microphone.
Perhaps. Either way, good job by Novum. They just decided to push up, get into the faces of Big Academy there, and it worked out because Big Academy just couldn't get a read on where everyone was in time before the bodies hit the floor. Sky, along with Process, now going to try and take control here of the upper tunnels, and they will, uncontested. No one's really in the vicinity right now. Process is making his way up mid, and again, not much of a challenge. Novum are actually playing this very passive. Mid is wide open, so should Big decide to go there and throw the cross smoke, it should be pretty straightforward. I should say the CT smoke, but they're actually going to favor Cat, it seems here, without much information towards long just yet, or A.
Two players over on the Novum side have the A1S from that CS money read.
They do.
They're prepped. They were ready. They were coming in with this. Oh, pressure on to CLX. He gets danked. Some damage back the other way, but not substantial. Now it's going to be a bit of control here for Big. They can get the bomb down. There's not a whole lot CLX can hope to do about this, and even peeking into these fights is going to be risky before his teammates get there. The rotation will be on, but it's rare that we get a full 10-up retake, and now the hits start to come through, and well, advantage was there for a moment for Big. But this is going to be a tough hold. Process turned away from the flashbang, gets eliminated. It's all on the Sky, and it's only a matter of time here. Nice recovery there from Novum. Still, considering the investment of bomb plant's not the worst result here, they didn't quite find the damage they were looking for, though, on the Big side.
Yeah, I mean, it was a force buy, so yeah, and they have a bit of loss bonus that'll come through. So it shouldn't be that bad in terms of economy, but I'd be surprised if Big Academy are going to go for the full investment here. We'll have to wait and see, but my guess is just some pistol upgrades, and then we'll get the proper buy up the next round. Not to say they can't take this one with the pistols. They've done it in the past. On Vertigo they did it, and that was really the turning point because Novum struggled after that point. 5th round underway, and yep, it will just be 2 Deagles and the rest on the Glocks, Mike. I don't think any body armor's been bought up either.
Nope.
Just the flashbang, and here comes an engagement. Op gonna miss the shot, and Big Academy have a chance here, and there's one. They're pushing out towards mid, putting a lot of pressure onto Raimundo. He is gonna get only one.
No.
Sky finds the immediate trade. 4v3. They only had the pistol. Such a light investment, and now Cash's position, like you mentioned, is known. He will at least be good for the first one on to Sin, and he gets the second on Process. This should be, oh my goodness, every time.
It's a bomb plant. No one's in position to deny this. If they get past the doors, they don't. They don't get past the doors. Vine had to do that. They likely still make the retake happen, but that's a great shot to hit for Vine. That prevents the bomb money from coming through. We are going to get the investment through from Big, and the amount of damage they just did will force a very expensive rebuy in for Novum. So for Novum, this next round becomes critical. Got to keep the CT economy rolling, got to keep the CT side rolling, and you're up against the first gun round you've actually gotten, the first gun round proper. Here's the chance for Big Academy to get things back on track here on their own map pick of Dust 2. There's a gap in that smoke, the Xbox smoke, and Hype's looking to take advantage. I don't know whether he spotted what the flashbang stat was there. Pressure in towards B early on. That nade is chunky on Cash's.
Cassius just spamming that smoke. Big Academy We're going to get some presence. I mean, they haven't, Big Academy hasn't realized how open mid has been for a few rounds. They haven't poked and prodded that much, but eventually they're going to realize how much space Novum has given them. And we did say that Novum had to spice things up and try something different, and to their credit, they are. They have a couple of players here pushed up towards long, one around the doors, and one in pit, the other one playing cars. So their long A hold is fantastic, but it leaves gaps that Big Academy should eventually find a way to exploit, but we can't discredit Novum. They've got 4 rounds already, and it could be 5 here. Good smoke toss forward there. Aqua's going to toss the Molotov on forward. That will force Legend out of position here. And we'll see if Big Academy decide to even push up. They decide, nope, they're going to back off, and the other 2 players that are going up cat are probably going to be the tip of the spear here, Mike.
They need to catch his killing towards mid. Cassius has slowed them down, and that's dropped the bomb as well. He gets 2. Nice impact. Time is going to be a major issue here. 25 seconds. The AWP comes in for a swing, and this could all be falling apart. Sin dropped. It's all on the Sky. He's not even got a chance to recover that C4. It's all over, and that is a heck of a victory for Novum. Big Academy came into it with all the guns, everything they could possibly want. They don't even get on towards a bomb site. They get completely rebuffed at every turn, and Novum control the pace, control the clock, control the round.
Timeout going to be called here. I would imagine. Oh, no, tech pause. I was going to say tactical, but we just got in our ears that it is a tech pause coming through. So we get to see a replay of this. And, I mean, again, Novum played it well. They didn't have much presence around mid, but Big isn't really challenging that much in that position, so they were able to isolate and realize where Big Academy were going to be coming from, and then Cassius saw his opportunity to push up through mid, and once he did, he got those 2 frags, and it was over. No, not enough time left as well.
Audio issues again? Come on now. They might just not be too used to the over-ears with the white noise. The way this setup works, folks, for the on-stage element is you've got your in-ears that actually give you the game and your teammates. And then you've got over-ears that pump white noise in so you can't hear us or anything else that might be distracting you when you're on that stage. It's very important. In the pit, you don't have to use it because we're not casting your pit game, so you don't have to risk hearing the casters.
Yes.
We can't have them hearing our secrets, our little whispers of what's actually going on the map. So they get a nice bit of white noise in those helicopter headsets. The sound destroyers, as we call them. And here comes the play. And you don't want to be able to hear every other game shouting in the pit. Oh, nice opening pick here for Hymundo. Again, things going to be starting off well for Novum as Big Academy are getting majorly rebuffed. They're going to go up catwalk. They've got the pressure. They're just going to move in quick, and no one's in position to deny this just yet. But 3 bodies over to defend the ramp. It's a decent setup for Novum once again.
Yeah, we know how important the op is on Dust 2, and Hymundo has just hit his stride at the right time. Hymundo could get a second one in the round. No, he misses his shots, and now that's given Big Academy a chance to close the gap, but he still does connect onto Aqua right before Hype takes him down, but there's a little bit of a jumping shot coming through from Vine, who does get the bomb planter, but not in time to deny the bomb plant, but they'll still get the round, so it doesn't really matter. 6 on the board. Big Academy will have enough to buy up because of that bomb plant next round, but I like the way Novum are playing now.
Yeah, no, they're doing a great job. Max loss bonus bomb plant does mean we're going to get the investment back through. Hyped has enough cash to get the AWP up, but it's just been quite a few rounds where Big aren't really able to get much of anything going here. I saw Kubin off to the side. I think he's comparing your relative appearances here, John, and I do have to say there's a faint amount of resemblance here. Oh, Kubin and JRT, I think we need a twin pick with you 2 guys.
Perhaps.
He was eyeing you up. So it's just an interesting vibe here.
All right.
Make your own Photoshops here, folks. We'll have Golden 5 JRT before you know it.
Oh, my goodness.
Smokes on in the long doors. Deep control here for Novum. And, well, Big starting to play a little bit more scared, a little bit further back, and they've just lost the opening pick. Again, they're down a man before anything has happened here. Big Academy struggling in these early fights. And it's good positioning again. Catwalk control going to be here if there's a flashbang. It's actually just going to be Vine playing anti-flash off of CLX's op. Oh, I like this setup quite a bit. This is going to be tough for Big to get past.
They have their eyes locked in towards Cap, Mike. They haven't tried a mid to B.
I don't love the swing, but it works. It works. How does that work? Vine just dropping the Molotov for it, and he's going to get another. No, not quite. That would have been a little bit too much to ask. Now it does put greater pressure onto the Opera, but the lurk out lower tunnels from Cassius means that Suddenly, we've got another disastrous situation for Big Academy. They just have not been able to take the initiative at any of these rounds. Now they're just swinging into things, recognizing the time's getting short, and they get completely dumpstered once again. It's not just that they're losing these rounds, it's that they're losing these rounds with no real impact on the scoreboard. The cash for the CTs is built. The money is there, and Big Academy are struggling. This is not what we expected at all here, John.
No, they haven't gotten a read on the way Novum are playing their defensive end, and I mean, there's a huge hole. You watch it every round. Meant to be is wide open. No one is there, and Big Academy still haven't tried it. They've gone up cat, I think, almost every single time, trying to take that space, and they're stubborn in that way. And again, they're going to be up cat, and again, there is the response. The op ringing true double op setup, of course, coming through here for Novum now. And CLX is going to toss another incendiary up towards cat, keeping Big Academy at bay. And, well, I mean, they do have that hero AK in the hands of Sky. Maybe he'll be able to do some damage as he comes around this corner, but there is the car player to watch out for, and CLX, good for it once more, and a third right before the flash pop. All the frags going his way in this round, and it's all up to Process and Sin. And, well, now just Process. The AK's gone. CLX on for the ace, Mike, but I don't think it's going to come through because Process has backed off here, and he's going to wait for these cat players to push him. Inevitably, they probably will.
I mean, they can just sit. They don't have to do anything. They know they got him hemmed in. There is no escape, and Cassius will wait for Process to make the move clean in that one. Yes, it was just the Deegs, but
still,
Big Academy needs something to work out here, and it might as well be a Deeg round. It might as well be something here for Big Academy because they are getting dumped.
They've ignored half of the map, though, Mike.
They have.
It's strange, you know. Usually when things aren't working, you want to try and go in a different direction, but I don't know. They're really confident in their A takes, I suppose, even with all the struggles they've had here. And now they're going to try and take long, but we talked about it. There's always 3 players waiting here for Novum. The flashbangs come through. One player has managed to make his way into pit. He does go down. There's the trade from Sky, and finally, Big have found an opening here. It took aim duels, just straight up fights with Sky and 2 other players, Legend and Vine, but there it is, a man advantage for Big Academy.
Look at the control, look at the information. Now the all can just commit in. That's a swing back in. Hyped collects. Here we go for Big Academy. The AWP on the other side, Hyped making good on the promise, winning out the duels here to actually give them the path on towards A. There's plenty of money on the CT side, so Cassius might just risk this, might just try and collect some bodies and even just keep some economic pressure up on Big. But it does seem like the Big Academy might finally be able to get their second round on the board, barring an absolute hero play here coming out from the other side. All I'm saying is I tabbed Cassius as my player to watch, mainly because of his name before this game. Now it's time for Cassius to make good. Oh, don't spread, Molly. Don't spread. Don't spread. Cassius is just blowing on that Molotov, trying to push it the other direction right now. And he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Probably just to save the gun, though. Or exit. Exit.
No.
Oh, he wanted to play patient. He wanted to play trigger discipline. And Process had the kill.
Yeah,
had the
Process flicked around at the right time, took him down, and that will be a second round for Big Academy. I don't know if that's going to be something that they can repeat on a consistent basis towards long because of how heavy the presence is from Novum, unless that Novum makes an adjustment, which I don't see why they would since things have been working so very well for them. But yeah, I mean, you can't rely on Sky finding 2 frags in that position round after round. It's not going to be an easy task. So here we go, and they are going to try for it again, and there has been an adjustment made from Novum. Surprisingly, they want to give the space now towards long, and they have a bit of a crunch into mid. 2 players on lower, 1 on cat, and 1 outside of mid. So they're trying to keep Big Academy guessing, and I like it. Why not? Cash is going to be waiting here on the A site, though. Aqua will get 1, and now Cash is under a lot of pressure. He will die, Mike.
So despite the damage, there's no kills that come through, and at this point, the economy is not there for Novum to risk this. They are going to go for the save. They are going to pull the plug early on. They've already found 8 rounds, but it seems like Big might be back for a little bit more blood. Bringing the pressure now. A 3rd round will be found, and there's still plenty of time in this half to find the recovery. They get towards 6, 7, they're good.
Yeah.
They're good. You know, just win out.
Should be fine.
Just never lose again. It's always the timeout strat here. Just call a timeout and say, all right, we've lost enough rounds. Can't lose any more. Just click heads, boys.
Yeah, that's the ideal. If you can just execute off those words. But, I mean, look, Novum took a chance there, thought that Big Academy were going to go for a push up mid and cat, but it didn't really happen. So at the end of the day, Big take long for free, and when that happens, they are going to usually end up with the round in their favor. Let's see if Novum goes back to that previous setup, though, because, again, Big Academy have not gone towards B at all.
No. It has a lot of space. Cassius has gotten in towards lower so many different rounds. Man's popping off for 14 and 6. I'm just saying, I think it's I think I get the credit for this.
You do.
It was me. It was me the whole time.
You got it, Mike.
Sin out fast, going in towards the pit, but this time it's going to be checked. Legend gets one. Trying to bring more fire. They've got a player out by the cross smoke, but they're dropping the bomb. That gives an audio cue, and now it's looking very bad for Big. They're dropping bodies left, right, and center. Smoke doesn't come out in time, and they get completely blanked. That long take just shut down. They go into the grinder, and they're chewed to little bits.
It's not. Yeah, like I said, you can't repeat the success round after round when the numbers are going to be against you with 3 CTs waiting on the other side towards long. Eventually, you know, you might get one, but for the most part, odds favor the defending end. And again there, if all 5 players fall, not a single frag for Big Academy. They will be bringing the AKs to bear here, 4 AKs in fact, and the AWP. Hymundo gets tagged across mid, and here it is! They finally go towards B. All right, let's see if this works out for them. Only 1 player on this side, no one towards mid, so a mid to B might be helpful here. Perhaps 2 from tunnels and 3 from mid. We'll see what they decide to do. They are biding their time for the moment, and this is giving Novum a chance to adjust. Perhaps move some players around and get that B site fortified, because that's where noise has been made. And because Big Academy haven't done this in any prior round, probably Novum are saying, yeah, guys, I think they're mixing it up. I think it will be B, and so they have 2 players set up there now.
Flashbang time, Lee pushes Hymundo off the angle, but oh, there's a collat! 1 bullet, 2 kills. That's economics right there. A peek back in, maybe a little bit too much, but Vine's still present here, tucked in the corner. Are they going to expect it? Cassius can play off of his presence. Molotov in to isolate this zone. And now here we go. A bomb going down in even numbers is a great result for Big. But the numbers don't stay even for very long. They're eager to get back into the fight. This off is chasing and will succeed in finding through that kill. It's all on the Legend now. And he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Has to deal with the player behind him before he can deal with what's in front. And instead, it'll be Big to take through their 4th.
Wow, what a recovery from Big Academy after losing the first 2 players like that with a collat coming through. They just fight tooth and nail to get that bomb site back under their control. And this is what we're talking about. Just that's such a great way to cap off, or to start the round off there.
Full blind for it, too.
Exactly.
Just like, I don't know, send something down the tunnels.
But, I mean, look, Big Academy were able to come back from that, which is impressive, and finally get around towards the other side of the map. But there's the opener again, as you mentioned there. CLX going to find Process, 5v4. I think if Big Academy can keep Novum off of double digits, this will be a pretty good half for them, considering how this started.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Definitely a good recovery here, but it does require not dropping a further round. And they're a man down in this situation, pressuring on towards Catwalk. Maybe trying to get a player down into CT. Oh, there's a jump spot. Legend has seen it, I believe. Certainly checking it with bullets. It's one form of echolocation. Bullet location. If it hits, someone was there.
Yes.
Basically the battleship approach. So it's going to be a split towards B again with presence on the catwalk. They're trying to come back out, but Vine's got all this information and the damage to boot. A 5v2 now. The bodies dropping one after another. They don't know which way to turn. They've been outmaneuvered. They've been outpositioned. And Sky is now alone. The lone Sky here in CT. They will get no damage. They will get no kills. And there will be double digits here for Novum.
They are pumped. And
of course they're pumped. They're doing this over Big Academy.
Yes, it's very nice indeed, and the aggression is not too much, right, from Novum. They're doing it at the right times. They're waiting for the opportunities, looking if the space is there for them to take, and then they pounce on it and are able to catch Big Academy off guard round after round after round, and there you saw it again. Only Sky was left standing, and they immediately isolate him towards CT. Here's CLX watching Dark with the AWP. And Sky, along with Process, are going to move their way in towards the upper tunnels once more. Height, ooh, just misses hitting that shot. And now a smoke's going to come through. Novum spreading themselves across the map very methodically now, and they have that presence on Cat. One there. In fact, a second will come through because they realize there could be some presence towards lower tunnels. Here's that boost, and Big Academy can't connect. Neither can Novum, so we're still sitting at 5v5. 1:20 left on the clock. A lot of time left to work with for both sides.
Hinge smoke. A little bit of mid-presence here from Big as they try and get up the catwalk, but it's a decent setup for it, as we've said before. Novum ready for this. The up close from Raimundo. He gets flashed off the angle, but that's the bomb dropped. Uh-oh, a little isolated there. Utility needs to go in. Cashes once again, takes control of tunnel. He's practically got a lease on the place at this point. And Big are on the back foot for this final round of the half. This could be another disastrous moment. CLX posted. Oh, it looked like it was on. Split the difference, I think. Shot between his legs. Unfortunately, not making someone in this game not so good. So they're going to bring the presence in towards B, detecting an absence here, detecting a space that they can fill. But the bomb, is the bomb recovered from catwalk? It has been. Okay,
yes.
Process has got that. Cashes, though, on the flank. Gets turned on. Nice shot from Hyped. Had to hit that, had to deliver. Now they need to cross. Whoa, and they have done so. So the bomb ticking away. No utility available for this T side, but they got at least 3 guns up. That's a heady number with which to defend. Wow. Vine's risking death here. Vine's risking death, and he's got the kill himself. Aqua in a 1v2. He's taking the first. He knows where Vine is. He's lost half of his health, but it's just a straight-up duel now, and Vine will bring it through. A massive round. 3 kills found, and a defuse on. And that's 11 rounds for Novum in the first half. What an incredible result after what we saw on Vertigo. They turn it back around.
Absolutely. That peak from Vine, the movement required to get back into cover and not get fragged by that op was absolutely ridiculous. And then he manages to come around the corner and do the damage. Well played. A great effort by Big Academy at the end to try and clutch the 1v3 from Aqua. But I mean, that is exactly what Novum needed after that drubbing on their map pick, 16-4. They're doing the same to Big Academy on theirs, 11-4 lead, heading on over to their T side. We'll see if they've still got it in there. T side left a lot to be desired.
This
on
pistol
Vertigo,
could be
though.
everything, though, John. If they get this pistol, I mean, you just keep Big on the back foot the entirety of the second half. It doesn't need to be a long one, so they're going to try and do it here. Tag on to Sky. They've got the space. They're up the ramp already. The bodies are here, the crosshairs are here, but this bomb is going to start to push its way in to force the plant. It's what they need. There's the first pick. They're looking for more. Hype down from Gandalf. The second one to follow. Sin will answer with 2. Where's that bomb been dropped? Where's it been lost to? Oh, might be in a bit of a tricky spot here. They do have to brave this USP to get through, but they've got Glock bullets to do it. Golly, could they use a smoke right now, but they've not got one, so they'll have to do it just with their crosshairs, just with their aim. A player's made his way over, though, and now the bomb can be planted. And that changes the nature of this engagement quite a bit. Puts the initiative onto the CTs. They need to make the move. And here's the pressure on. Good kills. All on the Legend now, who does not want to leave things to chance. And as he steps to the plate, Big will knock that one right out of the park.
Wow, nicely done for Big on the retake. It looked like Novum were going to take control of this match right at the outset here on the second half of action. But no, Big Academy do get back in. 3 players survive, and now they'll be able to buy up here in this second round. The question is, does Novum go for the forest buy? They certainly don't have any reason not to because they have the bomb plant, and indeed they will. They're going to get at least 1 AK in the mix, and the rest will likely be MAC-10s and Galils. But good on Big Academy, getting off on the right foot here on their CT side. And challenging Novum to bring the fight to them. Again, we'll see what Novum's T side brings here. The lead is big, but anyway, MP9's going to go through it.
All right,
a
Aqua.
couple of frags there from Aqua. Just the pistols.
And he's got the rifle.
Excuse me, the rifle.
Nice little upgrade available. That was the one investment coming through in terms of the big gun has now been claimed by Aqua. So your biggest firepower situation has been, well, stuffed, demolished, dumpstered. Don't have that available anymore. But Raimundo with a MAC-10, I believe.
And those Deagles, you never
Could
know.
still do something. I mean, there's a chance. There's a chance for sure. Pressure on. He's going to be able to hyped as the first point of contact. The offer must get it done with the rifle. But, I mean, he's got some support as well. It's looking pretty good. They're just going to come in towards B, it seems. A smoke in should make this difficult process. That's a freebie. Yeah. Why not? They've got nothing. CLX, the worst thing you could do here is live. So it's time for CLX to go find an honorable death.
that smoke actually favored Process once he throws it because there's just that small gap as a T. You're not really going to think to look up in that moment, but you know, Process is able to see everything. And well, the round is over here. Hype takes down CLX, the last standing member for Novum, and the force buy yields pretty much nothing, not even that much damage to the economy of Big Academy. So the lead is cut to 5, and Big Academy likely going to cut that one to 4 here because Novum are just going to be on another eco. A couple of deagles come through, and the P250 though, Mike. Alrighty.
P250 ace. Calling it now. Legend will live up to the name.
All right.
P250 ace. Just a smoke and a P2. Here's the moment. Here's how it happens, John.
Mike has called it out. All right, we're going to get a P250 ace according to him. I'm a little less hopeful for that P250, but we'll have to wait and see how it pans out here. Big Academy, oh, it's already gone, Mike, so 0, not 5.
I'm going to blame the Cassius curse on that one. It would have happened if I didn't say it. Of course, everyone knows it's my fault.
All right, well, that was easy for Big Academy, of course, up against just the pistols and not much else on the Novum side, and a 4-round lead for Novum at this stage. They will have the rifles come out here, 4 AKs, and CLX likely an AK as well. Yeah, there we go. So they'll be able to do the damage against the Big Academy side, who are on a bonus round, so a little vulnerable, maybe you would think, but it is 2 A1Ss, the AK,
yeah, it's pretty
Galil,
good.
and a FAMAS. That's pretty good for a bonus round.
It's not bad. It's not bad. They'd like to have the op, they'd like to have everything, you know, but it's not bad. And they got plenty of cash in reserve as well, so there's not so much pressure onto this round. But CLX with an opener, that would be huge. Sin wants to bring it back, and he's doing a good job of it, at least for now. They need a little bit off the mark, but CLX burning has to burn the Molotov, or the smoke rather, you know, the anti-Molotov. The opposite. What did I say? The other one. Hymundo gets the advantage here over towards B. It was uncomfortable for Big in the first half, and now, with that pick, things could get a little sussy. There was a Molotov down towards the pit, but I think that's clear because it's not. Somebody has pushed on in. I think that's Sin. Oh, my goodness. Process wants the info. He wants to clear back through, and in doing so, he's going to take a bullet to the face. Now the B site's open. Now they're rotating the bomb. Now they've got the positioning, the control, the utility down, the cross already on. Now while Hyped is here, he's so very alone. Sin's still working his way out the long doors. So Hyped needs to shut this bomb down if they're going to have a chance at this retake.
That smoke's going to stop.
They got a player on catwalk. They're just going to go for the drop. This should be over. That's a bit embarrassing for Cassius. Should have had that. Now maybe a chance for a retake here for Hyped. Sin's still not in position though, John. This should be tough.
I think Sin might have heard the cat player from his position towards long and called it out. Yeah, so that's probably why Hyped had the information. And they say, you know what? Let's pull the plug. We got a couple of rifles here. Our economy's okay. Could buy up in the next round, but why not bring a couple of AKs?
The reality is B
hard,
retakes are always a nightmare. I mean, look at the economy, the utility they've got as well. They're bringing a lot of cash on the next round. There's no reason to force the issue here. You're going to have plenty more chances with the ops, with the guns, with everything that you want. Give yourselves as many good gun rounds as you want. Don't get into a situation where you're chasing bad situations. Play the smart call, the money balls.
It is the right call indeed. The odds certainly against Big if they were to try and take that B side.
We've got a sea of EG players in front of us.
Yes.
It's both rosters all together, so it's just jerseys as far as the eye can see. So many geniuses and so very evil, John.
Yes.
So very, very evil.
I was kind of hoping for a white jersey and a black jersey.
Do you think if they do like an MVP award for the season, they call them the evilest genius?
Sure, they could. I'm sure if they wanted to, Mike. You should just get
Here's
in contact
the idea.
with them and
Yeah,
give it to
come
them,
on.
or tell them right now.
Just I'm full of these ideas. I'm full of these ideas here. Give me more. Hit me up, EG. Hyped with an opener. He's full of ideas as well. He's finally got an op, and he's so very ready for it. Sky picking up the secondary. So there are 2 ops out on the server, and this is why Big wanted to keep that money healthy going forward, as a double op setup is a very expensive habit to maintain. Oh, Hymundo could use a little bit more success here towards the tunnel. Good last round. This time, not going to be afforded the same opportunities as Big will settle back into a little bit more of a conservative play.
Novum are
stacked? Where's the second player towards B? What am I missing here? Oh, they were stacked.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And Legend's going to come out here and get the opener in the mid to B push. Sin goes down, and now there's a pincer attack towards the B site. It's going to be very tough for Big Academy to fend off, and they managed to. 2 frags come through, and the third from Process. That is huge. At least a bomb plan here for CLX. A 1v2 clutch will be needed for him to take this round.
Going to the
He's
op.
got the op in his hands, and now he's going to peek around the corner. No, he decides to stay on the site, and that is the wrong decision. Aqua will take him down, and Big Academy fend off potential disaster in that round. I mean, it looked like Novum had the control, Mike, but I think it was Process to get 2 frags that really pushed things back in favor of Big Academy.
Well, and most importantly, I think Hyped caught one of the players slipping in from mid, right?
Yeah.
So the numbers get evened up. Process gets the early warning, and then Process executes. That's a very nice play from Process. Being able to hang on to things there, keeping an advantage for the team.
I thought after Legend got that frag that they would have an edge, but yeah, it was a really good hold.
Couldn't deal with Process. Couldn't deal with him at all. And so now, Big, we're just a stone's throw away from evening up this scoreline. We get a bit of investment here from Nova. Maybe some chaos coming in. Vine wanted to buy up the rifle, and it's already down in the dirt. That AK hoisted. Didn't have the utility to deal with this long take. They've been rebuffed in a big way.
Oh,
Tag?
leg shot, yeah.
Not a kill, but they tag. All right, Cassius. Now's your time to shine. There it is. One to the dome. And he's earning some chrome. A second kill on it. He's looking for the third. Ooh, the quick scope. Not quite quick enough, but that's still a bit of spice injected into what was otherwise looking like a dull round. Cassius bringing the heat here. And he's trying to make some ashes, but it's Process instead. A 1-for-1. And now a 2-on-2 on the bomb site. No one in position to deny this. This bomb's going to be planted. There's nothing they can do about it. So money secured now. But for Novum, if they could salt this round away, what a change it would be in their fortunes. There's a player coming from both sides. There's no information here for the Novum players. But likewise, Aqua has now revealed his spot. Is he going to expect a close-up player? No, he will not. Right up in his face goes CLX. The HGs find his teammate, and Hyped will not be missing here. A recovery once again from Big Academy, but considering the investment in the round, that one a little too hot to handle.
Yeah, that was an expensive round for Big Academy, but my goodness, those shots from Cassius. The first one, nice. The second one, oh man, all the way from mid towards ramp, and he doesn't miss a beat. Only took one shot to connect on that, and now, I mean, look, at least Novum do the damage. They could have taken that round on what wasn't that much of an investment, aside from the Hero AK that was bought up, but Big Academy are relegated down to only that one op. We talked about it. You mentioned it, Mike. An expensive habit. It's hard to maintain, and they won't be able to because of how effective Novum were at taking their numbers down in that round. Cash is now going to look towards long doors. He decides against it, and we'll back off to Car T side.
They just need to crack one round. They just need to crack one round through now, and Novum actually have a real chance to close out this map. They're patient in this one. We're not seeing the aggressive peaks, the aggressive fights. And Big, likewise, are hanging back quite a bit. This last few have maybe been a bit friskier than they were anticipating. Process wants some aggression. Aggro posturing. If he finds a timing on this push, this could be huge. But for now, he has no idea what lies in wait on the other side. Pressure in towards mid. If that tunnel play comes to fruition, this could get weird. Oh, Process holding it. Patient as all get out. And that's going to be Hyped. He's going to have an opportunity. That flashbang, good. Pushes him off the angle, gives the space on over to Novum. They can work with this foothold here on Catwalk. They can work with this. They can build.
Mortar strike comes through there, connecting onto CLX. 57 HP, and there's another one. CLX on the receiving end of every bit of damage. Oh, he's not having a good round. In fact, he's already down for the count. Hyped taking him down with that AWP. And now Hyped going to be under quite a bit of pressure as Novum are deciding to push up here. Potentially the utility comes through, but not the manpower just yet. And there it is. Legend and Cassius get a couple here. And the third. That's the critical one, because now they have control of the site. They'll be able to get this bomb planted. They still have to worry about Process and Sky, though.
They have Pit. It's Cassius and Pit. You'd rather be able to swap him with the Opera, but hey, this Pit control with the bomb planted for him, this could be huge. Is there a smoke to cover off? There is. Process can't get that smoke down. Lost Legend. It's going to be the long game here. They're trying to play with the clock. There is a kid available on Process along to go with that smoke. That's the first kill found. Process all alone. He's already dropped the smoke. He needs to get on that bomb while it's still up. He's close up. He's tight to the angle. He's pulled off. It's all about the timing now. Does Cassius have the lineup? He's
no way!
No, forcing the issue. The bomb was planted for him. He didn't need to do this. And as it is, Big will be able to pull that one out of the fire. A major blunder coming through from the Novum side. Maybe Cash is not realizing how well set up he was. That's a disaster. That's the opportunity lost. That could be the round that they look back on and regret when this map is all said and done.
Oh, man. You got to give Process a lot of credit for the way he played it,
for
though.
him.
I mean, it
no.
was planted for him. And he came out without his gun out. I think he had util out or something, or I don't know what was going on there. He just jumping around.
He thought he was just sticking it, which is weird because he just killed his teammate. But maybe a little bit of miscommunication, maybe a little bit of chaos in the moments.
Yeah.
That's what inexperience can do to you. High-pressure situations. Sometimes a millisecond call is all that you got, but now an opening pick for Big Academy, a second as well. Things are looking much better for them in this round.
Yeah.
And this could be where they actually stabilize the defensive economy. It's been a while now that they've been on the ropes. They could really use one where it's not coming down to a last-second squeaking clencher of a defuse.
Yeah, they need that money. There's absolutely no question. Legend Vine and CLX all moving their way towards the B site, and they have to watch lower right now because there is a player coming up. It's Process again looking to ruin their day, and he absolutely will with 1, 2, maybe the third here to cap off the round, and no! Nice jump through the smoke by Vine, but he eventually gets traded out by Sky, and that will be that 11th round picked up by Big, and lest we forget, Novum walked into this half with an 11-4 lead. They've had only one round since that point versus Big Academy's 7. So, a timeout, I believe, now being called here, perhaps by Novum to talk things over and see. I mean, look, I think that timeout should have been called after you lose that round in the 1v2, right? Just to calm things down. Maybe it's too late here. I don't know, but we'll have to see.
It is certainly going to be pressure on here for Novum. One round in this entire half that they've been able to get, but they kept things so close. They've made things so frisky so many times. It felt like those final moments that gotten away from them. What could be, what could have been. Big Academy, though, looking to make this one to forget. I'm going to put it in the rear view mirror so they don't have to worry about it. Maybe look at that first half demo and reconsider how they play their own T side. But, you know, so far, since the switch, you can be pretty happy about this one.
Oh, yeah. Their defensive end has been solid. Novum are going to send all five players here towards the B tunnel. Just a pistol by a Brown, so they're going to try and take a chance here, potentially with a rush all out. No, they pump the brakes. Smoke does come through here. Process waiting on the other end, tosses an 8-on forward that will connect with absolutely nothing. And Haimunda's just watching for some over-aggression to come through from Big Academy, but that will not be the case. Big Academy are going to play a very passive hold here on their CT side.
Pistols grouping up in tunnels could be an explode on towards B. They don't really have a lot of other options at this point based on positioning, so the CT utility might slow them down, but on they go, in they go. Flashbang's good. Now they need the kills. Kills, not so good.
No kills.
No kills. So there's two parts to that play. You throw out the util. Util was good. Then you execute and kill people. That part, less good. It's a clean round for Big, and at this point, they've got a buy in the tank.
That's
they've
great,
got some comfort. They can breathe a massive sigh of relief, and they've evened up the scoreline from an 11-4 deficit. They have rallied this one back.
Yeah, a couple of clean rounds coming through for them, so that means their economy is very much under their feet, and they should be good, like you mentioned, for another buy-up, even if they lose here. Novum, on the other hand, are struggling to build up that bank. They do have the full loss bonus kicking in a while ago, in fact, and those 4 AKs in the op will be coming through. Hyped, pushing out with the op into lower tunnels. He's got support. Okay, I was wondering, just having the op by its lonesome there might be a little bit tough, but with the rifle there as well, Novum will have trouble dealing with this. There's no question. A Peak's trying to come through for some information here, but well, in the end, Hyped will hit that first shot. And look at Process as well. So much pressure on these upper tunnels by Big Academy. Novum just have to back off here. Haimundo will do some damage, but there's Aqua taking down Cash as he was coming out with his back turned, hoping that the flashbang would be good, but it was not. Now Hype pushes up mid. He misses the shot.
Aggressive.
He has to back off, and he makes it away.
Aqua's pushed into the longhouse, and Hype getting that kill. They're getting so frisky with this. That's going to be a freebie. There's nothing they could do about this. That was the vulnerability out towards long, but instead Aqua turns into a position of strength. And at this point, you've just got Haimundo. And Haimundo will be shut right down as Big just slide right into the lead. And no problems here. It was smooth sailing the entire time. They were never worried, John. They were never worried.
No. I mean, look, it's been tough on the T side for Novum, to say the least.
Yes.
But Big Academy, what they did in that round is similar to what happened on Vertigo. They just started pushing everything. They just got really aggressive into the faces of Novum and disrespecting them a lot. And I mean, look, when you start to dominate to that point on your half, I get it. Even with the scores tied 12-12, I think it's a little risky to go for that, but it works out perfectly for them, and it punishes Novum in a very big way because they are back onto a pistol buy up. 2 Tech 9s, the Deagle, and make that 3 Tech 9s and a Deagle. Hype. Going to miss the shot. He could be vulnerable here. Nope, even when he's flashed, Mike, he's still hitting his shots. Fine. Will go down. No response yet from Novum.
Oh,
I'd
no.
be surprised if they get any response at this point because the shots just continue to connect, and Legend, the last one standing, position probably known, gets an A1S. Could do something with that. But at the end of the day, it'll just be something. It likely will not be the round.
Why does he have this A1S, actually?
I don't know. I think
guess
they overbought.
No, I guess Sky bought into the second op.
Yeah.
They just had so much cash. Dropped the rifle and spawn. I mean, that's something, at least.
Yeah. I mean, you don't figure the T's are going to get into your spawn if they're getting taken down like this, but well, they don't know he's here at all. Okay.
Okay. All right. Here comes the play on through. Here we go. Legends got one. A chance. At the ace? No. Not so much. Interesting as well. I think that A1S had EG stickers on it, so maybe a little fandom here going on from one of the big academy players. You figured you'd need to have big stickers on. Or maybe it's like that situation, who was it? It was Complexity, where Messioso said, scrape those stickers, boys. You haven't earned them. Before they made their own major. They made the new team take the stickers off their guns until they'd earn their own. Which, respect, honestly.
Maybe.
Respect. So maybe the big players aren't actually allowed to have big stickers.
They're stickers, though.
Until they get stickers themselves, you know, in the major they can't qualify for because they're an academy team.
Let them put the stickers on, honestly. That's my feeling on that. But
John's a big stickers guy. He's got a vault of stickers.
only for investment, Mike.
Only for investment. Yeah, what a reliable investment here.
Those major stickers, man.
Hype's been tagged. Hype's been tagged. At least something of an advantage to speak of here for Novum. They still got plenty of time to develop as well. They've got some space in towards mid, but they don't expect Aqua to just be chilling in the longhouse. He's kicked his feet up. He's got himself a kill. Cash is down early on. Cash has been the hero for Novum on this map as well, so he's a huge loss.
It's a very big loss for them, and Legend is going to peer around that corner and decide against venturing up Cat any further. Looks like they're going to try from it to B. Do they have the smokes? I don't think so. Sky's going to get a free beyond Mundo. Process gets one as well. Finally a response here from CLX, but both players information gained here for Big as to where they are. Process likely going to swing around eventually here. There he goes, and he goes down to CLX as Legend finds one too. A chance, an opening here for Novum, but quickly that opening is closed by Big Academy. Sky and Aqua get the last 2 frags, and Big Academy are on for map and series point. Mike, after being down again 11-4, they've been on an 11-1 run.
They've been comfy. They've been comfy in this second half for sure. We've seen the pieces that we saw on Vertigo that had us so very inspired. So Big Academy, just a very defensively minded team, it seems. Now, let's see if they can put this one away without too much intrigue. Rifles will be out here for Novum to at least get a chance to contest for this last one, but it is going to be challenging. Comes the pressure around. They've got a foothold out towards long. That's been conceded to them. Big not willing to contest. Instead, they'll put a player out by the car and withdraw to the site. Where's the op, though? Is it stuck at car or is that on the plat? I think it's back on the plat, so this is actually a pretty good setup here. It works out nicely. Oh, that looked like it was on. Process is taking some damage in the meantime, but they've worked the player in pit, and they will leave Legend here while they work elsewhere. Looking for some control, looking for some spacing. Looking perhaps to split on towards A eventually.
It's not going to be easy.
That's a missed Xbox smoke. That's not ideal. It's going to allow the player out lower, take full advantage of that smoke. Now the damage starts to come in. Sin and Sky chime in. Yes, they've lost Process, but hey, it's A-okay. Advantage them, and they will continue to go in for the fray. One after another, the bodies are dropping. It's all in the Legend. He was supposed to be the pit presence who ensured the round. Now he's got to be the round himself. 40 seconds, and he is out of time, out of life, and out of the game. What a run from Novum in this last map, but hey, at the end of the day, it's a big Omen Academy's game all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. Great job by Big Academy coming through here and facing adversity, credit to Novum. I mean, they came out 11-4 lead. They look solid on their CT side, and to be able to do that after a Vertigo map that did not go well for them at all in any way is fantastic, to say the least. They are going to go to lower bracket, at least build up a little bit of confidence for themselves with that type of performance, but their T sides just need a little more work, I'd say across the board from what we saw anyway.
Yeah, most certainly, most definitely. That is going to wrap up this series, though.
Yeah.
Congratulations to the Big Open Academy. It's what we're expecting from them. Maybe, yeah, a little bit more of a look at that demo, but it is what we're expecting from this squad. Any of these teams that have come over from Europe, that's what we're looking for. And if you're looking for something that will conform to your expectations, very good expectations at that, you should go on over and buy yourself a Mavix chair. We got the chairs. I'm going to drag it on in here. I'm going to sit my tuchus on down because they are very comfy. If you're wondering why it's uneven, it's because I'm standing or sitting, I suppose, on one of the wire covers. So that's fine, folks. It doesn't rock like this, I promise. Indeed, you can head on over and use code. We've got a code. Here's the code. The new M4 gaming chair, as low as $22.22 a month. They are shiny. They are wonderful. The mesh is very comfy. Buy it now at Mavix.com/NerdStreetGamers to help support us, help support Mavix, and help support your spine with a Mavix chair.
Yes, very important for gamers to support your spine. Well, these are very comfy chairs, by the way.
I'm looking to invest in a new chair. I might be heading over to Mavix.com/NerdStreetGamers.
Me too,
it's
actually.
time.
I need one too.
My middle back is hurting lately, John. The old thing I've got, I'm not going to name the brand, but it is disintegrated at this point, and I need a replacement. I need reinforcement. I need lumbar support, and I need Mavix as a result of that. We are going to go ahead and take a break here, folks. When we come back, it'll be another game, another match here at Fragadelphia 17. See you soon.
FTX US. Real gamers. Real stories that actually happened. For real.
I wanted to be there for my teammates. For my IGL. But I just had a lot going on. One currency turned into 3, which then turned into 5. It was getting hard to keep track of it all while competing at the same time.
Alex, just shoot him! Shoot him! Alex, shoot him! Oh!
Alex's idea of rotating to objective was walking around his table and checking to see if his Ethereum was up.
I spent $450 in air travel and Airbnb to be at this tournament.
I hate him.
He would just stop doing whatever he was supposed to in game.
It was to a point where I was making calls. I was just taking Alex's in-game leader role.
I had to either manage my crypto or manage my teammates. I was starting to get a sneaking suspicion that they were going to cut me.
We were going to cut him.
That's why I asked my local esports specialist about FTX US and the FTX app.
Talk to your esports specialist if you've had a history of letting your team down, being blamed for throwing the game, or getting distracted by managing too many currencies. The FTX app may be right for you. Some gamers have reported changes in behavior, such as less anxiety, top fragging, no longer yelling at each other on comms, being a better teammate, and clutching. Do not use the FTX app if you like letting your teammates down, enjoy being overwhelmed and disorganized, or losing. FTX US is one of the largest, most reputable cryptocurrency exchanges in the world. The FTX app is trusted by over 6 million people and is designed to offer you a safe, convenient way to buy, sell, and track your favorite cryptocurrencies within minutes. FTX is 85% cheaper than other exchanges. Use the FTX app to buy crypto and NFTs with 0 fees in minutes. Use a crypto debit card, track your entire crypto portfolio, and get important news updates. Currencies include Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and more.
Ask your local esports specialist if the FTX app is right for you.
Yes, nice shot, my friend. Cheaters ruining your plays? I have eyes on the enemy. Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. and the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Yuri just sitting inside of smokes. That's the only way he can possibly win this. The D2 is in. And he gets the ball! That's it! There ain't time! Yuri's gonna clutch it up with a 1v3! Players about to be coming his way. Close range. Vast majority of them don't have 10 armor. And yeah, there's 4 kills for Iron. Make that money, boy. Rift destroys Jocko in a 1v3. Trying to tap away a few, but Rift gets 4 kills.
2 quick shots, and what was that? Drew lands the headshot.
Only to be bested by the lesser up. He needs to find more. He's able to adjust towards side hall.
I'll lose my head. He does. And lesser hit shot a 1v3.
Welcome back to Fragadelphia 17. We're live once again from the main stage. As we've just wrapped up our first best of 3 of the weekend, we have one of our winners here from Big Academy. Sin, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing really good. We had our first game. It was a clean 2-0 for us, so really happy with the performance, and we have one more game later.
Well, it's impressive to see you guys, first of all, out here in the States. So I just wanted to ask you straight up first, what is the goal this weekend with your team coming over to the States, coming over to NA, and practicing in this tournament, of course, outside of tournament results?
It's really a great experience. It's, for me, it's my first international LAN tournament, so and also it's a really good prize pool. So in the games we play, I think we can take a lot from that, a lot of experience, a lot of good input from the demos, from the games, and overall it helps us a lot as players, as a team as well.
Gotcha. And Keto was mentioning, or excuse me, God B was mentioning just about Keto and his move up from Big Academy, how much he ended up improving on just his game knowledge alone and on his IGLing. Can you tell me something about the environment of your team that might facilitate that for your players in the future? And maybe if we might see any more move ups, if it's possible to see that in the future.
Yeah, sure. So first it was Krimbo. He was a normal rifle player, and then he took over the role as IGL. It was the same with Keto, and now it's the same with me. And when you start playing as an IGL, you need to focus on more elements and other elements in these games. So you just have like the perspective where you watch the game from. It's like from top, like you have everything, like you watch only the map, and you gain a lot of experience and also another view on the game, and that helps you is in the team play.
Gotcha. And of course, it's your first international LAN, and you guys just ended up facing a team that was mostly Brazilian, here from NA. They play in Maine. That's just not a team that you guys should be facing a lot of struggles with in that second map. And to be honest, we have a lot more talent like that throughout this entire arena. Can you tell me like any teams that you guys are really excited facing?
Obviously, after we looked at which team is participating, we saw Apex. That's a team from Europe as well. And these players are really good. They're a really good team, and I think they are the team to beat on this tournament. But also the NA teams and the South American teams, they are playing really unique, and it's definitely different than what we play in the EU. So overall, I think it's even when you say they're playing in main, but it's still a different style for us, a different game. We've never had this before, so it can definitely surprise us. But I think we get match by match, we get better, and round by round, we learn how to adapt and learn how they play.
All right, welcome to the States, Sin. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. For everyone watching at home, Frag 17 continues right after the break with yet another best of 3 here live from the LCQ.
Yeah, we're still here at Fragadelphia pre-game game. Right now, we've got 3 1v1s. It's a best of 3. Whoever wins it out is walking away with some Fragadelphia t-shirts. We've got Valve employees plus 1 Trickster and Adventure Time to jump onto the setups and see who's gonna come out on top. Let's head to the PCs. Joining us from Valve employees, we've got Fat Guy, and that's his actual game name. I did not make that up because I'm an asshole. Fat Guy, how are you feeling for this 1v1?
My name is Lucas.
You f***er.
Fat Guy here, coming at you with another. What?
Are you a content creator?
I used to make a lot of food review videos. They were all memes. I would just be like, yeah, look guys, Fat Guy here, in like the most fucking disgusting voice possible.
That's some indie stuff. What was the best thing you reviewed?
Double quarter pounder from McDonald's.
You say that you're the main fragger, the best aimer from your squad. What does everyone else provide to the team if you're such a top dog?
Well, I don't know, I'm just the best. Oh, this guy's getting absolutely destroyed.
Well, let's go find out. From the side of Adventure Time, who do we got here?
Twitchy.
Twitchy, how confident are you in these 1v1s?
Very confident. We're going to 3-0.
Is your aim on top? Because this is a little bit of a Wild West situation. Are you a cowboy shooter from the hip?
Are we R8ing? I am. Yeah, 100%. I trust myself. I trust the boys. This is going to be easy.
I think you also mentioned you're a content creator. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
I stream on Twitch. I don't really play CS on Twitch, but I do other stuff like fall out of chairs and stuff.
Anyways, the 1v1 is commencing. Are you going to get those shirts?
Of course. I'm going to wear them tomorrow on stage when we win.
That's fantastic. Well, very optimistic. We might as well jump into those 1v1s. Time to make it happen. Cubs coming here. Here's what's on the line. We got some Fragadelphia merch! We're about to join up, but first, before the game begins, I gotta ask Scott another question. Scott, would you consider that half of the weight of your head is located with your hair?
Probably more than half, honestly.
Oh, reloading, hiding behind the barrel. You might be able to shoot behind. Oh my God! What is that? Bow! Bow! What is happening? The second coming. God's gift coming in second.
All right.
Round 1 victory. How you feeling?
I'm just better than a man.
Just better. I mean, let's see if that.
Why do I spawn backwards?
Go! Spawn! This isn't looking good for Twitchy. He's a content creator.
I spawned backwards.
That's the whole point. You turn around and hit him with it's like a Western duel.
I got you.
Are you even trying?
I understand now.
Look at this! What do you mean? Look at the shot. Oh, he's getting it close to the kill.
Empty. Accidents happen.
This is easy. I'm not even. It's fine. It's all good.
Yeah! All right. One more.
Where are you? What happened? What happened? RNG is not my favorite.
Look at that! Look at that, baby!
He's coming back! I'm not exactly sure what the win condition is on the default server settings here, so they're just kind of shooting each other until we tell them to stop.
What's going on? What's going on?
All right, I gotta rethink my strategy here.
I'd say like first to like 102 kills. We should keep them here till like 1 or 2 a.m. Probably pretty good death match for theirs.
It would probably take a lot longer for them to get there with how this match is going.
Woo! Let's go!
Yeah, you guys aren't really giving him any hype at all. He's got a whole crew.
I'm waiting for him to get, lose a lead and he's not destroy it.
It's first to 8. Looks like we were incorrect about that. I guess the first to 8 for the R8. Oh, a shot. Yes! Bad guy! Turn it up. It's 7-7. It's match point. Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get the Frag t-shirt? Let's go! Bow! 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 We were wrong. It doesn't happen a lot. But that guy is the victor. You will get the Frag t-shirt.
What size is that?
We'll get you a correct size if it's not enough.
Let's see how well this fits on the fat man.
Looks pretty solid to me, but Fat Guy, how are you feeling after this absolute W.
I'm feeling chill and hungry. Like, I don't know, man, it was so expected.
It was expected.
Like, I would never lose that game.
No, you know, there was some fans in the crowd who were a bit skeptical on your victory, especially when the second coming Twitchy took the lead initially.
Oh, I'm just chilling.
Just hoping he can find it, and he already has two quick shots, and what was that?
Here up catwalk, he can do it all. Drupane buying time for this distracting, and he'll strike from above. Dave puts 2 down, and now it's just 1.
Instead, at long range with the MP9, 3 kills for him, and turns it into 4 left.
3 different duels that he's able to take, and makes it look so easy. Lesser nearly gets caught.
And welcome back to Fragadelphia 17 as we are taking away the second match of our LCQ. We got some fun teams up on the stage, but first I got to introduce my guy. He's Cole Hector McHenry. What's going on, my friend?
Nothing too much there. We didn't quite get to catch Team 1 there on the B stream just yet, but at least we do get to catch some great Counter-Strike up ahead. EG taking on Davenport White, I believe.
Yes.
And it's going to be some really exciting Counter-Strike, right? Obviously, EG playing a couple of different events. I think they just finished up an open qualifier, so it's not the first look that we're getting out of them, but it's one of the first and definitely the first on LAN, so that makes things very exciting.
Yeah, one of the first higher pressure moments here for this EG team. But first things first, we got to give a shout out to our presenting sponsor over here at FTX, where FTX is the most complete crypto app anywhere you can get. It's like the Swiss Army knife of crypto apps. It can give you a crypto debit card, allow you to trade, sell, all that good stuff. And you can even use referral code NERD to earn free crypto on every trade over $10 with the FTX app. So why not just go ahead and pick it up for yourself? It's absolutely free. So you can go ahead and join up with FTX, our presenting sponsor here at Frag 17. So let's go ahead and dive into this matchup here, Cole, because we have this EGPA team, or excuse me, Evil Genius's Carpe Diem team, as the community mentioned them. But a lot of the, the team that kind of coming in with a bit more pressure. New roster change. We're talking S-tier NA players going to revitalize this lineup, and honestly, they're here for a good placing.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, man. You got Stan and Rush joining a core that's been together for a very, very long time. Wiz and Walco have been a duo that has not left each other's side for, I think, around 3 years at this point, right? So there's no doubt that they have this great unification in that duo. And like you had said, man, they're bringing in 2 players. One who's been touted as just a phenomenal support player in Rush, right? Who's built up so many star players in his position. Major winner, yeah, multiple at this event. And then, of course, Stanislaw, who has taken, NA talent and brought them into teams that can actually win Tier 1 events as well. So that's a lot to be said about this EG roster. And then you stick them with 3 kind of young guns. Walco, who's probably off the IGL role now, which is very, very promising. He gets to focus more so on that mechanics. Wiz, again, playing under the likes of Stanislaw is super promising given the fact that he's brought up Cirque as one of the oppers there. So a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, but I do kind of want to put this in context of the matchup here. I won't say the pressure is very high for Evil Geniuses. They're playing off against Davenport White, and Davenport coming into this tournament with 3 teams. This is the Division 3 team. So if I want to get the background of a bunch of players, these are some of the guys that they kind of picked up and are trying to develop into the next set of NA talent. This is quite early. This is quite an early test for this development program that Davenport are trying to work with. So it's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. So we'll see how they perform. A couple of players that have come from the main division, kind of from all around. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare up against EG. But I think we kind of know what we're looking at here when we take this matchup.
Yeah, we're looking at probably a one-sided affair, right?
Yeah.
We talked about this. I think this is potentially the first LAN that this EG Carpe Diem team has kind of been playing out, which is exciting, right? You get to catch them on LAN. But this competition is going to be very, very one-sided. There's no doubt about it. Got to give a quick shout-out to my boy, Deft.
Okay.
Of course, man.
Sure.
This guy was on my team last season, running it together with me. So, while he might be up against a lot more tough competition than he has in Open, I want to give him a quick shout out, of course. I do love myself in a good old Def kill.
Cole, it feels like you have every single player we've casted is like I've been a teammate of yours at some point. Like it just gets it. Next up he's going to be saying, "Oh yeah, Breezy, that's like my favorite. That's like my boy right there."
We will go way back. Yeah.
Let's go ahead and if we look at this EG team specifically, we're also looking at this team. They were a core of players who made it into playoffs just last Frag. And when we look at this EG Carpe Diem team, I mean, they're here back for revenge, more or less, is the thing. They had a heartbreaking loss against Strife and Frag 16, and they were confident going into that. We're saying we can take this one to the house. We can bring it all the way there. I believed in that statement, but now they're coming into this Frag with a little bit of a different mantra. Maybe because with the new players, what are the expectations we're looking at for this EG team?
Well, I think at this peak, this team doesn't have a lot of limits, right? Like I had said, man, you bring in 2 veteran players, you stick them with a bunch of young and up-and-coming NA talent, and that, I think, offers them a ceiling that's really, really high. You know, obviously, I think that Hex was a pretty big loss for this roster as well, but, you know, he's still hanging out in the main team, it looks like, and he's doing quite well there. So it's still super exciting to see. Yeah, I mean, I just can't wait to see, again, like we've been saying, you know, heartbreaking loss for Walco was. For sure. And I believe Chop even. In that last event, right? That was what you and I casted. I went into like triple overtime in that last map. So obviously, you know, a bit disappointing for that. But then they come back. Now they're bringing in some new players, some veteran talent that have plenty of LAN experience. So I don't think they're going to struggle too much in this event. I think that they can make a deep run.
There are a couple other matches that are also going on right now, so that you can go ahead and check in a bunch of different streams you can go ahead and take a look at. On the side stream, we have Atlas Esports taking on Carry Esports. So you know, we can go ahead and clue in on that. Atlas coming off of quite a dominant loss, with having to face off against Team 1, and Carry Esports had to face off against the British team Blackhand. We also have all the other observer streams that are up and running. Frag 2, Nerd Street 2, Nerd Street A, B, C, and D. So go ahead and check those out if you want to catch up with all the action that's going on here at Frag 17. We got it all really here, Cole. We are all encompassing here at Frag.
No, I love the side streams. I think everyone gets to watch exactly what they want, so I love that. Yeah, that's a great addition there for sure. But I mean, of course, on this mainstream, yeah, what's most important, right? You got the EG, you got the Davenports, and I do like it. It's kind of like a battle between 2 projects that are actually super similar, right?
Yeah.
15-man roster on one end, I believe a 20-player roster on the other end as well. So it's very exciting to see these 2 teams battle it out, because I think on some sort of scale, Davenport is kind of sticking along with what EG are going with, right? They're going with building up talent from multiple different tiers. I think that EG do have a little bit more firepower to their talent, but who's to say? I mean, obviously, you know, it's going to be a struggle. This is an open team versus what is a top ECL team. So obviously,
yeah. I mean, it's a little bit unfair when considering that EG just picked up the top 2 unsigned rosters in North America. So, I mean, what are we trying to expect out of this one, folks? At the same time, I mean, I'm excited to see what like the Davenport main team can do. This is going to be a really interesting event for them as a whole. Coming into this, you know, kind of making their ESL Challenger League debut. And all that, you know, even making a decent run in the RMR. They gave themselves a shot at a qualifying game versus Team 1 just in that last qualifier. So there's a real opportunity maybe for this Davenport team to make a run. I mean, what do you think?
I have to agree with you, right? I think very highly of this Davenport roster. I haven't seen too much of them with like some switcher, but I think that they're going to do great, right? Because they are, again, that project that has been building up talent for a long time. It's a long-standing core. That's what you kind of get out of collegiate CS, and that's kind of why I like it so much. Is it does give you time to really build up on rosters, and I think Davenport's model is probably doing it the best right now, right? They're bringing in a lot of talent, they're bringing in a lot of firepower here from Switcher, and I think overall it's going to lead to very, very exciting results. And on top of that, they're very LAN proven, right? They've been going out to many of these different 10K LANs all throughout the U.S. That's why they're not going to be here at the LCQ. So with all that being said, I mean, it makes it very exciting for them, given that LAN talent that they have going on and the long-standing roster that they've been playing with.
Yeah, I mean, Fragadelphia is all about that experience, right? So when we're looking at it, every team is here to try and collect that LAN experience. Dang, the zoom in is just so, gosh.
Get really close.
They're just looking into my soul right now. Come on.
Keep going.
I'll try and fit myself in the frame for you guys. Oh, my gosh. I mean, right through. I do look pretty good. You know what? I'm not going to lie. I think I'm doing a pretty good job here. Yeah. But anyways, you know, it's all about that. It's all about that experience here on LAN. You know, whether at any level, like even the teams who are traveling over here from EU.
Yeah,
like, we're talking like, you know, the UK teams, Blackhand and 7am. Those guys are actually, you know, looking for that. I can't make a point when these guys are just keep zooming in on me. Come on, let me talk about.
Get closer.
I'm trying to make a point here.
Focus on the point. You got this. You got this. UK teams. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of European talent. I'm very excited. Of course, Apex is here as well.
Yeah.
I haven't seen too much of them with their new roster changes. Again, I'm not sure if they've actually played just yet. But that being said, it's going to be exciting, right? Another one of those rosters that's kind of bringing in some legendary talent and also having some young and up-and-coming players that have been sticking together. I think that it has a lot of potential, and I think they are kind of walking into this event as a pretty hefty front runner. I think there's some teams that could take them on, but overall, I'm excited to see them as well.
Yeah, the D3 team for Davenport's definitely looking for that kind of experience. Yes. That's for darn sure. So this will be a great, it's always look, you enter into Fragadelphia. No one ever said it was going to be easy, folks. But it's most important to collect that experience, and it will take growing pains. Getting stomped is part of being a pro Counter-Strike player. Everyone's going to get 16-1 at some point of their career. I think everyone has. Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
So it's a really important to collect and garner that experience. Also, it's just great social event we have around here in Fragadelphia. Even people garnering themselves up to the seats to go ahead and check out the games, maybe scout out their opposition, perhaps. Yeah. That's always a way you can go ahead and get around to things. It's such an event. I think it's always good to come out if you're around the area. Why not just show up?
Oh yeah, definitely agree. Right. I mean, I've already gotten to talk to a lot of the players that I've kind of been able to talk to throughout the past couple events. Right. Mm-hmm. Talking with Kojo earlier, and he had high hopes for their Davenport. I guess tier 2 team.
Yeah.
That they've got going on there. I don't know if they quite won that series. I think they actually might have lost it. But, again, I love what they were bringing to the table, right? Kojo seems to think highly of all the rosters. I've actually this is just a personal antidote, but I have played with a Def from last season. And I think that Koi, as a coach, has already shown some pretty massive improvements. He's definitely gotten individually a lot better at that Davenport team. So that's also very exciting, right? Even though it is at the open level, seeing that level of improvement is promising.
Yeah, well, folks, we have a little bit of a technical delay running up on the stage, but don't worry, folks. You guys get your first taste at EG taking on Davenport University's D3 team. So we'll go ahead and toss the one off to a little bit of a break, but when we come back, we'll have the vetoes and we'll have the game prepped and ready to go. See you guys in just a bit.
Yuri just sitting inside of smokes. That's the only way he can possibly win this. The defuse is in. And he gets the ball. That's it.
We're talking about a $100,000 prize pool for the Frag finals.
And yeah, there's 4 kills for Iron. Make that money, boy. Rift destroys Jocko in a 1v3. Trying to tap away a few, but Rift gets 4 kills.
2 quick shots, and what was that? Drew lands the headshot.
Finally, to be bested by the lesser op, he needs to find more, and he's able to adjust towards side hall.
I'll lose my head. He does. And lesser hit shot a 1v3.
Who the heck? Scam likely.
Hey, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me. Hey, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me. Okay, 2X beat a shirt, but I been hitting the gym. It's OT to drive and I'm trying to go out with the crew and style and we about to go in. I bet on myself. Give me a year and I promise that I'll have a story to tell about people who hate it and now they say hello from the other side like their name was Adele. I cannot stop. That's from the box state to the east side to the coast.
17. Hey, we got a special guest on board here. We got John G, even from one of the Evil Geniuses squads. And yo, John, what's going on? How was your first game? Let's start it off with that. Kinda.
No.
Oh,
it's
okay.
a frag, so we have to,
Of course,
let them get a couple rounds.
It's about the spirit, man.
It's about the spirit. Exactly, yeah. But looking forward to another frag. The last one I attended, we did win when I was on B&B, so hopefully we can, pull another dub away. But yeah.
There you go.
Hell yeah.
I like the confidence. I saw you playing Counter-Strike upside down not too long ago.
So they wanted to do like a little content piece with me, so they had me playing upside. Dude, it was actually impossible. I couldn't actually play until I had the mouse inverted as well. So I was playing with a backwards mouse. It was actually hilarious, but it was like a little content piece. It was fun.
Sweet. That was fun. Are you planning to play upside down through your future events here?
We might have been able to play our first game on like upside down, but no, probably no more after this. Now we're trying to take it as serious as we can and keep the energy good until our next game. So, yeah.
I mean, on a kind of like a team level, what do you think about the current team that's on stage right now? Like, what do you think that those two players, being Stanislaw and Rush, what do they add to that squad?
They've been adding a lot actually. We've been playing them a decent amount. I think they're looking pretty good. Obviously, they had a little blunder in the qualifier the other day, sadly, but I think the next one they'll take it away. And I think they've, they have only had a little bit of time, especially with Rush having had to go like sub in really quick for Blast. So I think, when they get actual map pool down and like the rest of the stuff down, I think they'll be really good, dude.
Speaking of a map pool, though, we actually have one coming up. So if you want to go ahead and like clue into that, I don't know, maybe give us ignorant people a little bit of insight. Maybe we can check into this a little bit.
Ben. I hate that map, so that's a good Ben.
Yes,
it's good by them.
All right, let's see what EG, like the main team, brings.
Little
to
Dust 2 Ben, I respect that. That's good. You don't want to play like a lesser skilled team. I feel like on Dust 2. That's like one of my that's like just one of my big just rules. Like I don't play a map like that. They could just take long spawns every round and just run out and kind of get lucky. Little Inferno pick. That'll be good.
That'll be interesting.
That'll actually be a good map. Ooh, like Mirage. I wouldn't do that, but
I mean, it's like, I remember at least like on the RPG days and, I think just generally like a Walco team in general never really liked playing Mirage all of a sudden. And so it's kind of weird to kind of see them gravitate towards that map.
I think it's a good map. It just kind of seems a little weird to me, especially when it's like a pug team you're playing, or maybe not a pug team, but like one of those, more middle of the pack. Like you can just take your mid spawns every round and hit some headshots and kind of get lucky. You don't need like that much teamwork, but I like the Vertigo last map. That's a good map if it gets to it as well.
I think we kind of know the expectations around this game. Is it not like the Davenport main team? I should keep this in mind. So, I think we're going to have a blast here.
I think it's a LAN, right? So you never know. Like anything can happen, I feel like.
Cole, do you think it's smart to like pick into a Mirage right now, just given the fact that you know what the outcome is probably going to be?
I don't know. Maybe they just are really comfortable in it. We haven't played them on Mirage specifically. We've practiced them on actually a majority of other maps other than that. So I don't know if their Mirage is like super nice, but it could be. I just am my big rule when I'm playing against like worser teams, I just don't play Mirage or Dust 2 because that just, I like picking like team maps, an Inferno, where the better team should win every time, or like a nuke overpass. But yeah, I think it'll be a good map pool. It should be a fun game.
Question: how many Bison kills have you gotten so far today?
I got a couple Bisons. No knives yet, which is sad, kind of. I got Zeus as well. That was kind of. I got Zeus. Oh, I got Zeus. Man, I ran through the door. This guy had my strat. He just sat behind the door and Zeus me. I was like, no way. What are these guys doing?
And we have some fans here in the crowd. So
that dog is messed up. Yeah, that's definitely. Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, checking in. I mean, how did you rate this, team before they added in like Russian Stanislav? Like,
I think like we got a really good opportunity to talk for the first time, like in person with them at the at their boot camp in Seattle.
Yeah.
So it was nice to actually like get a chance to we actually did a lot more than what people probably thought we were. Like we weren't really two separate entities. We made a really good effort to include them in a lot. We took some good walks with the boys and just actually had a good time conversating with them. I think Wiz, Walco, and Chop, they're all three really good kids, and I don't I think with the leadership of Stan and then everything Rush has to bring experience-wise, and I think it'll be good, honestly. They're really good kids, and I think if anything they'll just be sponges for everything they have to teach them and stuff, so it should be good.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about the trio that you have with the young players, Wiz, Walco, Chop, right? Very good young trio right there.
Yeah.
You bring in Stan and Rush, who have, Stan has brought players like Breeze and Cirque to, championship-winning teams, right? And then, Rush is just such a good support player. I'm sure that any sort of role player has so much to learn from him. So, what do you think, the ceiling of this team could be, right? Because we just saw you guys go down to Melbourne, and that was, a great event, great LAN experience for you all. What about this team? What do you think the peak is?
I think for the most part, just going to getting the if they make the Rotterdam, and I think that'd be a really good experience for them. Going over there and playing those teams, you just learn an absurd amount. And in North America, we just aren't on that level yet, sadly. But as soon as we get more people and more they go get that experience, they bring some back. We can practice against each other with that. I think it's nothing but beneficial. But I really hope that they get through the next Rotterdam qualifier, because I think that'd be huge for them. And there's a decent amount of time after this LAN, and then they get a little bit of more practice. I think they should in theory do really well. So yeah, I think their ceiling is anything that they want it to be, though, right? You've seen Rush have amazing years, and Stan's obviously not in any way bad at the game, or he has a really good mind for it. I think they, Wiz is insane with the op. He showed that he can just drop absurd amount of numbers. I don't think in any way that they're gonna disappoint in the future.
And I mean, adding to that. Shoot, I had a question lined up. Dang, man, you're okay. Let's hear. We have a question from production.
Oh.
What do we think we have? Okay, the question from production is, what about the games? What are you liking from the multi-stream? Because we got, 8 streams running to cover the whole event. What are you looking out for when you just take a mind's eye view?
Besides this game, I feel like that looks like a funny game. Little Apex versus Bikini Bottom Babies. That's a cool name. I think that actually has a potential to be an okay game.
Do you actually?
I think. In Control versus, how would you say that?
Esoteric.
I think
didn't they beat Strife in that qualifier? I think they did. They upset Strife recently in an open qualifier, which is
And then Novum is that another? That's
Novum
another roster.
Big Academy.
Is it? Yeah, they played decent versus Big Academy, right?
Yeah, they got.
So I think that should probably be a good game as well.
12 maybe, which is pretty impressive.
They almost made football be called soccer, just right then and there. It almost happened.
But yeah, no, there's definitely a few good games there. Hopefully our next game, maybe we can hop on the stage.
Do you guys know who you guys are playing next?
I should. I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of I'm just showing up today and owning whoever I have.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the LCQ. You guys are big dogs in the house. What can I say?
Yeah, hopefully we should do good.
I believe you guys were playing the winner of Vareo Pro and Davenport's Division 2 team.
Oh, okay. There we go. So it should be a good game.
Yeah, that should be a pretty good game. They could shoot back.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, the team that we played first was Bowman, Big Beetle, those guys. Okay. I don't think they could shoot back. It's just these teams. After all the experience we've had, we should just if we do, if there's a blunder, that's kind of disappointing. I think all of us kind of are in the same mentality that we want to just 2-0 everybody in this and go on and do our work.
Also, how have you guys fared? Have you guys played against the British teams here at all?
No, we haven't played against them. I was kind of worried about Big Academy, but I'm gonna be honest, they kind of looked meh. So. I don't know, maybe some fighting words there, but hopefully we meet up later. But
that's gonna come back to bite you.
They didn't look that scary. I'm gonna be completely honest, but maybe it's because they were playing a lesser skilled team. Maybe they were trolling a little bit, but
it was on Dust.
Yeah, exactly. So play Dust, and you never know what happens on that map. So
win pistol, buy double ops, and just have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the UK teams seem kind of interesting. I know they kind of just dunked on an advanced team to start off this day. At least Blackhand did, from my knowledge. It's a quick 2-0, so that's like a I don't know. Any team that you're looking to play against for this one?
I'd love to play the other EG boys. I'm going to be honest. Hopefully later on in the tournament, I think that'd be a good matchup. There'd be some juicy smack talk, I think. But other than that, honestly, just like any of the European teams, Apex, I think it would be a good test for us to see like if we actually have learned and can put into practice stuff that we've taken over from Europe and just learned. I think that'd be huge for us. But yeah, Apex or one of the big guys or the other EG team, I think is definitely who I would like to play against.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are coming right. Did you guys fly directly back from Melbourne to here?
Yeah, we flew directly back, and it was after my birthday night, so it was definitely a nice. We had a nice little adjustment day.
Slept in the plane a little bit.
There wasn't much sleep that night, and then yes, the plane I slept like an absolute baby. But yeah, it was a long flight. But we've been traveling a decent amount now. I think the boys are starting to get a little used to like the jet lag aspects and taking care of it.
You're becoming a Counter-Strike player, man.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it's all about, man.
Yeah, especially when you get to like that tier 2, almost tier, like not almost tier 1, but like that tier 2, like sometimes dipping our toes into tier 1 events. Like, you gotta be on that sleep schedule because like you can't be tired in these games. Like like we played the first game or like the second game in Melbourne and then played like almost the latest game that night. So it was like you gotta be up and ready to just game and. So it's a nice event like Frag too, where we're just playing nonstop.
That first game was at like midnight our time.
Yep.
So it would have been perfect if you just kept your normal sleep schedule.
Yeah.
Because that's like peak NACS
peak game,
hours right
peak
there.
gaming hours. Yeah,
like
we would have basically just been playing FPL. My food is almost here.
Okay, yeah. You know what? You're free to check out whenever you want, man. I don't want to keep you hostage on the desk.
No, hopefully I can come back and do some more desk stuff. I appreciate you guys for having me.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the Cats, boys.
Yeah, thank you, Jonji. And with that, well, we're still prepping our game here for Davenport versus Evil Geniuses, and I think we're going to have to bring this one to another break, folks. Well, it's good to have Jonji on the desk. That's for darn sure. You gave us some good insight. Right, Cole? I would assume.
Yeah, I like talking to him. Yeah, it was very insightful. Always good to talk to anyone on the EG camp. All of them have given great interviews, so I love getting a chance to chat with them. I think Jonji's just the only one I haven't really gotten a chance to talk to, so there you go.
Well, folks, that's going to have to bring an end to this episode of the Fragadelphia 17 podcast. So we'll be back with we have the Volt vetoes set up. We have Inferno and Mirage guaranteed. A very interesting pickup by the Evil Geniuses. And then Vertigo, well, if it's needed. Anyways, though, I kind of am obligated to say that. Anyways, folks, we're going to go ahead and bring this one to a bit of a break. And when we come back, we'll be right into game with Evil Geniuses taking on Davenport White. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
Talking about a $100,000 prize pool for the Frag finals.
And yeah, there's 4 kills for Iron. Make that money, boy. Rift destroys Jockrum in a 1v3. Trying to tap away a few, but Rift gets 4 kills.
2 quick shots, and what was that? Drew lands the headshot.
Not only to be bested by the lesser up, he needs to find more, and he's able to adjust towards side hall.
I'll lose my head. He does. And lesser hit shot a 1v3.
like John Morant. Need a triple-double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant. Need a triple-double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Yeah, I need it now. Told him on the lay. I've been moving, dog. Yeah, I'm on the way. I don't hear the talk. Don't care what they say. I don't got no patience. I can't ever wait. I've been trying to get it. Running up all these digits. And I've been in the gym. I've been up doing minutes. I just put in that work. Told them it's strictly business. And I see through the face. They all just burning bridges. Feel like John Morant. Need a triple-double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant. Need a triple-double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Yeah, they don't want it done like I want it, dog. Yeah, they say they want it, then they took the summer off. I've been going down the list, checking numbers off. I was checking on your numbers, told them something's off. I was at the bottom, now you know I'm climbing. Now they sending deals, they know I ain't signing. They been trying to sell it, they know I ain't buying. When they send a text, dog, I ain't replying. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell.
We're back in with Fragadelphia 17, but this time around we have an empty chair in between us, Cole. How tragic. Let's be honest. But tragedy ends here because, folks, we're getting ready to get into game. We have 9 players ready to go, and we have Davenport University D3 taking on Evil Geniuses. Which one of their teams? I believe you would call them Evil Geniuses Black. Formerly Carpe Diem with Stanislaw and Rush. It's a pretty good matchup. I would give it to them.
Yeah, no, it's a great mashing of what was, again, like we had been saying, you got yourself the 2 vets. They're in Stan and Rush. They've done so much for the scene so far in North America. So obviously it's exciting that they're joining up here. And again, I feel like this is something that many people have been almost begging for, is that we see veteran talent, specifically veteran IGLs, dive into the tier 2, the not tier 1 so much levels of Counter-Strike, and try and lift up these players that need this experience, that need to get that sort of experience that they're going to have to offer there. I think that they have a lot to learn from Stan and Rush. Not only that, I think it's more impactful that they're also, like John G had just said, really unifying there with the rest of their team, right? I mean, he was talking about them going on walks together, hanging out. That's all very valuable, because even if you're not on the same team, I think that you can still learn a lot from your teammates on other rosters.
Yeah, it's 2 programs colliding, however, is the one way to phrase it. But and technically, it's like the lower level teams from both of these units, but I think one is much more lopsided. One has a major winner on their team, which is definitely something to speak of. But I wonder I want to kind of touch back on like what the pressure is for this Evil Geniuses team, who are coming in with 2 new players. Like, are we expecting like a playoff run out of this team? Are we expecting like top 4? They're playing against, some real unified rosters. Of course, I think the highlight team of this entire event is Apex, flying in with shocks and all that good stuff to try and compete in this event. I mean, do we expect a lot of that out of this squad, or are we just like looking at, okay, well, maybe top 8 is just good enough?
Yeah, I think playoffs is going to be their goal. I imagine for this team right now, given their newness, and again, John G had kind of talked about the newness of this roster, bringing in this team. It is fairly recent as to when this team has first gotten some practice in. He'd already mentioned Rush being into Europe there, helping out with Blast for a couple of days. So obviously this team has a little bit of experience, but not too much. So I think playoffs is probably their goal. That's their target. If you're like a EGPA, you probably want to take this whole event. But we are, or at least we should be hopping into game relatively soon.
We are in. We're into the pistol round. So I'll be able to give you guys a little bit of radio cast. And Ron, we're in. Welcome, folks. This is the first round of Counter-Strike we're casting today, Cole. So I'm going to enjoy it. Right now, we're getting it straight ourselves into the B rush. Wiz blinded up, but that's a team flash coming out. Maybe Walker can do something from inside of the coffins. And, well, he finds the first headshot, but they'll get themselves a plant. Davenport with a bit of space. Another headshot rolling through. It's back to this 2v2. Stanislaw and Rush taking some hits, but Stanislaw will convert. Now it's Beanie Hub. He had a chance. So close, but it will be Evil Geniuses with the pistol. But what an effort there from the Davenport squad.
That was a fiery one right there. I liked it from Davenport, right? They're taking some fights. They're double swinging. All promising signs right there that they got to try and trade those out. And I think that's where we're going to see them struggle, right? We can see that the fundamentals come through from Davenport. That's what we're going to get out of them, I think, for the most part. But at the end of the day, I think we're going to struggle when it comes to the execution of some of these EG players, right? But still, I mean, again, promising signs, a little fiery pistol coming from them, showing some energy here, despite the tech pauses and all that. They were seemingly warmed up.
If I was Davenport White, I'd be happy with just a couple of rounds here. That's what I'm going to set the stage right there. I would be happy with a couple of rounds. We'll see what they bring to the table. Even bringing out a little bit of their mid-utility for the Evil Geniuses side. And trying to leap through the smoke, though. Beanie Hut without a flash. Jumping right into Walco. Frack maybe to look for a cheeky no-scope or 2, but he's just going to keep gobbling grenades to start off this force buy for Davenport. And now the re-swing, re-clear back in towards middle. A nice attempt there from Laiku, and actually trades back from the Def. Frack is going to need a 6 shot out of this one, though, and it's just a little bit of a bait and switch.
He'll get setup.
He'll get the bomb, but this has all been heard, right, Cole?
Yeah. I mean, there's no secret about where the bomb usually is dropped. They're hearing all these footsteps, and like you'd already said, it's a bait and switch here. So reclaiming this control, not only going to have to deal with Chop having supportive utility, but you're also going to have to deal with one very close in your face, even all the way down to such low margins here. So the space from Davenport's absolutely none right now. Looks like they're going to continue to stick around here as well. It can be a bit awkward given these close angles, but the flash comes so well timed here. Peeking out, the up, it's nothing.
They get a little bit weird.
Chop as well.
Yeah, Walco falls down, and Chop doesn't really get a lot of damage off. Frack is very low, and Stanislaw. Oh, there's a missed CT smoke though. Will that get punished? It will. It absolutely will. Stanislaw's gonna burn 2 and spam 1. Oh, that little gap in the smoke really hurts.
Yep. Yeah, that definitely does, right? Want to be filling in those holes right there. That molly was good to boot. I don't know how it even took down that last player, but they will happily take it, EG. Again, a little bit of signs of struggle there with the banana play, but they buckled down very quickly, right? The rotations were so well placed, and the fact that Stan has a molly that late into a round is so absurd. The pistol's coming out here once again from Davenport White. Less teeth to this buy, but they can still make do with a couple of headshots or 2.
I mean, hopefully a Tech-9 shot. I mean, so far, I mean, I'm going to say these opening 2 rounds from Davenport have not been bad. They've actually found some, favorable engagements for themselves. The rounds kind of end in a bit of a sad fashion where it could have definitely turned around, but this isn't a horrible start considering the 0-2 scoreline right here.
Yeah, this is a really great way to play banana versus teams that are going to struggle to punish you. Him just jump spotting there allows him to solo B pretty much entirely with the utility that's dropped to him. So there's really no deterrence that Davenport can put forward, and that's going to make this game that much harder for them if they can continue to get that setup.
Well, folks, that was about as expected. Not going to lie, it's just a full eco up middle and right into the crossfire. As expected there, but Evil Genius is going to kick this one off 3-0. Davenport, though, will be able to pick up their first buy, immediately bringing out a T-side off. That's going to be an interesting factor that Evil Geniuses might not initially expect.
Yeah, probably not right there. I mean, not usually something that's prioritized too much here on Inferno unless you got just an insanely strong opper, right? Aggressive one to be more specific. And it looks like we're actually going to get that one as well. Frag diving up banana here. In the meantime, aggression coming through from the likes of EG here. They're going to mow down a couple towards that second mid. Immediately taking care of that side of the map here. Now they're going to look towards middle. And getting through the smoke, Wiz almost collects, but it does feel like this round's already numbered.
Yeah, I mean, you try to save here, but 1:30 on the clock is a lot of time to try and run around and survive.
Oh, yeah. I liked what I got out of Frag there early. Unfortunately, they lost their A players so quickly that we didn't get to see his side of the action, right? But if he continues to try and be that aggressive opper, that early opener, it'll make for some fun attempts. That's for sure. We already got it out of him here, but walking into the B bomb site, it's probably the best case scenario here. The 2v2 on there. One of them being an MP9, so not too bad. Oh, but there's double mollies still.
Yeah, I mean, Frag's hoping that someone walks into his scope, but I think his scope has actually been heard. I don't think they want to overstep the mark, and, well, Chop with a running MP9 will certainly help out there. It's just Laiku and Evil Geniuses. I think that's the first real dominant round to start off this game. Kind of just, they call the strat instantly, and they just get the job done.
Yeah, we were seeing them pretty reserved, right, playing patient. They did that jump spot towards banana for the first 2 rounds, right? But this is the first time that we've seen them just run it down mid a little bit, right? Even though there was some nice setup there as well. Had a couple of second mid flashes that helped out with that aggression. So all, signs that maybe against this team you can get away without, but it's important that you play, I think, at 100%. Because if you do end up playing some harder teams later down the line, you don't want to be caught.
Boy. Oh, this is going to be a farm. Chop with 2. Tech-9 even goes out and helped out with Walco. This long-standing duo for Evil Geniuses will clean them all up without taking a single point of damage.
Oh, that's no fun. And the Tech-9's close range, that could be scary right there. But again, there's flashes for that, man. They got counter utility, and slipping the gap there in a big way was Chop. So not doing too bad right now. So far, not a lot of resistance right there from Davenport. Again, we're seeing some fiery play, though. Right? They're putting the aggression there.
Yeah, so we'll see what goes down here. Evil Genius is up 5-zip. Frag does get the off back out, but getting destroyed by utility to start off. Davenport. That was 3 grenades. Laiku did not even get to fire a shot in this round. Oh man, that is a dangerous sign, but spam could go back. It goes Walco's way instead as Frag tries to find some revenge. Things are not looking good for Davenport.
Not in this round, that's for sure. Still looking for some shots through the smoke. Frag even dropped his op to try and pepper in a couple smoke spams that did not favor him at all, unfortunately. But again, this movement back towards the A side, I mean, a lot of this control is free. This is unknown to Davenport, so they're going to start expending quite a bit of utility to claim ground that EG are giving free of charge. Chop ready to take some shots here, but has his teammate setting up a flashbang. This is going to be really well placed. Blinded up, and there can be no trades.
I mean, a trade does come back from Texas, but maybe that's all you can really ask for. Whoa, Beanie Hut, that's a good entry. Could Stan go down? God. And they've entered back the site. They turned this 3v5 on its head. Davenport have put themselves in a winnable position.
Yeah, that's a 2-on-5 as well, man. This is absolutely absurd. Now you got Wiz coming in the op. Walko has to retake. There's not that much utility, at least to take down these two players, right? You still have a smoke to scale up, and an AK being prioritized. They know that this HP is low.
Oh, I know, right? But the Molly, it's so well timed. It can slow down the play. Walko has an isolated fight onto the pit play. It really comes down to this 1 versus 1. Walko hunting for it, but Beanie Hut through the smoke. Now a 1v1 but for Walko, but they give him the fight, and he'll be able to clutch up for the EG team. Enough time for the defuse, but man, it was so winnable for Davenport.
Yeah, great round right there from Beanie Hut, man. What a round. Finding the trades there as well towards second mid. I mean, EG even had that planned out, that setup, and still they were able to crack through it. Some sharp shooting coming through from Davenport. Unfortunately, though, at the end of the day, that retake and just not having enough HP right there. I mean, imagine if instead of a 2-on-2, that was a 3v2. If they just had that one extra player right there,
yeah,
that would have been everything. But unfortunately, in their case, not the case.
A little bit more HP, perhaps, could definitely help in that. But a pause rolling on out for this one. But dude, I will say a couple of these rounds for Davenport are so darn close to actually coming through. That would have been a big one. Like, there's generally said have been some damage dealt to this EG economy to where, you know, we could whittle down a little bit. They might have to bend the knee. So,
yeah,
I mean, I'm going to give credit where credit's due. This Davenport team is, you know, not to be trifled with. Now, I'm not going to say they're going to go out and win this series, right? But there's a chance that, you know, to some other teams in the bracket, this team's already looking like maybe they can deal some damage.
No, it's exciting, right? I like what I'm getting out of them so far. What's been most entertaining is some of the mid rounds that they're going for as well, right?
Yeah.
It seems like they find the sites that are less stacked up. They're finding the space that's kind of free of charge. I think initially, though, what they need to fix here is the early game. They're getting a couple of early picks, REG, and I mean, just imagine if instead of that, you know, that the amount of space that was given to Davenport right there, imagine if that was a 5-on-5 rather than a 3-on-5, I believe.
Yeah.
And they started to take that brackets control. So if they can just find these gaps and keep 5 alive, I think that'll be very valuable.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's going to be so difficult just to work map control. It's a fundamental thing, and you're playing against a team who is so darn, I mean, you're playing with against a literal major winner. Right? It's going to be difficult to take map control free of charge from this Evil Geniuses team, but that's the formula they need to find. And maybe they can get a little bit towards Banana. You know what? It's been a long while since maybe they can get an opener Frag. Almost a Frag onto the jump spotting Walko. Maybe even looking to get flashed through this potentially. There's a gap in that. Oh no, but Walko's just going to run through it with the flash, and the disrespect starts to ooze out from EG as we're looking to get a dominant one again. It's just Texas in a 1v4, and he's long away from the action. Yeah, this one's a bit of a different round.
Yeah, not as strong here. Texas can still put up a fight, but they get punished very early. Gonna go and pick up the bomb here. It's not gonna be an easy escape. A nice little silent drop there, but doesn't expect Chop to be already in his face. 7-0 to kick this one off. Yeah, like you said, man, it's step number 1 is forcing EG to respect you, I think, at this point. And if you can't do that, sure, you can have all the mid-rounds in the world. You can have good ideas. You can try and late execute. But if they're just pressing the issue, finding the gaps in your default and punishing you like they just did right there, then it's going to look the same.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and kick this one off. It's another Deagle round here for the Davenport side. I was looking at the players on stage, and they're having a little bit of a talk. You know, they're taking this seriously. Like, this is the biggest, by far and away, the biggest opponent. Well, that they'll play to start, and we have just had a 1-dig onto the Opper. That was Wiz peeking mid down with an op, and they want to give Frag another fight, and he'll get the second kill. It's only Rush on this A site, and he'll get traded out. They have the site on a Deagle round and a man advantage.
Yeah, that's one way to gain your opponent's respect right there, man. Frag doing a double entry. One towards B, one towards A. The trades were good as well, and this is a much better situation. 2 AKs, 2 rifles, utility's great. They can't find spam through the smoke either, so this is going to be a really hard retake here. Full utility on a couple of these EG members can allow them to get back into the site, but they have to wait this smoke out, and that's going to be valuable time here.
Yeah, but they have so much utility, right? And they certainly know some good spots to put them in. That one, I think, going right towards behind the middle of sight. Mollies go through, the flash up above as well, and the pre-aim is there from Chop. 2v2, but time is running very low. If they play the clock, they can, and Texas has found the kill on a Walco. They could pick up their first round. It would be a Deagle round. And while Chop gets both kills, he doesn't have any time. Davenport White have picked up their first round against Evil Geniuses.
And everyone loves it as well, man. All right. That's a wonderful work right there. Like you had said it as well, I mean, money isn't in the greatest of spots. Of course, they're going to get these buys out, but man, if they could string 2 in a row, they could start to make things a bit interesting. Definitely an exciting one right there, man. Frag with the Deagle. I mean, that first one onto Wiz is just stunning, man. How on earth was he able to get that?
Yeah, that is, I mean, he's really, now you're starting to force some respect out of these EG players. You can't just wide swing everything. Wiz still thinks he can. They passed across here. This is still a fantastic angle, and he'll meet his nemesis. Frag hits the floor. And we're back to, I guess, the usual happenings. There is an X factor here, though. As we do have a player walking through the apartments. It is being watched, though, by Rush. He's back in time inside of Pit to watch that angle. So at least they've gotten some map control back, but they have had to pay a player.
Better positions than they've been once before, though, so maybe that's just enough here. Utility going out, but look at the timing. Oh, my God.
Wait a minute. Texas saving his teammate. Wiz flubbing grenades. Multiple players running through, and he splits the uprights. Wiz with the chance, but right now Davenport, they need to calm down a little bit. They can't face in the up. They jump through the molly, and oh, no, a death falls. 3v4 Wiz considering the smoke push, and the timing could be just perfect. No way he gets a kill and gets away. It's a one and done. They've all passed him. They've all passed Wiz. He's gonna no-scope one. He's gonna no-scope 2. And Evil Geniuses are back to winning ways. But I mean, even on the Davenport side, I'm watching them on the stage. They're still smiling at this.
Yeah, I mean, you counted Wiz out there. He's probably one of the few that can make that play. And yeah, all you can do at that point, right, when you get no-scoped inside of a smoke twice is smile about things. This is nearly a really well put together round here. I mean, if they just found Wiz, I feel like that A site could have been a tantalizing option. They just couldn't get that last trade, right? And that's the issue that they seemingly fall into. Rush looking for some aggression as well here. They are up against a pretty decent buy at the moment. Nothing too much to worry about. Great utility damage early on. They're walking into the flames. The counter flashes are far too strong. EG looking to deal with this aggression early on.
If they stick around, however, the T-side utility could trap them, and you can see Walco might be in a bit of trouble. Counter utility, though, is good from the CT side. That'll keep him held at bay. Walco is still looking to link up and actually brawl for the... Oh, they're not... Are they going to clear this? Frag is going to clear this, and Frag is going to drop another. 4 kills for him, but every single one has had that impact.
Yeah, a lot of them being openings right there, and that's not easy to do. That's what we've been talking about. That's been the biggest struggle here.
Oh, that's
trade
a
right back. Chop taking it on the one way right there. Nothing you can do. At least that's going to be one of those rifles that maybe Texas can pick up, but still they've brought in another rotator towards this B side of Def, creating some chaos on the A side, but you don't want to walk into Wiz. That's the one player you didn't want to make the rotation, and they got to smoke off CT before they try and press the issue any further.
Yeah, problem is they don't have flashes here, Cole, so they can't actually knock Wiz off the angle. He'll be happy to just hold until he just takes a pot shot or just gobbles up a smoke. They actually just have picked up the one flash. At the same time, it's so a Deft needs to find something on this extremities. But they haven't forced off Wiz. It's still a good flash. But you also have Chop at the back of the site. They're going to go in through spawn. This could be good, but Wiz is watching. Beanie Hut making some noise, but Wiz doesn't actually hear this until he tries to fire some shots to bait away the teammate. A Deft in a 1v4, struggling to get up on top of the grill. That will be Chop to clean it up. And yeah, Evil Geniuses will pick up a 9th. How many are we looking for here for Davenport?
I want one more. I want to hear the crowd cheer every time we get around. That's all I want.
Can we just cheer anyways? Can we cheer for like every kill? Like,
yeah, that'd be nice.
I want to feel the energy.
Yeah, just every kill that Davenport get, the crowd just goes crazy.
Every point of damage. That might be a little too much.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of cheering. Your voice would be out by the end of the day. But hey, that's kind of Frag for you anyways, so.
Yeah, we managed to build up a little bit of a spectacle here. I think Davenport as a brand have managed to build themselves up a pretty big following.
Oh yeah.
All things said.
Yeah, no, I love following the Davenport crew. Again, it's kind of, this matchup is just kind of funny because it's a parallel between two projects that are kind of similar at the end of the day, right? 15-man roster, I think 20 for EG, so they've got a lot of players playing for them, and they're just trying to build up some good teams. That's exactly what they're doing.
Ouch.
Good for an ACS, and well, maybe that's not so good for an ACS. Oh my God!
Wiz's head is a deagle magnet, but it's not going to last much longer. Oh, chop. Yep, easier. Easier to play. No more funny bit. All right. Deagle headshots. Go ahead and clip it, ship it, send that to your resume for your next main team.
Yeah, I think you, at this point, if you're EG, you're saying stick to the Deagles. That's what's working for you. I mean, I think the only opening picks besides the pistol round have actually been from Deagles.
Yeah.
Frag had one. Frag had a couple rounds.
Frag had a couple, yeah.
So, I mean, maybe that could be a viable game plan here for Davenport. Hold on to those Deags.
I'm just saying, if Davenport win this round, they could theoretically break the economy, and Rush not really respecting the potential off presence. We'll take a tag. Admittedly, he could have even went down to Frag. We'll see. They're going to walk through the smoke. Oh. It's a little bit of a one-way on the edge of it. Frag trying for it, but no good to start this one off. Just the superior angles being taken here by Walco, and Beanie Hut's going to look for a refrag, but I don't think anything's going to be forthcoming just yet. Maybe? But it's accompanied with a flash always. And if you're making these solo plays on Davenport, it's going to be tough to take down this EG team.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the obviously the clear gap in between the team play between these two teams, right? We just saw Frag get taken down as he walks through a smoke. And think about if there was a flashbang right there. That would have been a great chance to find an opener, but he just didn't have the flash. But vice versa here for EG, who do have the setup, they do have the flashbangs, and it's just such an easy kill for Walco to find.
Oh, man. Yep. Unfortunately, there wasn't too much to fight for in this round. I think from the start of this, LCQ kind of just playing behind the smokes, hoping for something, but it's just relentless smoke spam from Evil Geniuses. They basically had all the map cleared out, and they're just free firing smoke spam. It's not pretty. It is not pretty. It is 11-1. We're looking for one more here.
One more.
Uno mas.
Davenport have a minute. They've shown me enough fire to give us one more. That's for sure. They want to hear the roars of the crowd again.
I want to see a fast play. We've seen a lot of these kind of like slow burner defaults. They've kind of lost an opener, and then they've kind of been just choked out of a round. I want to see a faster play, but maybe it's Evil Geniuses who are going to bring the fight to them instead. Down middle, stand, massive off angle. Deft is going to go down instantaneously, and help. They try the default, and Evil Geniuses bring the fight to them. It's a quick 3v5. They're going to try and progress onto this B site, hope something goes their way, pick up a couple guns. They're just going to jump through the smoke. It's without a flash, too. It's so darn dangerous, and that's where Walco's going to farm up. Just Frag. Frag? Okay.
Oh, my God.
A 2K to silence a couple EG players. Is he going to? Oh, I love this play. I love this play. I am really loving this play. Gotta convert the kill, though. You hate to see it. It was a good play,
a 1v5 versus EG for Frag to add to his stats right there, man. That would get you on any team. No doubt.
I'll just give it a for the one time thou hateth to seeth.
Yes, 100%. Did like to, again, I like your idea of the fast-paced plays, and you can almost see it kind of work out well. Again, imagine if that was just a round where they had 2 extra players that were running in towards B right there. They would have found a 3v3 at the bomb site with post lanes, and I think that's kind of what you have to do. It was what Jaji was saying, right? What works on Dust is barreling out towards long, attacking that as quick as possible, taking those fights, and maybe you can pluck a round or two off of your opposition, and that can be why that map is scary. Now, maybe you can do the same thing here, obviously not as well, with things like utility down banana and and utility down middle. I mean, we know why this map can be so CT-sided. We know why utility damage on this map can be so insanely high is because of the small choke points. But maybe a couple rushes are in order, especially after that last round. Witnessing a little bit of success there on the entries, it could do the damage.
Yeah, I think a couple of, more aggressive plays, more straight to the point. But, of course, this is the eco round. The Deagles have looked all right.
Yeah.
That's been the highlight of the game for me. Wiz, no, that's a flick. Frack trying again. He's kind of been the nemesis of Wiz, all things said.
Yes.
Just
I want to see
able
the head-to-head keep up.
Got away with the wide swing out middle, but okay. We turn things around. It's been Chop is about to hit 20 kills on the half, and he does.
Oh, that was hot. A little bit hot in that mall. Yeah, that's a great half so far from him, farming things up. Bet you he has a good amount of utility damage. But, yeah, I again, like to see that pace change come through from Davenport here. We'll see if we get it in the last round. Maybe we can get one more as a little extra credit for them.
I mean, I see where you're going with that little extra credit there for Davenport University. Aha. I don't think you were intending that.
All on purpose, never on accident.
Aha. We're looking for that juicy second round for Davenport University. Something to get excited about. To bring us up in arms. They can do it. We just have to believe, Cole.
I believe. I'm a firm believer. They're hitting some nasty shots.
They are. They kind of are.
It's a little bit disgusting. Obviously, sure, EG are giving them a lot of repeaks, right? But some of these rounds, man, they get punished. And also, I really like Frek's aggression. As an opper, right there, he's gone for a lot of the opening exchanges, whether it's worked or not. I think that's valuable to have in general on your team. So, again, maybe up against lesser competition, we can talk
I
about
like this
him
boost
later down the
position.
line.
He can spot the flash coming through. Oh, never mind. He doesn't see the flash. He falls down.
Oh.
Normally from that boost position, you can see the flash coming very early, and so you're able to turn and then actually take down the player who aggresses. But not today, and said Wiz will go back in for the reswing. He might not be aware of a player close, though, and that's where Def will find the first, but he falls asleep at the wheel, not ready for that instant trade fragger that's always going to be there for EG. So they have the man advantage up, and they're looking to bring this one back to the B side. Again, an only 3-player execute, but these executes have worked out just okay. A good molly, though, to really burn out the play, and Walko's not knocked off the boost. He's still standing tall. Couple missed pieces of utility, and Walko looking to spray down a couple. Chop to cap off his half with nearly 150 ADR, and that is what he'll do. That's going to be Evil Geniuses, 14-1.
That's a bit of a farm right there, but not too off of the ball from what we expected. Davenport got theirs, though. That's what you could say at the end of the day. They got their round. I got mine versus EG.
I mean, there are a couple nice ones, right? I mean, a Def God is one, but, it's... I just need the pistol. Bring out the pistol. If they win the pistol, they can get to 5 rounds, I believe.
No utility here from Davenport. It's just straight confidence. Look at this, man.
Gosh. It is straight confidence. It's 3 players down middle, and Stanislaw has just spotted them. All these players I think they're going to get mopped up here, unfortunately. Now that their positions are noted and Evil Genius is giving them respect, they're going to actually smoke them all. Oh, but Frack, top banana.
Oh, my God.
Oh, a team kill. A 3K for Frack. Oh, he's loving it. The bomb's down, and it's rushing a 1v4, made 3. Unbelievable.
That's a beautiful play right there. Rush is going to try and tap some shots. They're giving him some fights. They don't want to give him too much, though. You can quickly turn this round around.
Frack wants the metaphorical ace here. I would want it. But Beanhead's going to take it. And Davenport White have gotten themselves a CT side pistol.
That is beautiful, man. They're having fun with it, too. I actually just love that play as well, man. That push down middle, I think it hints at a little bit more presence towards that A side, right? You would probably think B's more free than it really was, but then they start to crunch it for that B side as soon as you see EG think they're safe. That's when Freck steps up, and you are never safe when he's around, man. He's having himself a great game right now.
Yeah, I think across all the players from Davenport White, he's the one who has the most main experience.
Okay, that makes sense. He's definitely showing it.
For sure. I mean, Evil Geniuses have major experience.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? On paper, right now you're looking at his KD, he's like, is he having a great game? Not really, no, but he is at least showing some life of that Davenport team and hitting some shots, finding some entries, right? And that's what's very tricky to do up against players of this caliber.
trying to hold this mid crossfire. It's a couple of Glocks and 3 grenades to try and pop out of the apartments. Texas with the MP9. This is what it's meant to do, folks.
Yeah.
3 kills, loving every second of it, as it's Davenport White who post up a damageless eco.
Flawless even right there. That is beautiful from Davenport. Again, they're hearing the roars of the crowd. They're getting hyped. I love to see them just hype each other up after every round win. Very, very exciting. But what EG just went for was to lead into this round here. That's their main goal, right? They went for a Glock save. Now here's where the teeth come out once again. Here's where the bite is in this buy.
Might be able to get themselves an op next round. I mean, that's the hope. If they win this, they can actually start getting out ops, and then we can actually start talking real rounds. Frag making his way down towards the bottom of Banana. They're actually going to leave him alone as the sole player. Bold, but maybe necessary.
Hey, I trust in Frag. Been putting up some good results right now. He's been punching back a little bit. And I think in a buy like this right now, with all of the MP9s that they have in play, it might require a little bit of a gamble for them to really close out a round here. They do stack up with the second, though. He does have some sort of support system. But he has a deep angle here, and they're looking to reclaim that control as well.
Half wall, power position. Also with a teammate, also takes the peek. Gives himself an opportunity. But no instant headshot, no double dink of anything. But I like this decision, man. They fall back. It shows a little bit of discipline.
Yeah, they're willing to concede that space pretty quickly. Frag standing in no man's land, though. You don't want to get peeked with an AK right there. And a great smoke down. Now, look at that clock. It's got 40 seconds left. That's going to keep them pretty much lights out of B. They're hearing this rotation off as well, but can they stack up that A time?
They've managed their utility well here for the Davenport squad, though. That's what I like. They still have smokes, flashes, and even a molly at the 30-second mark. This could be super impactful, but that's on Lykuts. He's not on the A site, and Beanie Hut pushing forward is going to get swung by multiples. That's the entire A site going down. They're still tentative about one more player, but Evil Geniuses are about to call it clear. There was a chance, though. I will say there is a chance.
Yeah, there was. I think that window's kind of slipping there. They're spotting this gun drop. That's a big warning bell right there for Wiz. He'll turn the corner 1, 2, and make it a 3K there. He's struggling with the def. He's been playing very elusive, but only meets him all the way around the corner there. See if the def gives it the old college try. Nope. Dips out with the AK. Oh, no, he's sticking around.
He's looking like he wants to give this one a little bit of a go. The thing is, if he holds on to the AK, he could drop an op for Frag. I would prefer that he held on to this. Maybe give themselves another chance. He's looking for the exits. Yeah, so he'll just back away in towards middle and alt. So, all right, we'll see Evil Geniuses make their way over towards map point. But Davenport could see themselves with an AWP in this round.
Yeah, that's what they kind of netted them. Again, very close to a super solid round right there. I think they still expected that B-side hit. Maybe they didn't hear those rotations fall off, though, because they did start to really gamble and commit to that that B-side with very little control towards A, which is a bit unfortunate. That was just the entries that they were hoping for. And EG, again, with the caliber of experience, you'd expect them to be working the map exactly like what we just got out of that last round.
Yeah, so I also do want to mention this is a best of 3, so Davenport have Mirage coming up next, as well as this is not like their elimination game or anything alongside that. We could still see more from this team in the lower bracket potentially. So keep your eyes peeled. It's Frag picking up the glass cannon for potentially the final round of this map. But I'm looking to see some good stuff from it potentially. Nice little double setup in towards mid. Good payoff. Especially when a player is walking alone in towards the apartments, but not going to quite peek out from Boiler. Instead, it's Beanie Hut who goes for the play, and here's this commotion and a wonderful timing, but Chop swings around. I'm just saying he should have had that kill. There's a chance.
Yeah, no, that was a freebie right there. That's not often that you're going to catch that against EG, though. Now a 4-on-5 advantage. Again, this is pretty suffocating. I'll be honest, man. EG are playing with their food a little bit with these rounds. They're causing this rotation in towards the A side with that kill right there on the lurk, but now they got to maybe make some interesting moves in towards the B side. They're going to walk into a def here who still has a smoke. He can toss that down with around 30 seconds. That's going to be brilliant.
Still that AWP is in play, but it's not going to be part of this one as it's going in towards the B side. Could be the final round of this map. We'll see what Lyku can do. A good flash over maybe to support. But Evil Genius has done a great job at baiting out the counter utility. A deft swinging out from New will fall, and quickly these rotates are getting picked apart. Frag, can't hit the shot. It's rush up close, and the glass cannon off is not going to pay off. It's going to be a 16-3 here for Evil Geniuses. I think it's for the most part expected, but you know what? I'll take the 3 rounds if I'm Davenport.
Yeah, I think that's what I was kind of hoping out of them, right? Show a little bit of fight, show some of that mechanical ability, but in the grand scheme of things, you are going to get kind of swiped aside in this series. There's no surprises there. 16-3 is definitely commendable, especially with some of the signs of life we got out of Frag, man. Honestly enjoyed getting to watch him play in some of those rounds with some of the aggression, with some of the deep shots that he was nailing. Definitely a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, so I mean, now we're going to be heading off to Mirage as our second map in this series. I mean, I hope to see a little bit more. I mean, we talked with John G, and he said it's a little bit of an interesting pick because Mirage can kind of just, it can be very unpredictable at times, to be honest. So it's an interesting choice and selection from the EG team, and even then, it kind of illustrates that, you know, they're kind of evolving their map pool. Initially, they were never really a Mirage team, so that's a really interesting point. But while that point is going to resolve, we're going to go ahead and head this one off to a break in map number 2 in Mirage while we get to see some more EG action. So stay tuned. We'll be back.
Cheaters ruining your plays? I have eyes on the enemy. Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
You wouldn't trust your clumsy best friend with your brand new i9-3090 GPU DDR5 memory, 4TB, 8.2 PC? And you shouldn't just trust anyone managing your cryptocurrencies either. Sign up with FTX and start managing your crypto on a safe and secure platform trusted by over 6 million users worldwide. Download the FTX app today. Use referral code NERD, that's NERD, and earn free crypto in every trade over $10.
Welcome back to Fragadelphia 17, where, well, in case you missed it, you missed a historical moment. Davenport White taking 3 rounds off of Evil Geniuses. And, well, Cole, they couldn't have done it without one of our trusty partner providing all the skins as part of the game.
Oh, no, of course. You got to look like the pros to play like the pros, right? And you can do that with CS Money. Go and check them out. They are one of the most trusted platforms to trade CSGO skins. You can buy skins easy peasy with a 40% top-up bonus as well. So make sure you go and check that out over at CS Money. Fun little fact, I did get my Doppler knife off of CS Money, so.
Dang, you had to flex on everyone like that, huh?
I know.
That's tough. But flexing on everyone was Davenport White, who got 3 rounds. That's like kind of supposed to be a joke. But anyways, but I mean, there were a couple of good moments. Look, I'm not going to take it away from them.
So.
They had some shots. They had it in them.
No, they had a little fight to them. It was actually pretty fun to watch some of the rounds that they converted, just because, sure, like, we did see a lot of repeating in that one round where they won with the Deagles, but there were some nice shots, man. That one onto Wiz was just blinding. That can kind of take place when you're, on LAN as well, right? Peeker's advantage, not that big of a factor there, at least less so a factor, and so some of these rounds where Wiz is just holding an angle, you see him kind of trying to peek into it. It was nasty, but he does get his revenge, as you can see.
I mean, I think there were a couple of, nasty rounds, but mostly these rounds just came off the conveyor belt here for Evil Geniuses. Just a simple process to get it across the line. You see it just a ton of multi-kills, some good flicks towards the end of the day, and Chop absolutely farming over towards Banana. I mean, I'll give it to Davenport. They gave themselves a couple of opportunities, but, I mean, at best, this would have been like an 11-4. No, I mean, I would take that. I mean, you know what? 3 rounds altogether. You got yourself the pistol. Hey, I'm getting some dirty looks over there from the Davenport guys who aren't currently in their seats right now and should be getting themselves back to the stage. Yeah, I just
get them. You see all those empty seats. Look at that.
I just roasted Beanie Hut. So, anyways,
get moving.
Yep. Well, we got Mirage coming up, and I'm not sure if Evil Geniuses are picking this based on what their opponent is or what they would actually pick, because this would be a certain change in the map pool here for Evil Geniuses. I mean, Walco, Wiz, and Chop have long been known to be like the anti-Mirage team.
Anti-Mirage, anti-Dust 2. I mean, that was always the case. Even back when, like, RBG existed.
Yeah.
They were not a Dust 2 team. If ever Dust 2 was picked in against them, they would struggle on it. I think that was actually the permaband at one point. And then, Mirage was a big upset map for that team when they were under the banner of RBG, right? So it is a bit of a change. I think that also changed a little bit with Classia. Even he was a very, very individually strong Mirage player, just given his mechanics. So obviously that helped out in actually letting Walco, Wiz, and Chop probably get more comfortable on that map. And then when you introduce Stan and Rush, I'm sure that they have so much to offer on that map as well, given their experience on it. Yeah,
it's definitely a change, and I mean it's going to catch a lot of people off guard if this becomes a permanent mainstay of their map pool. Because, for the teams who are familiar with the Evil Geniuses guys, like this is I mean, even then, like you're adding 2 new players, they haven't got their full map pool set up, so you're actually there's a weird dynamic where, sure, they might not be the most cohesive unit on the map, but at the same time, you have no idea what they're going to throw at you. I mean, Walco is no longer IGLing this team. They have a completely different system in front of them right now. That's just the interesting thing about this EG team.
Yeah, it is. I mean, again, we're seeing some growing pains in the system, but for the most part, I think that we're going to see some very, very solid signs. This is a team that you just almost have to give time to. We've already seen, once you sub in and out IGLs, that just changes your entire system so much. So it takes time to really build that up to the strength. I think that's why we've seen this team, with all of the names that it has, with all the ECL experience, get upset a time or 2 in an open qualifier. And I think you can kind of give them the benefit of the doubt with the changes that they've gone through, right? And I think you give them, 2 or 3 months of really good practice, boot camping together, and this roster is going to be so deadly, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first steps for this roster. All things said, right? They're looking to compete in ESL Challenger League. I honestly would think they have expectations to win it for themselves, for Evil Geniuses. Get themselves, that would be so weird if they made it to the Pro League conference and then made it to Pro League. That would be its own little expedition perhaps. So that would be a little bit of an oopsie.
I don't know if that's allowed.
I mean, yeah, we'll wonder about the viability of that possibility. But it all starts here. This is their first series on LAN. Their first real recorded official. Their only one being really a little bit of an open qualifier blunder. We'll talk into that when it really comes to fruition. Right now they're playing against Davenport White. It's a bit of a pressureless game for this Evil Geniuses team, and for Davenport White, we're looking for another 3 rounds here.
That we are. We'll see if they can get it. Gonna start to head in towards this A side here with pretty standard execution, but look at the stack that they got going on here. They're gonna let Walco pluck a couple shots off with the P250, have the slight setup here, and then in the meantime they're actually gonna maneuver quite effectively up connector as well.
That's a nice shot, though, from Like, who actually finds the initial. Walco oversteps, and Texas finds another headshot. But I won't be too sure about this round. Maybe Texas has just found another. There's a 2v4. Chop is in the back lines, and Stanislaus is just drawing attention. They fully stocked up the site. There's 4 players here. Do EG want to keep fighting this is a big question to ask. Chop's going to go down next, and they're going to get the pistol with only losing 1 player.
Oh, yeah.
I think they're having a little too much fun with this one, EG.
A def farming up a storm right there. They did walk into a stack, and I don't really fault them for it. There wasn't a lot of presence shown actually from Davenport on that play either. So, I mean, sure, they might have benefited from a couple of defaulting, but they did send 1 player in. He spotted a guy towards CT, so in my mind, my brain goes immediately to thinking that that's a retake setup, right? That probably baited them in, if anything. So, a pretty sick setup again, man. Davenport White, they got the ideas, they got the game plans down to a T, and you can see it come through. Just need to land the shots here to prove it.
This is going to be a farm, or will it? There is a lot of questions to ask here. It's like who's the only player to potentially stop the Palace pop, and it's no kills. This is bad. They even cross into spawn, but Frag will snipe down 1 on the cross. 4v4, just don't lose the Glock rounds. Get the rounds that you're meant to get, and I think they're about to do it as Beanie Hut will drop into Sandwich. It's just no one, as they'd have to clean up the last kill and a job. They lose 2 to the full Glocks, but a round's a round, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, that's mission accomplished on any Glock Eco. 2 kills and a bomb plant's like a dream. So that's definitely solid for EG. I don't think that they're too worried about money, lack of utility, any of that. Once you get the rifles out, that's where they're just going to start shooting some heads. And that's where things are going to struggle. But they even get the op in the hands of Wiz off that bomb plant, which is pretty valuable. You see, last time we saw Davenport White, they went for an ambitious bonus when they were down 14-2. They're kind of buckling down here a little bit. They got at least 3 1Ss, so that's good to see.
Yeah, definitely can find its way and maybe even compete for the mid angle. Right now, though, Davenport not really wanting to fight it too much. All things said, they hand the immediate control down towards Evil Geniuses. In 15 seconds in the round, they're already putting pressure into Khan, and Frag's going to go down. Double push here into A main, and, well, the trade has come through. They can't really afford these trades. They're down in players already. They'll sit 3v4.
To pick up the pieces here if you're Davenport, but I do like this push from Beanie Hut, grabbing some control, taking some map space. He's even going to clear out Palace. Oh, things becoming a bit awkward here. Doesn't realize that there was a player already sticking his neck out of Palace. That's going to put him in just a coffin here, it feels like, pretty much. Surely he doesn't go clearing this.
Oh, yeah. What? Gone out? Oh, could have found the fight, but Chop even checks back. Aware of that potential. Things were just a little too silent on the EG camp. So we just see this 2v4. Texas in a deft. They're just going to gamble stack up the A site. It could work. I'm not. They're both in position.
Both got A1s as well. I mean, that's all valuable prospects here, but they're going to start to test the waters. Walk in slowly but surely. We'll see if they use that utility that they have to their disposal to clear out this position, but a def is waiting so patient. 25 seconds left. If you can find this kill, it'll be everything, but no, Chop lands it.
Things were just a little too quiet. That's the thing. Chop is going to clear out the firebox angle, and 1 HP. Love to see it. Probably not. 2-1. Evil Geniuses immediately pick up their first round. And we're going to see Davenport probably have to go down to a 4 spy here. It's not pretty.
Not pretty at all. I mean, they're going to have at least 1 A1 here. Maybe they can bunch back with it. We'll see how they set it up, right? In the last round, they went for some early mid plays. Didn't quite go their way in terms of the trade department. But even still, in the mid round, they had some good ideas here. But All that being said, stock standard AXQ. They got one player lurking about towards mid here for EG. It looked like they're going to pull the pin pretty soon. I think it would be pretty wise of them. I mean, already you can see Davenport. They've used up so much of the little utility that they have. It's only a HE left and a flash, so this execute's not going to have a lot of deterrence.
Yep, just a full standard A execute coming through. LCQ just hoping maybe for a jump spot. It's some sort of spam. There's a little tag down onto Chop. But other than that, I mean, they should just be able to get this bomb plant down. Easy piece. Actually, LCQ just went down. I'm not sure trying to jump above the smoke. I mean, ambitious play for sure. Rush is even going to get flashed back into jungle and is probably going to clean up the rest of this play. It's just Texas with a Nova who's going to find the kill. Trades out for the scout. Oh, it doesn't have any ammo. Rest in peace. Thou hateth the seeth, as Shakespeare once said. To all evil geniuses.
That's a direct quote. I haven't read that one. But
yeah, I'm pretty sure like Hamlet said it or something like that.
Gotcha. Got to take a look at that.
Yeah, finally get you guys to pay attention during English class.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Get to reading those books. Very good for you.
Any book readers here? Maybe not. NA education.
I don't know. There's a couple Europeans here. Maybe they.
Yeah, they could help us out. 5 USPs in window. There's a curtain for this show.
Please throw an HE.
Molly's
good too.
Oh, are they going to hold the angle? He's waiting for the smoke to fade. Molly goes out. Oh, he spots all 5 of them. Come on, come on. Sacrifice it. I mean, they could just sacrifice themselves for the content. Come on. Selenica is waiting for the Davenport Twitter.
That would be the fastest ace. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe the guns can do.
There have only been a couple of those,
damage.
Molly aces that have happened before. I think it was like Golden on Cloud 9. God, what a throwback. I think he had one of them in like NA Pro League.
Okay.
There have been a couple.
It's a good place to have a Molly ace in NA Pro League, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's mostly just to sacrifice yourself when your opponent only has MAC 10s.
You'll get less money.
Yeah, right. I think there was a round like way back where like Navi did it against like NIP or something like that, where they just jumped in the mid molly. I don't think in that round they actually had any SMGs. So no one was like wondering.
Yeah, looks a bit awkward in that case, but hey, at the end of the day, I actually like those sort of plays just because it can kind of make things more interesting. It'll definitely give them less confidence, right? When you nail an eco kill, you feel like the world is your limit. But all that being said, we're back to the guns here. So EG do have a little bit of resistance to deal with. Not too much though. Wiz, I think, landed a leg shot here, and Rush making his way through the underpass slowly but surely to grab this mid control here. It's kind of been the name of the game for EG in some sense, right? Even in rounds they've had lacking presence, they've always defaulted it.
Frag has had some of the only opportunities for this Davenport team. We'll have 2 players coming up towards Catwalk. He'll make his way up into ladder room. Could be a power position if they try to slink around, but as a smoke fades, he does spot the player, and he does find Walco, but there's 2 players right on the other side. It's information for Davenport, though, and the double swing from jungle will actually pay dividends. Beanie Hut, though, holding the off angle. Stanislaus still trying to take these fights. Oh, and Beanie Hut cannot convert the kill in a rush. It goes back to the 3v3. Maybe an opportunity, though. Still here for Davenport. A couple low HP bars, but it is Wiz on an op.
A chance to pull this one back here is Davenport. They just got to be careful with how they play it. Can't give up too much space, and especially with one player on such low margins towards that A side here. A boost taking place. The Dev struggling to connect, but offering up some sort of resistance. He has to get into a position where he can rely on his teammates, and those teammates have to come quickly. Rush has a cutoff point as well. Are they making their way towards A?
But no. Oh, they will. They went back towards A. Oh, that's an absolutely rude strategy, and now Rush is covering the murder hole. Surely they know this is a possibility, though. They spotted Rush towards the top of connector.
Yeah, I mean, 2 players rotating towards CT. That definitely is evidence of it, right? But still, the bomb is planted for him. They've got really good post-plant positions. And Stan misses the shot on the cross there.
There's still a chance. Is the bomb really planted for Stan? And, Texas, a massive shot. Last one's Rush on 9 HP. This is more than doable. Rush. Oh, no, the shots are not connecting, though, and Rush is going to find himself a 1v3. You hate to see it.
Oh, man.
9
Nice
HP, and he did that.
Nice try, man. Oh, boy. That's brutal right there on the op. Imagine you get that trade. Oh, or imagine you just had your pistol out. That would have been the round secured. That is so unfortunate right there. A travesty for Davenport White, but I'm sure EG are very happy to collect there. I'm sure Rush is glad to add another 1v3 to the stats page here, and this time up against the pistols. You did see that kind of really deep fake try and take place there, but I think they're just going to go for a straight B play here, kind of lean in that direction at the moment.
I mean, this is actually like a genuinely scary setup. Okay, I'm not gonna say scary.
Oh,
this
the
could be
dualies are
just like
terrifying
this is
in
like
the
a high
Death
school
Sands.
haunted house right here. It might give them a little spook, but
Saw him.
yeah, I don't think it's gonna do much here.
Come on,
Adept, completely blind, and yeah, the follow-up is. We're gonna see EG make their way to 5, and well, at least the lunch break could come sooner.
Yeah, that it will. I mean, I'll be honest. On the gun rounds, EG are really taking it down to the wire, even in that last map, right, where they were patient as ever. That's another nice deep shot from.
It's always a deep shot.
Yeah, he's good for one, that's for sure. You get Deagle in his hands, he will at least secure a single kill. But as I was saying, EG, once the rifles come out, man, these defaults, they go down to the wire. They're willing to work the map here, and that's incredibly hard for a team like Davenport White to really deal with. And I think it's important that they make sure that they just keep buckling down. You can kind of play these games however you want to if you're EG, knowing that you could probably just run up ramp 10 rounds in a row and win the round.
Yeah.
But the defaulting is what I really like to see out of them. They're showing their opponents a lot of respect here on this T side, and that'll help out once they have to take on some tougher teams.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking out for it. Again, if they weren't playing against evil geniuses, you know, this team could actually deal some damage. I'm not going to put it against them for now that the evil geniuses are just kind of relaxed, so to speak. I saw them on stage kind of giggling as the 1v3 clutch came through for Rush. For Davenport, though, I mean, there's a little bit of maybe a tech. I'm not sure if it's tech or attack. With that length, I would assume it's attack.
Yeah, it's about attack length, I feel like.
It'd be good to maybe get some things together, get some oil in the machine.
Yeah.
Maybe post up something good here to really counter evil geniuses. I mean, they've all things said. They've had themselves the chances. It's just converting them.
Yes, they have. They've given themselves opportunities. Again, they have this little punch to them.
Here
That's really cool. Again, Frag with the aggressive op maneuvers. That's going to run into Wiz's op, though. So well primed for it. Not a chance in this world. You're getting around that corner safely.
Ouch. I mean, if it wasn't an op, that would have gone pretty well for Davenport. But it was an op. I'm sorry. I just have to. That's just reality.
Could have got that one.
Rush is going to make a little bit of a lurk play through the smoke. This A site very much under threat. It's only Laiku really fighting out from spawn. They're starting to close in on many an angle. And oh no, Rush from stairs just has the superior angle. Trying to throw a little bit of a one-way, but no dice. It's 2v5. I think this one is just cooked.
Yeah, you're not going to get to see
no.
that. As the Def knows so well, we call those type of smokes two ways. Because they can see you.
Yeah. The angle advantage right there is a little rough, to be honest. And, well, you just lost your gun to Stanislav, literally sitting inside of spawn.
He's just chilling. Taking a sip of water. He's like, you guys got A? All right, I'll wait here.
Yeah.
It's always a bold move for teams to do that. I mean, I don't think in this case it's bold, but sometimes I'll see teams start to execute. Oh, hold that thought. Texas put down the perfect smoke.
You're not holding onto this gun.
Oh, that flash was so long.
Poor guy. I mean, he just got full executed on.
Yeah. They retook apartments as well as the A side right there. That's quite nice.
Playing the CT side and the T side at the same time. It's getting the most practice you can possibly get.
That's just efficiency right there coming through from EG, right? We talked about the newness of this team. Why not play both sides of the half at once?
That is the next level stage we're looking at for this Blueprint project. First, a ton of teams. Second, play every single side on each side. It's great.
Well, that was a shaky spray right there. It cleans up, but again, Deagle against Wiz. It has fallen. prey to it, but he will stand tall on this occasion. The Eagles not offering up too much resistance here, and this late lurk from Chop, it shouldn't go expected. They're moving right on by him at the moment.
I mean, a little bit of Deagle pushing through the A ramp is, I guess, something to note, but this A-side play is already coming through, right through middle, unfortunately. Davenport White are going to try and continue this flank, but unfortunately they have just left their house through the front door, and then the burglars came in through the back. That's tough.
Definitely. Going to start to make their way up middle here. Beanie Hut first in bat.
Hey,
hello. Wiz is definitely yelling at his teammates right now. Stan, he's going to clean up all those sweet, sweet eeks, man. Stan was letting his teammate go down right there for the eeks, and I got to respect it so
He's
much.
the Cobra in a couple different ways. Some people would joke. Nope, no, no. Whoa, no, 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 no,
Oh,
no,
man.
no.
Oh, Chop. Had an op, man.
No
You just
ninja
missed it,
defuse.
man.
You're not going to
Come
ninja
on.
defuse against this team.
Can I just see that as like a game plan? And no, because you do it once, man. They start to expect it too much. That had to be it right there.
You have to have the bait. You have to like start shooting op shots in towards the apartment. They all go hunting for you.
A late decoy.
What?
A late decoy towards apartments. Imagine if they had that. I'm just
Cole and
theory
his
crafting here.
strats.
I think it's doable. We just need to learn the lineup from like CT spawn to apartments. I'm sure that exists. We can ask Rops.
Frag's going to get out of trouble. Now from middle, and now Evil Geniuses are going to, they're taking some respect in their approach. They're not dry peeking everything, not just yet. Flash out towards A. Laiku again from spawn. This time, she won't get headshotted instantly, and Beanie Hut swings up top, drops the bomb, but Walco's already wrapped the site. Quickly traded back. Frag, an opportunity, perhaps. The smokes haven't quite landed. Neither have the flashes, and a great flick onto Walco. Now there's a real threat in this round. They can't deal with this op. They don't have the smokes nor the flashes, and they even have a flank. Davenport White could find themselves success. Laiku does fall, but the flank arrives. Adept will take down Wiz, and it's just Rush in a 1v3.
Oh, no.
An upset round is going to be on the cards for Davenport.
That's some very clean shooting right there from Frek. Playing around that molly, playing around all of that utility so very well. Now, I did see that deep jungle smoke, I think, actually fail to connect right there from EG, which is a bit of a problem, and you could see it came calling here. You can see so clearly what they're able to get away with. Look at this gap in the smoke. There's a smoke on his right side right there. And he has so much sight line towards that site. It's hard to cross. It's hard to actually take space right there and get those numbers punched in if you're EG, given that gap and given the space that Frek's taken.
All right. Well, a couple players here for Evil Genius. We just swap sides. They are Evil Geniuses now. Look at this. Win a round, you take the name, you take the title. All right, we're back. Back to reality. Snap back to reality, or whatever Eminem said.
Ooh, Frek's here,
Frag?
though.
Oh, it was almost a cool setup until he got fully blinded, but no one's actually on the other end of it. Nope, he's blinded, and ooh, now he's in a difficult spot. Helped out by his teammates, though. A little bit of teamwork there for the Davenport side. They'll get him out of dodge, and Evil Geniuses, they don't really get the map control they wanted.
Yeah, he's been very mobile with his op as well, man. I've been saying this nonstop, but there's promising signs constantly here. That peak was ambitious as ever, though. Walking into so many EG members, you're going to go down easy as you like. And this counter utility, not offering up so much deterrence here, more so just giving them an alarm bell as to exactly where the opposition is here, right around the corner.
Texas not going for the over peak, just hoping to hold the off angle. But eventually, with 30 seconds on the clock, you want every bit of information you can get. You can see Texas starting to return back to the site. He's making the sound cues, though, and that's crucial. Evil Geniuses know where he resides, and they go and they swing, and Rush is going to destroy him. Adept trapped out towards Van, and the two site anchors just walk right into the EG crosshairs. This is a save, and they're already hunting. Chop. Okay, Frag is going to wide swing the site and quick scope him. But other than that, this is just I mean, it's a cool way to save, I suppose. Not even that. Somehow that was a tag through the wall as things go from bad to worse.
Yeah, again, Frag's got some nice optioning. We haven't gotten to see too much of it in Inferno, but he's definitely pulled up in map 2 with a couple of nice rounds. So all very cool. But we'll see if the saving takes place here. Chases in. Utilities out. Hunted from all different angles here. And Stan will collect. EG on to 8 now. And again, man, I've already said it. It's very respectful what they're doing in these late rounds. They find the opening pick towards middle, right? Beanie Hut peeks out towards window. He gets taken down quickly from Stan. They start defaulting for another 30 seconds, hoping for some regression. You can see a minute left on the clock, 30 seconds, 20 seconds left between that final execute there. So it's a lot of patience after these opening picks coming through from EG, hoping that there's some sort of regression off the back of that 4v5. There wasn't in this case, but still, it wasn't any problem.
And now towards middle. I mean, it's a hope and a prayer, that's for sure. I mean, farming up the enemy's flash stats is adept. He's just like me for real.
I think he had the most flashes on our open team when I played with him. Fun fact.
Fun fact.
Maybe he was doing that the whole time, though.
I'm just addicted to flash stats, my friend. I want to be JT so bad. Complexity JT, that is.
See, Adept is also JT. So.
Twist of fate.
Isn't that interesting?
Beanie Hut is on a bit. Oh, he just got spotted. He got spotted off of the jump spot, and oh dear. Well, I mean, this was basic in essence the full eco here from Davenport, just the FAMAS for Texas.
Pretty good gun, serviceable.
Pretty good.
Up against 5 though, making a lot of noise on that.
Oh,
it's not gonna do in this occasion, man. Not when you have Walco with an AK right around the corner, having a ball.
Unfortunate, really. It's 9-3. I'm looking for one more gun round here from Davenport. You got 3 chances. Okay, probably 2. Because, okay, well, I'm predicting that they lose this round, and then the next round's going to be an eco, and then you'll have one more round to try.
Yeah, fair enough. I got a couple shots here. And again, going back to this mid-aggression here, Frag's really trying this. Great job from EG to not give him any sort of avenue here. Again, the utility that's deterred him from going for these level of plays has been very, very immense. He has struggled to find these sort of aggressive movements despite going for it so many times. But he's going to eventually fall off. I think in the meantime, they're going to head on collision towards the underpass here, and Stan's going to collect that one again onto Beanie Hut.
Yeah, a lot of utility burn from the Davenport belts, though. Just throwing an execute and finding this opening kill. EG are just going to slow grind, default every one of these rounds just to hunt that utility out from the belts of Davenport. When it comes time for an execute, what can you really do? No mollies, barely any smokes. I mean, Texas is going to have to make a play. Some form of overextension is going to have to come through. Did Frag almost line up a collateral? No, he did not. He just gets traded out. Stanislaw towards middle, catches the aggression. This is all as according to plan for EG, as the aggression does come through, and they do collect.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate here. It just doesn't seem like that A resistance is there. We've seen a lot of rounds where LCQ's left last standing there, and the issue is with that, I mean, you've lost all of your rotators if you're the last player alive right there. It's difficult though, right? When you have 3 different prongs of approach. You got Palace that they're pushing you from, you got the jungle connector side, and then you got A ramp. So I mean, there's far too many angles for LCQ to really deal with. So I mean, some obvious struggles there in Davenport's camp. But the Nova's out once again, which you love to see.
It found a kill. That's all that needs to be noted. They're just going to full run it, gun it. And Stanislaw was lining up utility, and then he realizes, oh wait, they're just running at me from underpass. I will pull out my gun and find 2. The Nova's so bad, dude.
Yes. Mag 7.
Mag 7 is
all the way.
Infinitely better.
Yes.
The Mag 7 finds the one-shot kill there.
Yeah, no doubt. You could have been walking a happy camper with an AK all the way to the bank right now, but no, you bought a Nova.
Well, they paid the price. Evil Geniuses up to 11. One more round in the half. One more opportunity. for Davenport. They need to make more history. They need to break their own record against Evil Geniuses.
They're pretty good on the pistols. Maybe that'll do.
That is true. The pistol rounds all look competitive.
Yeah. They've got some great ideas when it comes to the pistol rounds, so I would definitely see a world where they do break that record. They nearly won all of them so far. That one post plan on the A side was a bit rough. Frank misses his catch up. Oh, man, he's been so sharp on the flicks, but this time it comes haunting him, not connecting that onto Rush.
That was so close. Just barely off the mark, and now Walko is going to catch some aggression. Another 1-for-1, I mean a trade, but filthy. Taking just a different angle right there, managing it so well. 2v4. Adept has picked up the AWP, but Chop is in a safe position, won't be hit by that at all. And so Texas and Adept in a 2v4.
They can try and pull back.
They're flanking through market right now. This is...
Oh. Come on, Adept.
Yikes.
Man, didn't turn. How could you know? How could you know? Texas is going to stick out for one, but then done right there. Rush to find a quick trade there. And the one who started it off will finish for EG. That's a pretty clean string of rounds, as you can see there. One in the middle. There, thanks to a little bit of op magic coming through from Frag, who has just, I think for the most part, in the rounds that they've won, besides maybe pistols, subbing that out, I think a lot of it has kind of come from Frag finding some pretty good individual heroism here. So, again, a bit of a shining light here on the Davenport team, it seems.
Well, break their own record. Win the pistol round. Let's get it.
Again, they got the right idea here. Very little presence towards that A side, or B rather, and they are heading that direction, so not a bad idea.
I mean, it's slow. Oh boy, this nade, my friends, is about to hurt. Good chunk damage, and Stan gets away with the kill, but they clear out the entire site. No one's actually there. So they push deep into market, and this is where the retake setup is waiting. And even Rush is going to shave away another. Nothing is free here for Davenport, as they'll just sweep through the site. And all they really dole out is a couple points of damage on the way in. It's Evil Geniuses up to 13. All I want out of this one call, uno mas.
They were shooting at something. It looked like they were communicating something. I'm so interested to find out what, but either way, yeah, like you said, they still need their one more, right? And buys like these, you know, if you find a couple of kills, then that's when you can talk about having a better buy than your opposition. But a lot of those players didn't even get damaged, so they're walking into this with like all of the cheap head armor upgrade, $350, right? So you can see A1S is out, head armor on every single one of these EG players, and that's exactly what you'd like to have here.
Yeah, they're looking to clean up this round pretty tidy. Davenport's just gunning it out towards middle, but there's so many players inside of the underpass who could just backstab them with...
All right.
Oh, they didn't even realize where they've been shot from. That's the nature of the A1S, and he'll find two. Wiz even just... they're still in con, brother. I mean, the smoke does come through, but they're just going to run through. Frag, though, does find a kill into spawn, buying themselves valuable space. Beanie Hut with another, and I think Frag has a chance, a 1v2 up top on the ticket booth. Chance to dice up the duels, but they're coming back in from spawn, and Frag is not going to turn around, and he will get shot in the side from Chop. 14-3. I mean, they gave themselves another chance, courtesy of Frag, but it's just not meant to be.
Yeah, nice attempt right there from Frag. He almost gets it down the line, but no luck in this occasion here. So 14 snagged. Like that CT repositioning as well, man. That's just so clean, clinical. Obviously, you wouldn't be expecting it that late into the game, but that's what you're going to get out of EG here. Full investments coming back out. Do they want to keep pressing the issue on Davenport, though? That's the question, right? Looks like the answer's not quite. They're going to stick to the Deagles. They've been doing some damage with it, so maybe that's the teeth that they needed.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, okay. This is not going to be the round for it. All things said, though, I mean, what did we truly expect here from the Davenport side of things? It's Evil Geniuses. You're literally playing with major winners. A Defto up close, a Tech 9. Nope. Not expecting that swing. Not able to react in time. And shot picking his timing nicely. And so we're looking for more of this Deagle magic from Davenport. That, I mean, we've seen some today, but we're gonna really need to. We're gonna really need to see some.
That we are, to try and recover this man disadvantage. They're gonna walk in towards seemingly the B side here. Bomb is a little fake. Call this one a QB sneak, it looks like. They're gonna slip through Palace.
Bomb in Palace. B playthrough. They need to find at least a kill to draw the rotates away. And they will, but the bomb has gone down. The strat has gone to waste. And I can see EG smiling from across the room. They know that they just try to get silver stratted on.
That's the classic. All chat go A. And then team chat go B.
But then send the bomb A.
Yeah, a little double fake.
There's layers to this strategy here.
Yeah. Did not work.
You have to be a silver to understand a silver.
You know what we're calling ranks below DMG nowadays? Call them blue ranks. Now, silver doesn't count, because after this rank update, I feel like there shouldn't be too many silvers left, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of gold novas, a lot of MGs, looking rough out there.
You're a gold nova, right?
I'm global pre-rank update, believe it or not. World's only global pre-rank update.
This has been another episode of Lies with Cole Extra McHenry.
I got the receipts.
Okay.
I worked hard for it.
Guys, he got global. I don't know. Stan, I think he's done a little bit more than getting global. I'm going to be honest. I think that might be something that the Davenport players have yet to even accomplish, all things said. I would say Fraga has definitely done it.
A def? I say probably Supreme. Not too bad.
Perhaps.
Not too bad.
Walking out the apartments, though, right into the double stack. Not going to pay off. Was not quite making the jump up the van, but that's not going to matter. Maybe it's better that he's actually on the site floor because they're just going to leap through the smoke and chop. Almost a triple kill, but it only turns into the one. The trades go through. The bomb should actually get planted here, and we're looking for the Uno Mas. We're looking for a fourth. Break their own record here for Davenport White.
It's definitely possible here. They got the sight line from Frag, and he's been very sharp with the op. No flashes off his line, so they try and find the trade, but he opens up the first one. He gets that molly down towards George. He finds himself a second as well. One more around the corner, and Walco's absolutely terrified to stick his neck out here. Time's ticking as well, so he has to make a move soon.
Frag's a hunting! And Davenport White will pick up their fourth. They'll break their own record. Anything more from this would be an overwhelming achievement.
Yeah. They got their +1 there, and again, that's about what you'd expect. A couple rounds here and there throughout the series, not too bad. But again, I mean, it feels like it's all about Frag and his impact. I mean, a nice entry actually found from Texas right there as he dives through the smoke. They found some trades, but Frag just landing up a 4K, closing down that retake when it was actually favorable for EG is so phenomenal.
Posting up towards middle, and I mean, if it's only the Deagles facing him or the 5.7 of Stan is the only pistol really in play, I'll give him a good shot. Frag's actually going to... He's going to be escorted in as almost like an entry fragger.
Yeah, that's what I love about him, man. He's going in first with the op.
Stan. Ooh. Not quite spotted there by Frag. Does sneak underneath. And will actually preemptively rotate towards the B site.
Yeah, I think they got a pretty good setup right now, though, towards B. If that's where they elect to end up here and off the information play coming through, they have a split up the ramp. But actually, it looks like they're collecting a lot of ground. How diligent are they in the clear? The answer is not too much. Chop going to find himself a freebie. They still have to figure out where the player is inside of A main at the moment. Walco on the missed move.
Oh, boy. This is probably going to end the game here. Oh, they're taking their time. Walco. Then he'll open up. The call comes through that there's one in towards A main. And oh, the bait is so perfect. So many of the players run right through, and it's Evil Geniuses who are going to be picking up the 2-0. I mean, it's about as expected. I'm going to say that for a lot of these LCQ games. But you know what? If you're Davenport White, it could have been worse.
No doubt, right? And again, you come into this match, you know what you're dealing with. You're dealing against this top ECL. And so it's obviously going to be very, very difficult to have any sort of comfort in these matches. But if you're looking for comfort elsewhere, maybe in your gaming setup or wherever you are, even at work, right? You can go and check out Mavic's gaming chairs. I have one myself. I absolutely love it. So if you're in the market for a Mavic's gaming chair, you can see plenty of them around in the venue. We got one right here. It's absolutely lovely. And you can even get yourself a pretty nice deal here. 50% off. That's a great one right there on the L Max. So if you're interested in that, go and check them out. I believe you could use code NSG to save $55 off your order as well. I don't know if that applies to the 50% off, but either way, that's a great deal.
LMAX is 50% off as well, so you can go ahead and keep cool, keep well rested as well with your chair. So it has massage features as well, temperature control, all that good stuff. Kind of like another Swiss Army knife we got here as our sponsors here for the Fragadelphia circuit. All the good stuff provided by Mavic Games. So shout out to them. For now, though, I think we're getting close to wrapping up. We have another best of 3 coming up throughout this LCQ bracket. I mean, I'll give one final shout out to Davenport White for putting up the fight that they did. Look, it's a fight against overwhelming odds. All things said throughout this one, but also to EG, we're getting our first look at them really on this LAN stage, and it's important they play through this LCQ, get accustomed to this LAN environment for when the big dogs in this tournament are really going to start showing it.
No doubt, no doubt. I mean, again, it's crucial that we actually see EG buckle down here, and they definitely did. They played very respectful on this T side. Not a lot of trolling taking place. It was very, very diligent. Sure, when rounds were hefty advantages, they were going for hunts. They were trying to find the kills, but that's all to be expected in games like these. Yep. Like you said, on top of that, Davenport White, they put up a really excellent fight, and I got to give them credit. They got a lot to learn here from this this demo, and I think that they have collected a lot of valuable gaps, if you will, in this setup that they've got going on. But they also have a lot of promise as well.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and toss this one off to a bit of a break and see what we have on the other side, be it an LCQ match, maybe an interview, on not necessarily like fully out there about the schedule. Ooh. Yeah, we're actually going to be bringing this one to a bit of interview on the other side of this break. So stay tuned, where Upmind will be hitting us with all the goods. So we'll be back in a bit, and you can get all the info you want. Peace.
Cheaters ruining your plays? I have eyes on the enemy. Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Welcome back to Fragadelphia 17, and we're back here on the main stage, joined here by the one and only Stanislaw from Evil Geniuses. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Straightforward game.
Yeah.
Good experience for Rush and I. We haven't been on a LAN, together on LAN in a while, and yeah, we had fun in the game.
Yeah, I mean, let's just talk about the last year, more or less. You've been recommitting a lot of time into CS after you ended up leaving EG going into January. I mean, kind of talk to me how grinding in Tier 2 ended up preparing you for your second opportunity with EG.
Yeah, it's just been a grind. Honestly, it's like you said. After I left EG, I didn't want to leave. Obviously, I still have a lot of passion for the game, still want to play and compete at the highest level. So I knew I'd be back someday, and if this is what I got to do to get back to the top, then that's what I'm going to do. And I have a lot of confidence in my teammates, and I'm excited to play again. I'm just having fun with it.
Gotcha. And just to say this, these guys on your team, they've been watching you play for at least 5 years. You've been playing with Rush for 5 years. Just talk to me about the dynamic between you and the younger players, how that has been developing for the last month, and how you plan on helping out the team.
Yeah, they're all great guys. I'm sure they look up to like Will and I in a sense, but I don't want them to do that anymore. I want us to all be on the same level. We're teammates. That's how it should be. We all trust in each other. We're just players at the end of the day. We're also human beings, and they're really fun guys to be around as well. We have a lot of fun together, so far it's been fun and chill.
Hell yeah. I mean, last question, because this is actually your first frag.
Yeah.
And, I mean, even though you're an NA vet, we still somehow haven't seen you on a LAN like this, so just tell me how you guys are feeling confident going into this weekend, if you guys can replicate your performance that we just saw.
No, Rush and I feel very confident on LAN. We have tons of experience. We're just getting used to the microphones picking up people just shouting like maniacs out here. So sometimes it picks up the microphone when you don't want it to, which is kind of annoying, but it is what it is. You just got to get used to it. So
sucks. Happens.
Yeah, happens.
No, thank you so much.
Yeah, I want to do a fist bump.
Hey,
yeah.
All good. I got rejected. My bad. Folks, I'm going to send you all to a break because it feels like we need a bit of a break. It was a quick one, but we'll be right back with more Fragadelphia 17.
Video games were definitely a source of tension in my family. They weren't really happy that I'm like kind of starting to steer away from education and steer away from school.
I had a grind. I came here from nothing. I was never in the spotlight. In fact, it's something that's very new to me.
Esports isn't for now. Esports is for 100 years from now. Just like the NFL 100 years ago when the NFL was starting up, like what is this? People hitting each other for fun, and look at it now.
Anything worth doing in life is always going to be hard. So I knew that this was going to be difficult. I just didn't know to what extent.
27 seconds to go. This round is
I was dealing with all these things, and I had to keep a facade of everything is fine, and there came a point where the facade just cracked.
Quitting esports was the easiest option.
That year was probably like the worst year in like a very long time. There was like a huge falling out with like gaming in general.
Everything was going great, and one day I had gotten a call from my sister, and she was crying, and she was just saying, "Mom can't walk. Like, get over here. Like, Mom's not walking. Like, she can't walk." I'm sorry.
And then my dad asked me, he says, "So what are you gonna do about it? Why do you gotta tell me that? Why can't you just tell me to give up?" But he didn't, so I didn't.
Through all like the lows, to knowing like this is something I've always wanted since I was young, and I've been a gamer my whole life. I've been in esports since I was like 15, and knowing that everything I do now is like culminating to like this person that I've kind of always wanted to become, it makes everything worth it.
Esports.
Esports is home. It's everything I've ever known.
My name is Matthew Johnson, and I'm the art director for Nerd Street. My role in designing the rings was taking the brands that we created for each unique series and trying to translate them in this unique and stylized piece, trying to figure out how we apply the logo, the color palette, and how we determine which elements we want to incorporate on the various sizes. As a team, we decided to go with a ring as opposed to a trophy because we wanted to make sure that every member of that team had something that they can take home and show off, and not only put on their mantle at home, but something that they could bring to future events as well. The designs for the rings go through several iterations, and it actually is dependent on which series it's a part of. So we have winter and summer series, and we try to make sure that the ring matches the style of the logo and the brand for that particular series. The key visuals that we want to include in the rings pull directly from the logos themselves. So for the winter series, you'll find cooler color palette. Sometimes the logos include elements of snow or snowflakes. And for our summer series, obviously there's a more warmer color palette. You may even find some palm trees and some other visual elements trying to pull from that. So on the top, we have the tournament logo along with bright, colorful, flashy diamonds. On one side of the ring, we have the nerd block, which obviously represents Nerd Street, and then we have the year that the tournament took place. On the other side, we wanted to dedicate that towards the team that won, so we have their logo as well as the name of the player. As a Nerd Street champion, these rings signify that you're the best of the best, similar to traditional sports because it allows you to walk around with the hardware. Similar to Tom Brady and Michael Jordan, kind of showing off all the hardware you have, and if you're lucky enough to have multiple ones and multiple iterations, you're able to showcase them all at once. The Nerd Street Champs rings symbolize victory and accomplishment for competitors. At the end of the day, we're looking to have our rings visually represent that very specific series itself. There are some unifying elements like the Nerd Street Trophy, but we want the rings as a whole to represent that series that they won in that particular year.
Spacey shit. Spacey shit.
Look what's next for me, Joe. I'm gonna get that second bell. Where the f is it? They should have had them 2 bells ready. Spit shine for me.
Yeah. Head up in the clouds, dog, they saying I look stressed. I've been feeling down, pray to God that I'm up next. Remember when she blew me off, that's why I can't text. Now she call me petty, but I swear I can't forget. This ain't a test. Now they saying that I ball like Jerry West. Coming back for what is mine, can't take no less. I said go and take a shot, so I need your best. And stop the threats, don't know what is in me. I don't got time, I'm not giving the energy. Too many people around me, I'm finicky. I do not mess with you, dog, you're not kidding me. You don't got way too close. I've been up at the top now, so they all wait for the landslide. I seen too many people that switched up, whose man's high. Through it all, I stay the same, I swear to God, I can't lie. Been down so damn low that I came up for my life. They talk way too much on the internet, it's not real life. I swear my fam waiting, I can't lose, and I'm still right. Still right, I swear that I'm working, I'm up till like midnight. It's real life, I got a time and I'm coming to get mine. In time, I cannot lose and I'm coming right inside. I'm in my, yeah.
Welcome back to Fragadelphia 17, where we've got our last series of the day about to get underway. It's on stage. It's between Limitless and 7 a.m. 7 a.m., a team that's come all the way from across the pond here to compete at Fragadelphia. It might be up to Limitless to help escort them on home here, Cole. The defenders, Stamina, actually defending champion of Fragadelphia here, trying to fight for his crown. So quite the showing here already. Let's see what this match is going to do. How you feeling about it, Cole?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, right? Again, I'm not sure who's going to come out on top of this. I think it's actually going to be a really close series, so it's going to be very exciting. I think pretty highly of Stamina's ability to bring in new players to a roster, right? He's not dealing with any of his old players from that team that won, right? He's a completely new project, so it's exciting to see what he can do, right? At the end of the day, he's got to bring in some new faces here and bring them up against some international competition, and that's always an accomplishment because last time he tried it, it succeeded quite well.
Well, if you want to succeed, then what you can do is you can get on over to FTX US, download the FTX US app, and sign up. Use referral code NERD to earn free crypto on every trade over $10 with the FTX app. We got a QR code for you. Make it nice and easy, handy dandy. I like QR codes.
Yeah, big fan. When they have it on the menu, I love that.
Yeah,
Makes
that's
it
what
easy.
you're about?
Yeah.
Don't like a tactile menu? He doesn't want to have to turn pages.
Nowadays.
Cole's about efficiency here.
Yeah. It's scan your phone. It's got menus. You're very easily able to find what you're looking for there. So
truly a
all about
zoomer
it.
here. You are a zoomer, right?
Yes.
Yeah?
Kind of.
You're
Yeah, I
like the
think
upper
so.
range?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right
They
on
call it, the in between.
Okay.
So.
I mean, we've got a couple real true zoomers here in the
Yes.
form of Garrett and Gompers,
Yes.
but you're like the liminal zoomer.
Yeah. It's a good space to
Still,
be.
I'm sure we got some zoomers here in the server as well. You can see the Limitless boys over there on the bottom, Stamina in the center, KMRN. Not quite sure how we're going to handle that one.
Cameron?
JBA, Maxwell, and Scar. Cameron, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That
Cameron.
makes way more sense. Now, I got the scoop from Neo Kai on how to say
me
the names over on the 7 a.m. team, so if I screw any of these up, it's his fault. Remember that. So we've got Zayax, that's the guy far on the right. Knas is second from the right. LVN, that one's pretty straightforward. Vacancy, apparently, over there. That one's very straightforward as well. And then apparently YZO is actually pronounced Zaye.
There you
Zaye.
go. And if that's wrong, then you know who to blame.
It is, in fact, Neokai's fault
He's
entirely.
doing work with UKCS, too, so, I mean, that's a big blunder, as they say.
He is a UK lad. Yeah, it would be what a blunder if he was getting that one wrong. So get in his DMs if I got that wrong. Don't tweet at me. Tweet at him. Let him know. He doesn't really know this stuff. We do have the vetoes here, so let's dive in. Let's see what we're going to get between these two teams, as it seems like we are going quickly into the matchup itself. We are ready to get things underway. What do we got? What are the maps? Pull them up. I'm going to make the graphic appear magically. It didn't come up all at once, though. So, all right, Inferno from Limitless.
I'll rise it up. That's a good ban. I think that's pretty standard for them. A Mirage ban coming through from 7 a.m. Again, not too sure what they're really going into, I'll be honest, from a 7 a.m. I think they're a very recent team. So
well, I think they were playing together. So they recently got picked up by the organization, or at least came together under this particular iteration to travel across the pond and compete here, which is cool. It's always nice to get a little bit of roster debut or a little bit of fresh face. I've also been informed that their coach, apparently the person who may have put together this team, goes by Emperor, and I'm told he is a bit of a hero over in the UKCS scene. Won an Epic LAN recently, I think, with a mixed team. So
it's not too bad.
Love to see that. Little overpass, little vertigo. What do we get as a decider? Not Dust 2. So that means we're ending on Nuke.
Ooh, I think that's a good pick, right? I think that overall Stamina, I know quite a bit about him and the IGL position, and Overpass I think has always been a map that individually he does very good on as a player. And then on top of that, Nuke coming into this was a map that they took down some pretty tough competition, or at least they took them very close, this Limitless team in an RMR qualifier. So you got a lot going for them. I think it was Complexity that they nearly took down, if I'm not mistaken. Took them into overtime on Nuke, so
I think that would EG, actually.
EG, yes.
Yes, where Tim had to drop like 40.
Yes.
Automatic had to drop like 40 to actually keep the Limitless from pulling off the upset there in the BO1s. So that was, in fact, a very tight game indeed. Stamina roster is notorious for causing some upsets on those RMRs. They like some of those upsets. So Overpass, Vertigo, Nuke. I do like the way this is going to go through. I'm very curious to see what we get from 7 a.m. I haven't gotten the pleasure of watching them just yet. So for me, this is very much a fresh look, very much a fresh impression from the UK boys. And I know some of our colleagues across the pond are going to be very excited to see how this team does. And part of me hopes they're happy at the end of this. Part of me hopes they're pretty disappointed, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to say that they very well could be disappointed. Limitless, again, they're a team that has taken, well, at least they've led by a team that has taken down many names. They've got many names on this roster as well that have ECL experience, and so that's definitely going to bring a lot to the table there. We've seen a little bit of European struggle there in that big Omen game that you all casted earlier on Dust 2.
We did, yeah. First
they
half.
closed out, right? First half. Second half was a completely different story. So, I mean, we'll see if they see the same thing. Again, they could walk home pretty disappointed because Limitless, like you had said, they're an upset team. That's what they've proven to be so far. So, very well could be the same case here.
We got the big Omen guys sitting over here, chilling in the pit. Their day of games apparently done. Watching some of the proceedings going on through here. We got quite the crowd. I mean, it's just day one. I love to see it.
Yeah.
This is the last chance qualifier, so as well as some of these teams get knocked out. I mean, they're still going to be around for this weekend, cheering on their friends, their rivals, their mortal enemies, perhaps, Cole.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is a great turnout right now. I absolutely love to see the crowd. We had a decent little crowd with Davenport versus EG. They were going crazy every time Davenport went around, but that could be because Davenport brought so many players.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I think Davenport can actually pack every one of those chairs with a member of a Davenport CS team. They've got 37 teams competing here, I think, something like that.
Yeah, about 4 or
all
6
personally
maybe.
recruited by one Koi Fish. It's crazy that they gave a Fish control of a collegiate program, man.
Over that many people, too. I mean, that's like 15 people. He even drove here all the way. I don't know if he drove specifically, but
it's crazy that he can reach his little fins out to manipulate the wheel. Very impressive there. Ooh, we got the big map up. Griffin's doing us nice.
I know. What great work.
Doing it right here. Appreciate that, Mr. Griffin. We're going to be hopping into the server in just a few moments here, folks. You can see players warming up on stage. Returning Fragadelphia champion Stamina there, middle center, trying to defend his title from the British Invaders.
Yeah, I like that story right there. And again, it very well could be the case here in this matchup. It's going to be tricky for them, that's for sure. I was expecting Limitless out of the gates to come through with a very impressive performance. They're definitely showing up in advance a little bit, but as of all things considered, these qualifiers have been hit or miss for them. They've had high highs and low lows at certain points. So again, I always think Stamina can be an IGL that brings things, brings new players specifically, maybe players with lacking experience, and he builds them up quite nicely. I mean, he did that with the Strife project. Now he's looking to do it with this project as well.
And an interesting aspect of this Limitless team that people might not be aware of is, though it is just an advanced roster right now, there's actually quite a bit of support coming through from the organization.
Yeah.
The starting right guard for the Denver Broncos is a partial owner of the team. Graham Glasgow has an ownership stake in Limitless. So that's a fair amount of financial support that's come in towards building this towards a more long-term project. So though for now they compete in advance, this is a team with pretty lofty ambitions.
Yeah.
And while we just had to tease you there a little bit, we were ready to hop on in. It just CS us, interrupt us right there. Just a little blue bombs there, shall we say?
That's a good expression for it there.
Delayed detonation. Just gonna stall you out for a touch here on the stream.
Last second defuse on the game start timer.
Gotta have it. Gotta have it.
Yeah, of course.
Who are we looking for? Who's gonna pop off? I don't know if I've had the scoop on who the actual pop-off players are to look for on 7 a.m. I haven't had quite that download just yet. Oh, I've got the voice note from Neo. Hold on. Let's play it for the proper pronunciation here. Let's see if he messes this up. I hope that came through. You got the scoop from Neo there to let you know exactly what's going on here. So Zykes and Zai.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
He definitely did not write that phonetically properly. Just want to say,
up.
Neo, if you're listening to this, gonna have to work on your phonetic typing here. That was not at all what you sent me, but I'm glad you voice noted it. So Zykes and Zai. It's a little bit easier than Zayax.
That does make a lot more sense. Yeah. I like that. I like that. Rolls off the tongue a little bit better there. Phonetics, they can be tricky. But I think they're designed to be easy, so oops.
We got the scoop. We got the approach from down below. I will say, LVN, you got to lean back a little bit. The fisheye camera is not doing you any favors right now. Oh, Bobby's getting in there, too. We get the forehead in strong from Stamina. Those are the in-game leaders, in the middle.
Exactly. That's what you got to zone in got to make sure as close as possible to the mini map there. So
the
it's
fisheye
definitely
just
important.
shows the big brains.
Yeah.
It's, you can actually see the strats forming if you look close enough. If you really zoom in on the fisheye lens, you can see the pistol round strats taking shape.
The little, what is it, lubs in your brain, they actually form into, I don't know what the word is, wrinkles? Wrinkles is what they say. Yeah, the wrinkles in your brain, they form into the maps in Counter-Strike.
Lobes? Is that what the word you're looking for?
No,
You
not
said
quite.
lubs.
Because people say smooth brain, you know, you're not very
Yeah,
smart,
okay, so the
right?
wrinkles in your brain.
So wrinkles.
But
would
the lobes are like
imply-
the different pieces of your brain?
Yes. Yeah, I would guess so. Yeah.
No,
I was
I
going for,
do
I was
know
going
so.
for wrinkles.
Okay,
And,
wrinkles, all right.
Wrinkles actually create the maps for IGLs where they need to go.
Good to know. It's
Yeah.
like a topography type of
Yes.
situation?
Yeah.
You're getting into, what's the word for phrenology?
Yes.
Can you do phrenology on people's heads and figure out what their tendencies are as an IGL? Maybe that's the real meta. You know, you don't need to watch film. You don't need to scout your opponent. You need to do phrenology on your opponent's cranium.
Yes.
And then you're going to know their tendencies as an IGL.
Yes.
Well, if I know anything about the phrenology on Stamina's cranium, he does occasionally like to go for some of that early aggression. So I think you might try and go for some spice to start things off here against 7 a.m.
Any organ donors, IGLs, those need to be inspected. That's for sure.
Do you know what phrenology is, now that I've been talking about it for a while?
Not really, no. That's
So
the first time
phrenology
I
is a pseudoscience that was popular, I think, around the turn of the last century, not this century. We've fortunately moved beyond it. That by feeling the shape of people's skulls, you could actually tell things about them. It was also part of like evolutionary Darwinism and a bunch of other hokey, like really questionably motivated, nasty stuff. But phrenology was like if you felt the bumps on people's brains, you could tell different things about their personality or thought process, how intelligent they were. You could like measure the size of people's skulls. So, you know, the bigger your skull, the better than IGL you are, apparently.
Yeah. I mean, that lines up, at least in Counter-Strike knowledge, right? Maybe not actually working in practice, but in Counter-Strike, maybe it helps.
Yeah, you got to have that big brain. Big brain strats. We talk about it. Walnut brains, peanut brains, watermelon brains.
Sometimes peanut brains win majors.
Sometimes
and
peanut brains win
MVPs.
majors. Sometimes we've got one of those major winners here in attendance just played on stage.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of wild to think about.
I know. We got a couple major winners here, believe
We
it or
do
not.
have two major winners on two different teams.
That's kind of nuts. It's a bit wild right there.
Fragadelphia's come a long way.
I know.
One of them's returning. You know, I don't know if you guys mentioned this on the last broadcast, but Rush played in Fragadelphia 5.
Oh, I did not know that. That's
a
awesome.
long time ago.
Were you there at Frag 5?
No,
Was that
Frag
before
10
your
was my
time?
first.
Okay.
Frag 10 was my first back in 2017, beginning of 2017. That was my first Fragadelphia.
Okay.
But apparently Frag 5, which must have been at least 2 years before that, 2 years. So we're talking 2016, 2015. That was Rush's Fragadelphia debut. Now he's back with just, you know, one major under his belt since then.
Well, with those numbers, right, what do we got? Frag 15 was won by Bad News Bears.
I was bad. Janji was won that one, yeah.
10 frags, we should have that at least one player on that Bad News Bears team win a major. Otherwise, we're off par.
There you go. All right. We've learned. I mean, I guess with that logic, Stamina might be winning one in a few years.
Yeah.
He's
Frag,
defending the
what is
crown.
it, Frag 26?
By the time we hit 26?
Yes.
Yes. So you're saying if Stamina doesn't have a major by the time we hit Frag 26, it's been a failure?
Yes.
Stamina's been a failure or Frag's been a failure?
Stamina. I'll blame him.
Stamina. All right, Stamina, you got 10 frags to win a major. He can't hear us right now. He's got the sound destroyers on, but I'm sure he'd be up for the challenge if he could. Indeed. We'll see if 7 a.m. can set themselves up to win a major. I actually don't know if Rush won that frag, though, is the thing.
Oh, yeah. Maybe
I just know he attended it.
Yeah, yeah.
Hold on, we got to go back and check Frag 5. Right there. Pulling up the Wikipedia. Time to go into the lore.
Digging deep down the rabbit hole. That's what we got to do sometimes when we got these pistol tech pauses. Those are my favorite type. They always lead to interesting conversations. So you never know when you're getting started. So.
Just got to lean into it. Oh, wait, no, this is Frag 5.5. Don't want that one. Frag 5. Fragadelphia 5.
5.5? They're throwing decimals in there?
Well, we used to do the .5s, which were like little squads.
10K?
Okay, so the winner was Shazam Squad. I'm going to give you a guess as to who was leading that one. Oh, man, that was with Shazam, Minutty, Daps, Lucky, and Glorins. Woo! Some of the teams that were in this one, my goodness. We've got some history here. UB United was there. That was the Potter, Miss Harvey, Die, Bonita, Kath roster. We are in. We're hopping into the server. You don't have to hear about all this. Let me see what roster Rush was on, though.
Yeah,
that's a really important knowledge. You cast the pistol.
Yeah, I got this.
While we're going in, you get
take
into the
care of
pistol while I look up where Rush was competing.
You go into the lore, the deep history that Rush
Nerfed was at this one.
has gone through. But speaking of Russian, we got ourselves maybe a little Rush B strategy coming through here. Nothing too crazy out of the gates here. But we know that Limitless like to go for some aggressive plays here. Instead, it's going to be a slow crawl down towards connector, it seems. And in the meantime, it's actually 7 a.m. pulling through with a little bit of that aggression. That early morning juice clearly kicking in here late in the afternoon. They're trying to move their way out. Connector, this collapses very quick. Actually, trades favoring the T side here. They've cleared out that B side completely, and you're going to see Nas make his way in through connector. Everyone, in fact, on this retake making their way through connector, trying to be quick about things. There's coverage coming through. Stamina going to drop one more around the corner. Doesn't expect all of these numbers, and it's planted for J-Ball, but he's only got 6 HP left. Actually, hold that thought. Plenty of HP on his camp. But 2 players running around the corner here. They double swing him. Tough fights, and it's not quite planted for him. He'll get taken care of. And 7 a.m., they close out that pistol with relative ease. Not too bad.
Well, I'm
You
not
still
finding
looking
it
up
quickly,
Rush?
so I'm going to have to look this up earlier.
Oh.
I haven't found
no.
it. I haven't found his team. I haven't found his spot. I will have to go dive deep into that lore to figure out.
Might be able to ask him
what he was doing at the time. I wonder if he
He's
remembers.
still around?
I mean, somewhere. Maybe not in venue anymore.
Yeah.
Just took
He's
a
in
dub.
Philly.
He's out eating dinner. Victory. It's a little early for dinner.
That's what happens when you win so fast.
I mean, with how jacked the dude is, maybe he's just like crushing raw eggs.
Yeah.
Going for a lift.
Yeah. Perfect time.
We'll see. We'll see. Major MP9 action out here early for 7 a.m. Vacancy gets a little run boost. All right, I like the frisk early on. One way to take an anti-eco and make it exciting is to start throwing people through the air with the greatest of ease. What do we got? Who's going to take first contact here? It is pressure in for Limitless. They're just looking to find a little bit of contact here towards B, and it's fast in, but it's fast in Ganas, who's feasting. 1 for 1. Not quite there, and okay, the trades are all right for Limitless. They're going to be able to get this bomb down. They'll have to get past LVN to do so, and they're not committed just yet. So as they close the distance, the SMGs risky against the pistols. LVN gives some space, and that works out nicely for him. He gets stamina dinked up and dropped. These 1-for-1 exchanges have been nuts so far, but this Deeg needs to find home. This round's been massively expensive, though, Cole. This is pretty spicy.
Yeah, at least you're doing some good damage here. That's not too bad for the Limitless camp. They came into this with no armor, so if they could maybe find one more kill, a bomb plant here, even Scar in a 1v2, that makes it so winnable. But he has to find a way to isolate these fights, and he has to find a way to pick up bomb here first. Testing the waters here, double peep coming through from them. 7 a.m. do close it out, but again, there's some small victories in that loss.
All right, so I'm still not quite understanding how YZ0 is Zai, but I'm trusting Neo on this.
Yeah.
I'm trusting Neo on this. I'm putting my faith in Neo. My brain doesn't want to, but I am trusting it. So we got Zykes and Zai together on a team just to make life confusing for us.
That sounds like a really deadly brother duo right there, right?
Zykes and Zai?
Yeah.
Coming to the latest anime near you. Investment into this round from Limitless. Bit of the bonus round from 7 a.m. as well. This could be punishing. Ooh. That's a nice kill to find early on. That's going to draw Zai close. As LVN's been lost, they need to fill the gap. He's pretty vacant towards this A site. As he drops, oh, it's the op instead. To be out of play, Zai alone now. So much responsibility on his shoulders. If he goes down, this could just turn into a save from the remaining players. And I think they spot the gun barrel. He gets one. No one's in position to trade, but the damage has been done. He's got to beat a hasty retreat. In the meantime, will it go right into Cameron's trap? Only to the tune of 1. That can be an upgrade at least for Vacancy. You could bring a rifle to bear with the others. But in the meantime, they know they've got a wounded Zai over here. They want to bring the pressure. They want to bring the pain. They want to bring the hurt. They know if they get this kill, they got this bomb site for free. And there's the kill. Played right into their hands. Now the bomb's going down. And frankly, at this point, Vacancy could consider the save. Didn't even retrieve the AK, so he's doing this with the SMG. They do have a little bit of spare capital, but it's not enough to justify a full buy. With that ball not being down yet, the opportunity still exists, and oh no. Oh no, they gave him the gap. No one was watching this. Spacing not good, but the trades will be.
God, you guys fucking suck!
That's a very sturdy round right there from Limitless, closing that one out.
Sturdy round.
JVA, he found a lot of openers right there, and he's a scary player for this team, right? He's one of the individually, mechanically gifted players on this team here, and if he's going to be firing away like he just did in that round, it's going to be a scary outlook for 7 a.m. there. He just found 2 opening picks on that A side, and you could see what it did to the other sides of the map, right? I mean, all you had to do for Cameron was set up on short, let him walk right into your crosshair. It's about as easy as it gets for a kill. So game plan early on for Limitless, sending him aggressive early is exactly what the doctor ordered for Limitless. We'll see if they can keep it up. Little late boost assembled here. He's trying for it. No setup for it
pop
at
the
the
door.
moment.
Pop the door. Oh, they got the
man.
information. Surprised the connector players don't respond in time. Maybe a little bit slow on the comms there, because if that door pops, the boosted player is kind of done for, right? Even the spam just proves to find so much damage. Instead, Cameron gets caught isolated. Stamina is here, but it's a weird way to have taken that fight. Smoke's going to come in, but it comes in late. What do I actually want to do with this? That early pick is such an advantage here for 7 a.m. as they try and make this limited by work. Oh, it's all falling apart. Zai gets his revenge in this one. 2 massive impact frags through, and now down to just the 2 on the Limitless side. They're out of positioning. They're in a tough spot. At least they still have control of bomb, but they need to find some kills immediately. Otherwise, this one might just fall by the wayside.
That's what it's looking like right now. Issues becoming here, but an ambitious play. Stamina's going to deal with that, so maybe that's a lifeline back into this round here. Flash doesn't do anything on the side, though. Tapping through the smoke. No luck on a JBA at the moment. At least they're holding on to this 2-on-4, but they got to make a move on. There's only 30 seconds left, and options are limited to this A side and A side alone here. No time for rotations.
With the positioning out towards long as well here, Cole, this is going to be so tough. Even if they do somehow manage to get the bomb down, there's no way they're going to expect this late play from long.
I messed up the smoke as well, so that's going to make matters worse. Flashbang, it looks good for the long player here, but again, it's all about finding these entries. JBA is very careful about his approach, but now he needs to find himself 3 more kills here. 1 around the plant. Oh, he won't find it. Not in time there. We'll be taken down at 7 a.m. They bounce right back, get the AKs to boot.
Well, nicely done from 7 a.m. I mean, Limitless, the spacing there felt like a blunder. We had a lot of situations where players get isolated in their fights, where there's no chance for the trade. There's no chance to actually take the space that they build on it. I think, ironically, Limitless trying to play so safe there, right? Hold back, see if pushes would come through, that they gave these big windows through which 7 a.m. could strike. So bit of a blunder there for sure. Now, let's see if they can regain with just the Deagles. It's going to be a tough ask. In the meantime, 7 a.m. going to press forward and try and further build this gap.
Ooh. Dangerous game there to hang around for too long. I like this little bait and switch setup that they got going on in the bathrooms, though, at the moment. It's pretty deadly so far. It's what we saw Limitless walk into last round, and it definitely punished them. So some real promise coming through from the 7 a.m. camp on what is a pretty solid map pick coming through from Limitless. They picked into it for a reason here, but struggling in some of the A side, defaulting it as of late. They still have to deal with so much presence on this A side as well, man. This duo that we got going on, so deadly.
They've gained a lot of space, though. I mean, for having nothing to invest, 7 a.m. have given them a ton of space over towards this A site. The pistols can be deadly if they start to condense the angles. Zai's got a bit of reach and range here, and actually Zykes coming in is going to make that a little bit easier. The pistols have opted to go towards long, and that may have been the wrong choice, as indeed they get peppered down 1 by 1. They're right on the doorstep of bathrooms, but they extended the distance, and wow, there's a little bit of damage coming from JBA. It's just not nearly enough to matter.
Yeah, it's a full house between those 2 players right there, and that's so scary. Again, if you're going to keep testing the water towards those A sides, and you need to be punishing them a little bit right there, and if they're just going to clean up all the kills, granted, there was a lot of pistols in the mix there, but scary territory for Limitless if they struggle consistently. And again, there's that little like setups that you got going on towards A that are helping this 7 a.m. team quite a bit, but Maxwell does have his AWP, and maybe that can support them a little bit in trying to claim some of this control. So crucial to have this gun when you're trying to take this map space here, and he's going to set himself in connector early on.
Oh, good damage on a vacancy. Not going to be able to zero in the kill. Vacancy will survive, but it's a tricky, precarious position. Now the flashbang in, and 2 found for it. 2 players in, neither one looking away. They just get so very punished there. Nice play from Zai. Snappy on the response and the timing. And Limitless are left searching to find something, some sort of way back in. But Zykes is watching. This timing will be critical here. But he's good for it. And with that, the round is just about out of reach. There's not a whole lot to show here for Limitless. They have been completely stymied into this one.
It's the same issue as last gun round as well, right? Double kill off the flashbang. Kind of simple setup right there, but both players blinded up here. Cameron going to take a couple of fights here and there, down to 2 HP. It's good that he at least found that kill, but is it enough to encourage him back into this round?
No. I'm just going to say no. Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel confident about that. I feel good about it. Here's the swing in, double swing. Even if he'd taken the kill on LVN, the transfer would have been a nightmare to pull off. It's just the one. Stamina. Oh, Bobby.
He's good for one.
Pull off a big one.
Not quite.
Not good for one. Not in that
one.
situation. Tough spot. No info.
Yeah.
No chance. No help.
Tough peaks.
No round. Tough peaks. Now it's time for eeks.
Ooh, I like that. Love me some eeks.
You do
My
love some
personal
eeks.
favorites. Chase him down as hard as you can. He's a little replay. Glad we got this because, again, the flash setup coming through from.
The target selection's so good, right? Because one player does turn away from the flash, but he's the player that Zai immediately deletes and then snaps to the blinded player. Nice bit of play there.
Yeah, that's very sick right there. Again,
We got
that's
little
the
red
first time I've
arrows
seen
above
it.
their heads. What's going on here?
It's a little sus.
It's gone.
Gone?
I like it. Visually appealing.
It's like The Sims.
Yeah. Except instead of green gems, it's little red arrows. The arrows have gone. Bring him back. Zykes gets a nice kill. Sound should be relatively comfortable. 7 a.m. are really starting to establish themselves on this CT side. A reminder, this is Limitless's pick. Okay, Zai. Beastin'.
Getting mowed down at the moment, it seems. Cannot get
Kobe.
past this brick wall.
Ooh.
Maybe Scar can do some damage here. I just, so many issues prevalent. One more kill definitely looks tantalizing. He will collect it through the wall eventually. There's no escape. He gets an AK. Oh my god! Oh no.
I mean, it's still a lost round, but at least Scar makes it look good with that one tap. That's kind of sexy. Not really going to matter in the grand scheme of things. There's plenty of CT economy to soak that, but maybe if Limitless start to win rounds, that one kill couldn't come back to haunt them just a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely were chasing the Eeks. I respect that part of that, though. 7 a.m. You got to hunt it down, but definitely punished
Every
it.
other caster in the world. Don't overextend against the Ecos, Cole. Get them Eeks. Farm those Eco frags.
Someone's got to do it. Someone's got to put in the hard work. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. It's not much, but it's honest work.
Mm-hmm. No
That's
doubt.
from the crop farmer himself.
Oh, of course. Might work better in my MM games than it does versus a player like Scar, but
I believe in you. I think you could be in the server right now mixing it up.
if they were on pistols.
They don't know about the Exner peak. They don't know. Zykes. About to get peak. That's a good peak coming through from Stamina. He's been deleted, but it's still an R8 trade. It takes a ton of space. They need to capitalize on the ground. They're backing off of it. Wary of the AWP coming in for a re-peak, but frankly, that was a good exchange. Even having lost Stamina, that's still decent trading. But they're giving it up. They're not taking any advantage of the space they've generated, and actually they're rotating off having seen the AWP into this. Now it becomes an issue. They're heading towards B instead.
Still a bit limited on this B side. You can see only 2 players here, and they're looking to take fights.
That's interesting. Not getting information. Here's the check. JBA gets one, but it's a trade. They need to get this next. Can't let him hold court, and indeed he does. Nas shuts it down. It should have been a 1-for-1 there at most. Instead, it is pure, unadulterated punishment. That tag. A little spicy. Maxwell trying to make something out of this round, but Maxwell will be overwhelmed. Too many directions to check. Not enough rounds in the chamber. 7-1 the score line, as 7 a.m. are living up to their name.
Yeah, makes sense right there, clearly. But I don't think 7's all they get. I think they'll be getting a whole lot more if they keep playing like this, man. And I guess more so Limitless. You already mentioned it. A 1-for-1 trade there at best for Canas, right? That's about all he should be getting away with right there. But instead walks away with a 4K in the round. That's a bit bizarre right there. Limitless might need to sharpen up here. Otherwise, they'll be staring down the barrel of a pretty brutal CT half. I think we're already getting to that. They won the first gun round as well. So very clean. It looked exactly like their game plan was falling into key. But since then, I think that 7 a.m. have thrown a couple of flash setups to try and throw them off guard. They've been shutting down this default pretty consistently. And again, I mean, that was the best look that we've gotten out of Limitless in a gun round right there. And the individual performance from Canas was massive.
And speaking of individual performances, I think Zai definitely deserves a highlight here. 14 and 3 early on. That AWP, that rifle has been deadly. Over towards A. It's going to be Zykes picking up the op this time. Am I crazy, or was Zai picking up the op previously? Were they swapped around, or was Zykes always doing it? I might be a little confused because their names are so dang close.
Yes.
All right.
But
so
maybe it's a spawn-based thing, too, so don't lose hope yet.
I won't lose hope yet. I could be right, or I could be wrong. Knowing me, I'm wrong.
That's just a 50-50 guess right there.
I mean, look, it's either correct or it's not correct, so it's a 50-50.
Yeah. We're
True
doing
for every situation.
A lot of pseudoscience on the stream today. Probability in there, too.
Remember, folks, either something happens or it doesn't. 50-50. What could possibly be wrong about that?
Makes perfect sense to me. Like this setup again, though, man. These A-side setups make perfect sense for 7 a.m. to try and deal with all this defaulting coming through from Limitless. They have tried so many times to work this A-side very, very slowly. This time, they're taking a lot more space, and it's kind of free of charge here. They don't have to throw too much utility. They're not dwindling the belts just yet. They're leaving themselves still set up nicely here, but they don't want to walk into this op because that could be a big problem. It's going to be Stamina, the IGL, coaching him from the sidelines now as he has to spectate. Zai, time to activate. This man's been a monster, and it's not going to happen this time. Call JBA the Monster Slayer. Right now, Zykes is the next one to follow into the grave. An advantage now for Limitless. Feels like it's been a while since he's been able to say that and make it one better. Cameron with just a yeet delete shot. And at this point, this is likely going to be a save for the remaining two. Not sure where the money's at. It's okay, but saving will certainly make it look a lot better for 7 a.m. into the next round, so they don't want anything to do with this. A second round gained for Limitless. They find that initial pick, and then they continue to punish. Yeah, I think what's so key here for 7-Up is just to keep them away from economic disaster here for them. If they can keep that avoidance, then they will be golden to keep building off of this this momentum that they got going on. So looking good so far. They just had a slip up in that last round. Again, it's JBA finding so many fine openers. He's been the only one to do it in the last round, and right there he does it again. Cameron landed a beautiful shot as well. So a couple of key pieces connecting there. They had that connector lurk work out for them this time, which hasn't been the case, man. Walking into Zai has been an absolute disaster for Limitless, but on this occasion, once they find him, I feel like that A side definitely opens up a little bit.
If he bleeds, they can kill him. And he bled in that last one. Missed a shot. Is that allowed? Lost a duel?
I don't know.
1-for-1 duel. Lost. There was a flashbang to help out.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if they can keep it going here. Keep the pressure on. Op's going to go for a little bit more of an aggressive posturing. Missing the jump up the bench, though. Won't get in towards party for now. And the flashbang will coax them backwards. Limitless not showing any phase here just yet. They're waiting to see if there's going to be a response, and right now they're working their way up the con hallway.
Pretty scary setup that we got going on here from 7 a.m. Taking a lot of space. This time no one's in connector, so I'm sure that's a big relief for Limitless at the moment. That has been ever present for 7 a.m., so they'll be able to avoid that reality here for now at the very least. And now still taking a pretty aggressive approach towards the short side flash. Perfectly timed, and what a great play from him. That flash gets queued up there, and that's when he decides to strike. Once they start clearing the corners, that's a big pick to find. JBA's been doing so much entry work for them.
Well, two players now down. This is looking pretty dire. Need a bit of a hero play to recover. Stamina's going to go looking up top and get absolutely erased. Just down to Cameron and Maxwell. AWP trying to light the way here in the hands of Maxwell, but no one really needs to give him a fight. No one needs to give him a peek, and you can see 7 a.m. are playing fairly passive into it. Sitting in a Molotov, not going to be good for your health. A smoke even comes in to try and keep Maxwell healthy, and that expends what little utility they still have. This could actually turn into a T-side save, though it seems like for the moment they may still coax their way in. No, they're back, and they don't want this. They don't want this heat. So now I've got a question for you, Cole, since we do seem to have a little bit of time. Day one of the Fragadelphia last chance qualifier here at Fragadelphia 17. Who's got the best land drip?
Ooh, that's a good question. Got to give credit. MBG came up, suited up. That's pretty
He's got
impressive.
a suit. He's not even playing today. He came in a suit. He's not playing till Saturday.
I mean, that one was impressive. It's a good question. We saw some nice polos coming through. Those were very solid.
I do like the Revel polos.
Yeah.
I don't know. They don't really scream CS team to me, but they scream like professionalism.
Yeah.
And maybe we're going to like give a presentation to your company.
Yeah. Are you interested in some new monitors for the
Have
block?
you considered new tires for your automobile?
I like the big old Omen Academies. Drip. I like
with
the jersey with
the
long
red
sleeve
diamond.
underneath.
The Omen Academies one of those over here.
Oh yeah, that's. Maybe I'm thinking of another team.
I
The
think you're
first
thinking of
team to
someone
play on
else.
stage.
We got a fast play going on though.
Oh yeah, we do.
Are you thinking Novum on the other side? Cole's
That one?
reconsidering everything he's known.
That I am.
We got the round coming in though. I gotta say, I do like the Revel polos, but I'm also a fan of. I don't know how I feel about the Apex jerseys just yet, but they got these orange hoodies with the little stripes on the sleeves.
Okay.
Those go hard.
I was a big fan of what they were bringing to the table. At least our academy team last time they definitely were looking.
They got
good.
the merch. Shout outs to Apex.
They were looking sturdy, as they
Send
say.
us merch. We'll rep you. We're willing to sell our NA pride for merch. We are easily bought.
Yeah, I know that's a bit shameful, but I've seen Maui do it for a big towel. So.
Well, I mean, at least he didn't do it for a little towel. Zykes gets the opener here. He's starting a little bit of Zykes-geist on the server. And once again, it's looking tough for Limitless. They've gained some space forward and towards bathrooms, but they need to group and hit if they're going to go for it. 40 seconds is not a lot of time. Still a player rotating over from B, so it is going to be a bit delayed. Stamina trying to find some entries, trying to find some inroads. There's 3 players here to defend. It's well set up. They're all on the dice box, though. Stamina, they're actually going to all be together. Stamina comes around the corner and gets absolutely erased. Oh, no. I thought they were all going to be stacked up on the dice. We were going to have an exciting moment. Instead, they're just getting naded down, and this round is over. 20 seconds. It's going to be another T-side save, I think. And this is, frankly, quite disastrous. This is it's pretty stinky right now from Limitless. They are getting rebuffed out of these last couple of rounds with nothing to show for it.
Saving the sewers, it seems. At least they're going to drop a kill on their way out. But they get traded. That's another save, and that's probably a big confidence gain for 7 a.m., right? I mean, this is the second round in a row that Limitless have defaulted for a good bit of time. They've tried to take that map control, but things quickly spiral. Once they hit a certain part of the map, a certain line of scrimmage there for 7 a.m., and you know, they wake up, that's when the kills start swinging in 7 a.m.'s camp, and that's when Limitless start quickly dropping. Everyone seems to be trying to make hero plays once the man advantage takes place, and that's not a pretty look for Limitless. 2 saves in a row is never ideal. That's showing some real signs of struggle here. Maybe they look to pick up the pace just a little bit. Seems like they're throwing some quick utility towards B to try and grab control early on, try and void off some of the issues of previous rounds.
All right, here's a big question for you, Cole.
Go ahead.
Standard esports jersey or Jersey t-shirt material jersey? See, here we've got the orange hoodie walking right by.
Yeah.
It's pretty fly. It's pretty fly.
Like it. Orange not my my color typically, but
I think you could rock it. I think you could make it work. Here's an entry in. JBA actually getting one of those. One of the players who has had success over on Limitless, but still Knass making a nuisance of himself, keeping the numbers at least somewhat in control. That kill might tip them over the edge. Unless Zykes can get a quick one here, he and Zai might just be locked on out of the site itself. The bomb is now ticking away, and there's only one remaining smoke on the CT side. To Geyser defuse. This next pick could be everything. And they're not quite committing in just yet. There comes the damage. There comes the punish. Now Zykes with the AWP just tucked back in Graffiti. He's waiting to see if they'll chase. He might find the kills himself, but flashed out. I don't think he's got a chance to actually contend for this round anymore, and he will be down for the count.
I'm shocked Stamina didn't go for the knife there, but kind of pleasantly surprised, to be honest. Because they definitely need everything that they can get at this point, right? They need to be buckling down just a little bit on this T side. They need someone else maybe than just JBA finding some of these opening exchanges and actually winning. But maybe it is a formula that they can rely on, because once he's found opening picks, they've won rounds, simply put. So they just need more of that to take place. And maybe that can help out in some of their early woes of 7 a.m. Look at this aggressive play with the op. Oh, but it does not work out whatsoever. Still trades abound, and they actually win out the exchange at the end of the day there. LVN have to pick up the pieces here on the B side, but they're not so committed. Limitless start to hit the brakes at the moment, and they're going to wait for some re-aggression here, and it might just fall right into their hands.
Ooh. LVN trying to take the space. You're absolutely right, though. The player just waiting right outside. No commitment yet. Minute 20. So much time left to play for. But they do need to be watching for this play around from LVN. Presumably this will be spotted. No, he's going to clear in, and the snap isn't fast enough. Stamina not ready for it. Good damage, and now they know where LVN is, so they can just leave him alone. Going to be a foot race towards the A site. LVN trying to rotate, but actually that Molotov just sells a fake. They're going down. So they're not going to race him to the site. They're going to play it smarter. They're going to make him race to the site, and they're going to take the site he vacated. It's a little tortoise in the hare type of situation here. Slow and steady wins the race.
Don't want to outbrain yourself here, though. LVN is luckily on that A side. Didn't stick around, didn't commit towards the B side, so they have so far read the round right, but he's going to make his move back slowly and surely. The issue is they've already confirmed a lot of ground here on the site, and they're going to start planting the bomb. Just depends on what he can do. Can he isolate a couple of these fights? How interested is he going into this retake? It seems like he's very committed, but he's not going to spot out anything.
Tick-tock goes that bomb. He's got a smoke. Could just go for the stick and defuse. Doesn't have much health, though, so if a bullet lands, it's going to be disaster. Trying to bait out a response with that smoke, but they haven't heard the tap just yet, so they're not giving him anything. Flashbang around, and now it's just time to stick on in. Oh, no, he's lost the bomb himself. He's lost the bomb himself and wandering around trying to find it. That's going to be it. That's going to be over. That's going to be another round on for Limitless. So a recovery here late in the waning moments of the half, but the economy is finally broken for the 7 a.m. side. And if Limitless can get back towards 6, as they should be poised to do, this is going to look like a downright comfortable scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, we live in a very CT-dominant meta, so
we live in a society.
We do.
A CT society.
Yes,
Cole.
They favor him.
Now this is quite the hoodie walking by. It's like a half Hello Kitty, half. What's going on here? It's Florence. He's always got some interesting looks.
He definitely stands out. That's important.
Hasn't been sporting the Catboy ears this LAN though.
Maybe that's a dying trend, unfortunately.
That was Fragadelphia 15, I think, where he was wearing Catboy ears and screaming at the top of his pitch register every round.
That might be what he's coming to on Saturday. I think that they've bypassed the LCQ, Florence, so we'll be seeing him later. Maybe that's when the Catboys, cat ears?
Cat ears makes him a Catboy, I think.
Yes.
I believe that's the.
That's also a show menu swatches.
That was a choice. I think Scar heard footsteps. A little bit of an odd read here. Scar still anticipating them coming up the playground. Now they might lose the op as well. Maxwell's just yeeted the op. Oh, they boosted up. They got it. They got it. They got it. That was such a nice attempt from Maxwell to recognize you're getting run down and just throw your op as far as you could. He almost got it over.
What did it even stand on? What is that sort of balance, man? You'd think the heavy end would send it spiraling, but
gotta work on those arms a little bit.
That's Source 2 engine right there.
Gotta practice his shot putting, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Source 2 engine would put that op over the over the fence.
Physics there.
Valve, please give us some Source 2 so we can throw our ops away more effectively.
That's the only update I need.
It's the only update we need. More realistic gun drop physics, and maybe also the bomb doesn't yeet forward a few feet every time you die.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That would be nice.
To the bane of catwalk players everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Still, the bomb will go off. There is an op and an AK taken into the next round. This is not a bad find for 7 a.m. It means they're going to get the best buy they possibly can, really.
Yeah, they have every tool to their disposal, and that might not have been the case if they didn't hold on to this. Maybe not even having an op there as well, which is a bit problematic. But now that they've saved that, not the case, man. They're able to just barely grab that thing. Got some alien arms or something. I don't know what's going on there, but they'll take it happily.
I've talked about this with John a couple times, but I think we need the next buyable item in Counter-Strike needs to be one of those grabby claws. Preferably the one with a little dinosaur head on the end. Just so, you know, when you can't quite press E on a gun and it's just out of your reach.
See, that would help out my teammates in MM way too much whenever they drop guns and I throw them out of the map. Like, imagine on Mirage CT side.
No, I don't have to imagine. I don't have to imagine.
Have you fallen victim?
Not yet, I don't think.
Okay.
It's only a matter of time.
You haven't played enough with me.
The crop farmer comes for the guns.
Yeah. We had that Kermie coming around vlogging some of the event so far.
Is he?
He asked, what's my favorite thing about Counter-Strike? And I said trolling an MM. And I think I genuinely mean that. It's a true joy. Adam said the same thing. So.
Adam, for those who don't know, is pie thrower. Social media wunderkind.
Are you surprised he likes trolling in MM?
Not even slightly. Not even slightly. Likes trolling on the Twitter, too.
Oh, yeah.
But he's good for
Wild
12.
things. He is good for 12. That's always the case.
Good for 12. Except when he's not.
Then we get on him. But he knows. He knows he needs this 12. This is a nice little jump spot into the spam. Doesn't connect a single lick onto anyone on Limitless. But he's just looking for the aggression. Somebody's setting up a flash, but here it comes. Knas interested in taking that control here, but always walking into some of these players here. JBA, not one that you want to walk into either.
Oh, timing. They just got it dry. Knas just found the timing there. Cameron setting up some utility in the meantime, and JBA not positioned to trade that. That's a bit of a catastrophe here. Now they're going to try and pick up the pace, throw some utility to maybe go back in, but 7 a.m. have held them at the gates, at least for the moment. They would love to get that pick back, love to get that kill back, and they're going to go for a boost up to try and find it. There is a player barrels. This could work, actually. Uh-oh. Oh, they're looking for it. Oh, that's beautiful. A little bit of a trade there from Maxwell, but I love the idea from LVN, recognizing with the smoke there, with the player out towards barrels, there might be the temptation to bring back the pick, the awareness to read into it. Now we need to see the execution. 35 seconds. If Limitless are going to do it, they got to do it now. It's messy on the site. They're going to have to do it with the guns. One found, but the trades are there. It's all on a JBA. He's been an entry. Now he's got to be a closer, and that won't happen. 10-5 at the half.
Yeah, not too bad, honestly, at the end of the day there. Limitless probably happy with that little recovery that they got, and 7 a.m. definitely happy with that strong start, that really domineering early game that they got going on there. Maybe that's why they call them 7 a.m. Very good in the early game. They got to show it in the second half, though. That's for sure.
Did they wake up strong? I do want the story behind the 7 a.m. name, because it's it feels like that's anathema to most gamers.
Maybe it's to, like, mock us NA players that were complaining about 10 a.m. matches.
Well, 10 a.m. our time is, 3 p.m. theirs.
Yeah.
Here on the East Coast.
But they're here.
They are here now. It's circles. It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. Maybe they just, wake up, Q. Wake up, Q. Maybe that's the metaphor here. Whatever it is, Limitless do get a nice start to this CT round. Okay, it's looking all right. Scar has gained an advantage for the squad. Gone hunting. And found some prey.
Collected quite nicely. So far, there's a trade back, but right now, if you're 7 a.m., you got to reclaim a lot of this map space. They have a player defaulting it up towards A, trying to get a little bit of ground, but they don't realize how much players lie in towards this monster side. A flash to regress here. They're going to spot some feet. That's a big giveaway. And so maybe 7 a.m. forced to reroute here late into the round. In the meantime, you got a little bit of a gap being slipped here, as you can see. Some aggression on the A side here, and it's none the wiser.
Look at the player in bathrooms. This is going to be really interesting. I think that's Cameron in the bathrooms. No, Maxwell, rather. And as they rotate through, if he hears these footsteps, if he has a chance to catch the bomb, oh, timing is going to be brutal here.
They're taking the far angle so they can't actually see
rotating.
him.
He can't hear it. He can't hear it. They're going to get this bomb down with him none the wiser. And this is going to be a really fascinating retake because you've got control deep in towards bank as well. So this positioning is fantastic for the T side. So there's still a man down, but they got the positioning game going well. And Zai is already in heaven. He's going to have the backstab once the players come up. Once they find contact in towards bank, Zai can activate. Even better if Zyke just gets the kill to begin with. Look at this damage done, and Zyke kills everyone. Now the backstab onto the last, not even needed. They didn't even need Zai. What a play with the Glock to get her done. It's all into Maxwell. He missed his first opportunity, but now he's just been given the slip, and LVN's going to make sure that this cannot happen, even if Zai goes down, which, of course, he will do nothing of this sort. Commanding pistol round, great control from 7 a.m., even a man down. They find the weakness, they find the gap, and they exploit it.
Yeah, I mean, what a phenomenal gap right there as well, man. Limitless is going to be kicking themselves for leaving that one open. And again, man, that small little detail of taking that long angle towards the long side, it changes the way that round's played out. It doesn't give them that early alarm bell, and that's just devastating for Limitless, given what you just saw Scar do.
I've just figured out what the Revel pillows remind me of. I feel like they're about to sell me diesel motors at a boat show.
Okay.
It's a very specific type of polo and guy vibe. I worked in the sailing industry for a brief little bit of time before the casting career began in earnest, and definitely that polo vibe. I've got a few of those sitting in a drawer somewhere. Haven't been unearthed in quite a time. Bombs down. That's a nice find for Limitless. This limited buy, the MP9 might just be enough. Scar, in the last two, has been a space creator for this team. And now with the C4 secured, another smoke to come in, picked up off of his opponent's corpses. Control now in towards connector as well. 7 a.m. are limited.
They're going to boost above it.
What they can do. This Molly's going to coax them in. They're going to go through. This is a little spicy. This is a little wild. What is happening there? Stamina, a man of two minds, trying to back out, trying to get back around the corner. Got stuck on his teammate. But he does live.
Oh,
Teammate
that was
burned the
ugly.
effort. That was indeed.
That was very ugly. That's a super
Gap in that smoke. Ooh, bullets don't find home. Bomb picked up. They got it.
They got it. Yeah, they have it. They're making their way quickly towards A, and it's now once again a foot race. We've seen this once before. We'll see if it pans out here for the CT side. They're going to beat him to the punch, actually. One's already made it out towards truck. No, he actually does go back down. Stamina struggling to find the fight, and how has this gone so wrong? Just JBA. The one finding so many openings. He's going to try and close out a round, but he can't do it. Oh!
The transfer was almost there. That was such a chance for Limitless back into the game. Scar has to be a little frustrated with his teammates at this point. He has opened up now 2 rounds in a row with 2Ks. That last time he doesn't even get traded, and they're unable to capitalize. That was, what, a 5v2 at one point?
5v3 right there. I mean, you can see, look at this. Why do they have to dive through the smoke there?
Or if they do, commit.
Through, but yeah.
My concern is if you're going to do that, you've got to full commit into the fight. You've got to just keep chasing.
Yes.
They were of two minds. You got caught in the middle ground, and you suffer for it.
Yeah, it would be super frustrating to watch that round play out from Scar's perspective, right? Absolute brutal blow here, and it doesn't look to be any better here. The turnaround just not coming. Vacancy and Canas opening up proceedings here, and it looks like they're going to struggle. Another opener from Scar, though. I mean, he's always good for one. Usually 2.
Usually 2.
Long-ranged approach, though. They're always liking that little gap right there. It's really good to take that small detail and continue to abuse it, not giving over your opponents any sort of information here. And Scar's not going to realize that they are already so close.
Might still have a chance, though. Whoa, spot of the shadow, couldn't adjust in time. Deagle betrayed him, perhaps. This bomb is going down. Not a whole lot that can be done about it. And, well, this round is frankly over. Starting to think this map might be over here, Cole. It's not looking good.
It definitely is looking bleak. I might see a turnaround here once the rifles come out, and we can maybe see them actually activate on the CT side, but for now it's definitely looking dire here. Again, JBA left into the clutch is going to find a kill. It's a nice start here to the round, but he needs to finish it. One around the corner on truck. This is such a difficult position to deal with here. He doesn't clear it. Canas going to close out about as easy as it gets for 7 a.m. A lot of damage done economically, but they're not too concerned about that. They're getting very close to the finishing line here at the moment, and Limitless, again, this is their map pick as well, so we'll be heading into Vertigo. It's kind of unknown territory here. I don't know how good Limitless are. They've been playing advanced, so a lot of best of ones. I don't know if they've played out any of Vertigo so far in their season.
Well, that could spell trouble for the Limitless side. Unknown territory, but maybe that's just because they're the greatest Vertigo team we've never seen.
Yeah.
It's actually just going to be Scar ripping 3 heads per round this time.
Maybe that'll do it, right?
That'll
Scar
get
just
them over
needs
the line.
3.
Just needs 3. Definitely not doing the work right now. Not enough. Limitless. This, I mean, realistically, this is their last true buy, unless some things break their way. It's the best chance they're going to get to actually make a game of this. Meanwhile, Zai just creeping ever forward. He's been such a monster this game, and he's already going to find 1. Took some damage back. Actually didn't get touched back in turn. Thought he took some damage. No, he's clean. Why not? Now he's been eliminated. Is at least something. Maxwell's down for the count, though, and that's the cost.
Yeah, it's a lot of space being created right there with that play. Very impressive. He's on 120 ADR, I think, if I saw that correctly. So the guy's just doing monster numbers right now for 7 a.m., and it doesn't seem like anyone can really answer it back. Stamina finds the trade, sure, but again, man, look at this gap that they're finding every single round. Stamina's on their re-aggression, but they've been haunted by this once before. He's still able to land that shot. Can't land the second, though. Will be a trade coming through quickly, but again, it's all about this player from Bathrooms. Canas, he can beat him to the punch here on this A site, and that could be the turnaround.
It's been withdrawn. Information given up. They try and chase with nades, but Scar has managed to withdraw into the bank. So he's going to be A-OK. And there's going to come the pressure. Vacancy with a big kill found. 13 rounds and a bomb now planted. Tough spot for Limitless. If they force this issue, they may be giving up map point, but as it is, they're going to try and go back in. These two players are low. These two players are low, but now it's a 1v2. And execution does need to come through. Cameron eliminated down to just the one. Zykes on the other side with the AWP. If one shot misses, that could be it. But Zykes not been doing a lot of that missing. There's the spot. There's the kill. He's got the time as well. Cameron saves their bacon. A full Sentech and defuse, but enough time to do it. And Limitless will live to fight another day.
Yeah, also key right there. They needed that round, and Cameron delivers it directly to them. That's a great retake. One that was so necessary. Limitless could have been staring down the barrel of what was kind of a disastrous situation. No buys, no good buys for the rest of the half. Could have been looking at a quick game here, but that maybe grants them a little lifeline. It's still going to look a bit ugly on the economics here for them, but maybe it's just enough.
We'll have to see. We will have to see 3 techs up. P250, I think, if I'm reading the icons correct. And a Glock. So it's just going to be a straight rush in. They got a little bit of utility to make this happen, but they're going to risk the Molotov. That's a lot of health chunked up and gone. MP9, time to make some money. Or not. Uh-oh. 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 JBA needs to hold the line. Really would prefer not to lose a whole lot more casualties, or frankly, any. But if this bomb could go down for the 7 a.m. side, that would be a huge coup. 7 credits worth of one.
Oh my god.
Big kill found. Knass makes this happen here now. The bomb could transition to being planted. It's in his hands. He's got the pillar for cover. Going to have to brave the op of Maxwell, but they're playing it so conservatively. There might be a chance. That's the draw. Now they've fallen off the angle. That could be the bomb going down. Actually, with both players here, they could just leave. The bomb's now been dropped, and that might be the moment lost. Just a Glock of LVN. He's looking for his comrade's gun, but he can't find it among the sewage. And finally, he will be dealt with, but he even found an extra kill. Look at the expense. It's so very costly. A Glock duel out with Maxwell took the victory there.
Yeah, that's a hollow victory right there if you're Limitless, man. You definitely didn't want to be dropping 4 players on what was around that. They rushed through a molly. They didn't even have any smokes to smoke that molly off, right? So that's super brutal. I mean, again, it's a round win. You're stacking it up, and it won't matter too much if they keep it up, if they can close out these gun rounds, but definitely doesn't bode well for the confidence that they had pistols, and they pretty easily dropped 4 there, even including a Glock kill, a couple of them in the mix there.
Someone just rolled a stroller through the venue, and now I know some of the players here are young, but I don't think they're quite that young.
Gotta start them early.
Gotta start them early. Imagine you're in the server and you're just getting fragged out by a 2-year-old.
That's when you hang it up right there. You just know. That's the time.
Young ones getting a bottle in between halves and just absolutely wrecking on the server.
That is not normally.
Pacifier in one hand, mouse in the other.
Be a whole new market right there.
Only clutches.
PCs for babies.
PCs for babies. It's chewable. You can just put every part of the PC in your mouth and it won't be harmful.
You might need a little bit more wireless technology in that sense.
Yeah. Yeah, just the big clunky. I'm actually just picturing, you might be too young for these. I'm picturing the old Macintoshes that had the clear, like, colored glass that used to be in a lot of schools at one point in time. I think that's a reference that's too old for you.
Yeah, I'm not getting it.
But the older crowd in the audience right now is going ham for it.
They're loving it. I promise you that much. The baby didn't get either, so.
Yeah. They did look delicious as far as computers ever looked delicious. Those computers, they look like Jolly Ranchers.
They do have some nice colors. Oh my god, but look at this aggression. Stamina playing with fire right there. Looking to get his head bitten off, but he stays alive for another second longer. Will be Zai. Again, 116 ADR for the guy, man. He's having a crazy game right now. It's very hard to deal with.
I don't think Stamina realizes he's gotten past. Look at the nade angle, right? He doesn't realize he's on the right side. If the peek comes through, he could get his head ripped again. Oh, this is a risky one. Time going to be everything 35 seconds, so they are going to commit towards the site. Maxwell up close, combat opping. He'll take the first, but not any spacing to deal with the second. Stamina will be coming through. Pressure on. Stamina can't find any bodies there. The rotation is here, but it's a little bit slow. If they get utility down, they'll deny this, and the bomb's actually already made its way to Dice. Good positioning for 7 a.m. to take a much-needed round, but the swing back out to the truck can't deny the plant. Now with that bomb ticking away, this is tough in the retake. Scar wants to take the fight, and he's doing exactly that. It's all on to Scar now, though. He went forward, and, well, he lost his Vanguard. Now the lone soldier remaining for this platoon. Zykes will put him in the grave. 14 rounds found, and Limitless may just have come up against the end of their rope.
Yeah, I mean, now we're seeing that disaster scenario. Look at the money rate now for Limitless. That's because they won a round, but they won it against pistols with one surviving. So money is a massive issue here for the Limitless camp. You finally lose one, and that's where things come spiraling here. I feel like they left their A players really high and dry there as well. Now you could see the positions that they were taking. They were huddled up in towards site with about 30 seconds left on the clock. And usually if you're going to be huddled up on that site, you'd rather have 3 players towards that A side rather than 3 towards B. I just don't think the rotations came in time from Limitless a second late there, and they're going to be kicking themselves for dropping that because I don't really know if you can come back from this point, right? It's going to be 15 grabbed here from 7 a.m. essentially. See a little bit of force buying, actually. So maybe they can offer up some fight here, but still, their chances are very slim up against what is a Deagle buy with a couple of smokes here and there. Not pretty, that's for sure.
Well, old good for 2 Scar might need to find 4 in this one. Good damage, aggression coming in, the SMG effective, but it is, of course, Scar to find the trade. Why not? Who else? Problem is, with all this aggression coming out of B, well, LVN has seen it, and they can just leave. So they're gonna. Rotation will come back up. 2 players will be present here, but Molotov deep in can't deny them some space, and it's going to be a little awkward getting back onto the spot.
It'll be very tricky. Stamina's made his rotation in, but again, he's just starting to reinforce this A side. In the meantime, you have so much space being created here, a lot of angles to be fighting, and you just have to land some incredible shots here. I'm sure that they have some setup. Flashbangs being thrown into the site. And yeah, Stamina's left out to dry there on that A side. They find the entries here, and that's going to be the round toast, essentially. A 2-on-4. They're already making their way out of this round here, Limitless. They're not interested in it, so it's going to be map point on the map pick of Limitless, claimed by 7 a.m. first. Nice angle.
That is a nice angle.
Got some good reflection there. You notice, so here's a theory. I don't know who I was talking about this with, but
okay.
You got the little map position in the top of your screen, right? It tells you where you are. It does like the Valve names.
Sure.
But it can give you little baseline call-outs if you're interested in that.
Yep.
I think that, like, is the same thing that triggers the change in the reflection in CT model's eyes.
Oh, so if you're in a different zone of the map, it's sectioned differently, and then you see the reflection change.
Yeah.
That's an interesting idea. You don't think it actually just reflects what you're looking at?
It does not.
Yeah, it definitely does.
That comes in Source 2.
That's in Source 2. That's why we need Source 2. Gun drop physics and the reflection in the visor.
Yep.
It's the only things we need here, Valve. Come on.
We don't ask for much.
Give it to us.
It's a pretty good game.
Updated reflections. I mean, it is a good game.
Yeah.
As much as we complain constantly, it's a good game.
Yeah, make sure it's on a Tuesday at 8 p.m. when you update, though.
There's a reason 32 teams are here competing in the Last Chance qualifier.
Yeah, from all over.
Right now. From all over the world.
Yeah.
The world. We got I want to call them a Brazilian team, but I also argue they're an NA team at this point, so they're both. They qualify as both. We got Apex. We got a big Omen Academy. We got the Brits. There's Brits in the servers right now.
Yeah.
They all came to Philadelphia.
They're doing great work.
For their share of 100K and for love of the game.
Playing phenomenal again. I kind of talked up this overpass here. I always think that Stamina is a pretty good color on this map, but so far, I think even on the CT side, we've seen quite a bit of struggles. I think on the T side, they buckled down quite nicely, and they actually found some round conversions after some of the flash plays came through. But on the CT side, I really haven't seen much to write home about, right? Because it has been a couple of rounds where they've had 5-on-3. Scars delivered them that, and the conversions aren't all there.
Yeah, it has been rough. It has been rough indeed. Let's see what's going to happen here. The final round, perhaps. Sticks and stones and limited buys. 1 rifle, many pistols, a few nades. Something at least doing in this one, but it is Desperation Station. It's dire. Maxwell pressing forward, straight to the crosshair of Canas. No problem there. Guess you could say Maxwell made a Canas of himself. And now it's looking like it might just be all over. Stamina gets an answer. The deagle rings out. That gun can be retrieved. Whoa, that's where you need the extra grabby claw. Well, this being an eco, I don't know if it would have been available financially. It's expensive, that grabby claw.
About 200,
like a grand. I'm thinking a grand.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's only a luxury item when you have way too much money.
All right.
Maybe 400. Like
Could
a
be
kit.
a good troll tool.
Like a kit. Maybe you
All
could
about
knife
that.
from further away if you had it.
All
Anyways,
about
we got to
that.
focus on this round. It's so important. I'm getting sidetracked here. I blame Cole. It's all his fault. Definitely not mine. Stamina coming back in. There's the flashbang. Oh. Deleted vacancy playing anti-flash there beautifully. Was not blind at all. That one, though, a little bit more effective. Scar's running out of bullets. He is good for 2. We need to find that second, and he's got it. No. Misread the board. Instead, it's all coming back the other way, and it's over. It's out of there. 7 a.m. take the dub, snatch away their opponent's map pick, move on after a 16-7 on the overpass.
Yeah, I mean, that's a statement victory from them as well, right? That's the map pick coming through from Limitless, swiped aside with ease. I mean, only, what was it, 2 rounds that we found on that CT side. We were coming into this talking about, yeah, this is a CT dominant meta. Overpass is a very CT sided map, but they showed none of that. They just found entries. I got to give so much credit to Zai with what he was doing on some of those opening proceedings as well. The guy was such a force right there on that A side. He was constantly finding gaps. He was setting up his teammates for success, finding so much space. And so once you have a key player like that on your team creating that, it means a lot, and we saw it right there in that half.
And I mean, on that CT side as well, Zykes is well paired with Zai. The 2 Zs, ZZ top, because they were on top of the site. They were on top of the board as well. The op was untested. I mean, Zai with the rifle was incredible. It just made it so difficult for Limitless to find any space in the calling, and that's not going to change at all as we're going to be heading over to our second map, as we're going to be heading over to Vertigo. You said it, Limitless don't have a lot of time on Vertigo. They don't have a lot of time together as a team. 7 a.m. clearly coming in with a plan for that. This is going to be a really desperate situation for Limitless. It's going to be a super challenging match for them, I think.
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of like set plays that we saw on both sides of the half, right, where they had a couple of those flash plays on overpass, you can see this is a team that's very, very comfortable together. They showed that every step of the way. So if they keep that up here heading into this this next map, I don't think it's going to be any trouble for this 2-0.
No, that's about what we're going to be expecting here. We are going to need to take a quick break before we find out if it will be the 2-0 or not, if the Brits can continue their conquest of Philadelphia. We'll see you after this break.
Cheaters ruining your plays? I have eyes on the enemy. Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
You wouldn't trust your clumsy best friend with your brand new i9 3090 GPU DDR5 memory, 4TB, 8.2 PC? And you shouldn't just trust anyone managing your cryptocurrencies either. Sign up with FTX and start managing your crypto on a safe and secure platform trusted by over 6 million users worldwide. Download the FTX app today. Use referral code NERD, that's NERD, and earn free crypto on every trade over $10.
Unbelievable.
My name is Matthew Johnson, and I'm the art director for Nerd Street. My role in designing the rings was taking the brands that we created for each unique series and trying to translate them in this unique and stylized piece, trying to figure out how we apply the logo, the color palette, and how we determine which elements we want to incorporate on the various sizes. As a team, we decided to go with a ring as opposed to a trophy because we wanted to make sure that every member of that team had something that they can take home and show off, and not only put on their mantle at home, but something that they could bring to future events as well. The designs for the rings go through several iterations, and it actually is dependent on which series it's a part of. So we have winter and summer series, and we try to make sure that the ring matches the style of the logo and the brand for that particular series. The key visuals that we want to include in the rings pull directly from the logos themselves. So for the winter series, you'll find cooler color palette. Sometimes the logos include elements of snow or snowflakes. And for our summer series, obviously there's a more warmer color palette. You may even find some palm trees and some other visual elements trying to pull from that. So on the top, we have the tournament logo along with bright, colorful, flashy diamonds. On one side of the ring, we have the nerd block, which obviously represents Nerd Street, and then we have the year that the tournament took place. On the other side, we wanted to dedicate that towards the team that won, so we have their logo as well as the name of the player. As a Nerd Street champion, these rings signify that you're the best of the best, similar to traditional sports because it allows you to walk around with the hardware. Similar to Tom Brady and Michael Jordan, kind of showing off all the hardware you have, and if you're lucky enough to have multiple ones and multiple iterations, you're able to showcase them all at once. The Nerd Street Champs rings symbolize victory and accomplishment for competitors. At the end of the day, we're looking to have our rings visually represent that very specific series itself. There are some unifying elements like the Nerd Street Trophy, but we want the rings as a whole to represent that series that they won in that particular year.
Where am I? This isn't Summer Champs.
This is CSGO. Welcome to Fragadelphia.
Oh, well then I guess I'll ask some gamers some hard-hitting questions. The games are starting up, right? Your team's getting really, I was gonna say hot and heavy, but that's not the right term. What are your tips for trash talk?
Man, just yell as loud as you can. F you there, F you here. I mean, if you're not talking trash, you're not winning this game.
F you everywhere, right? Just state your name, not your age. If you want to, that's fine.
I'm Fraser from Blackhand.
I'm Husky from Blackhand.
What would you say if you were trash talking?
I'm not sure. We've only played against other UK teams and they just get really personal.
Creativity is pretty hard. You know, even though I am the Gompers, it's like, it's not easy. All right, 5. I'm gonna ask you some questions. Too bad. Yeah, I make the calls here. So 5, Mr. Ficasts, that's his Twitter.
I actually made my name my Twitter @ so more people can follow me, so yeah.
Legally, he changed it, legally. It's on his passport, on his driver's license, by Olivia Rodrigo. What is your favorite Fragadelphia memory?
There was Frag 16. It's called the Mountain Dew moment. Player's name is Alpha. Came on stage and said, I'm gonna drink this whole Mountain Dew by the end of the map. And after he hit a 1v3 clutch, Aloe, our admin, takes the bottle, shows it to the camera. The whole Mountain Dew's gone. That's my Frag moment, the Mountain Dew moment.
Kermie, I have a question. Are you good for a small question?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to turn around because the wire. Wow, okay. He was sitting and I was like, oh, he's not that tall. I heard you're a massive talker.
I wouldn't say that I'm a massive talker. I would just say that when people mess up, I let them know. Yeah, I let them know when they mess up. That's all I gotta say. When you mess up in the game, expect to be heard from me.
That's valid. You're valid. All right, you look like a top G, right? So I wanted to ask you a question. So are you a massive talker?
Yeah, I feel like I kind of earned that reputation.
Did you record like all of towards the last 2 rounds? Did you see me almost vomit on camera?
I like it better when I can see who I'm playing, but I don't know where these guys are. But I'll find them, and they'll hear me. So.
Do you have any tips for the betas, I guess you could say? You know, the guys who shiver in their chair, you know, afraid to say anything.
It's not something you can really like learn. You either are really good at, or maybe some people are just like quiet and enjoy just like sitting there and just beating them in game. But I just love like watching people get angry and upset, like that little kid right over there. I love yelling at that kid.
So this is the Carry Esports, okay? I know you're a massive talker.
I'm a massive talker, guys. I love talking.
I love talking too, right?
Yeah,
you know,
talking, not taking.
Well, I like both, but we'll talk about that later. Let's say some guy's really pissing you off.
Go home. Go home. Be here. Go home. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Go home, respectfully. Yeah. Yeah, I've realized it's a little scary talking on LAN because you actually see the people, so I'm going to be respectfully mean.
Respectfully. Thank you, the Carry Esports.
Follow us at Carry Esports.
Yo, who the heck? Scam likely. Hey, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me. Hey, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. The legends are next to me. Okay, 2X beat his shirt, but I been hitting the gym. It's OT to drive and I'm trying to go out with the crew and style and we bout to go win. I bet on myself. Give me a year and I promise that I'll have a story to tell about people who hate it and now they say hello from the other side like their name was Adele. I cannot stop. That's for the
Yuri just sitting inside of smokes. That's the only way he can possibly win this. The defuse is in. And he gets the ball. That's it.
We're talking about a $100,000 prize pool for the Frag finals.
And yeah, there's 4 kills for Iron. Make that money, boy. Rift destroys Jocko in a 1v3. Trying to tap away a few, but Rift gets 4 kills.
2 quick shots, and what was that? Drew lands the headshot.
Not only to be bested by the lesser up, he needs to find more, and he's able to adjust towards side hall.
I'll lose my head. He does. And lesser hit shot a 1v3.
Welcome back to Fragadelphia 17, where we've got a matchup underway between 7am and Limitless. 7am stumping Limitless on their own map pick of Overpass, and now 7am are poised beautifully to take this series. I'm Darth Meg. This is Cole Exner McHenry. Exner, how are you feeling about this series so far?
Yeah, I'm feeling very good. Got an incredible first map out of 7am right there. They looked razor sharp on Overpass. They were looking solid the whole way through, looking just about as good as the pros, so it's very exciting.
Well, if you want to look as good as the pros, you can head on over to CS Money to buy and sell and trade skins. Use our code to get 40% off your skins. We got that CS Money sweetness, so get yourself a new skin today. You get a 40% top-up bonus. Sorry, it's not a code. It is a top-up bonus, though. So head on over to CS Money. Got millions of skins. It's a fast and safe trade platforms. Buy and sell skins, easy peasy, and you could get that M4A1S for yourself.
I got my M9 Doppler off of CS Money, believe it or not.
There you
love
go.
To say that when CS Money comes up because I love them. They got me my Doppler, traded it up, used some of that top-up bonus, and bam, easy as that. Very easy. Just like that map from 7am. Very easy for them. They looked very solid on it, and I don't know what to expect out of Limitless here on Vertigo. I'm a little bit worried. I think the motivation is shot. We'll see whatever was said in the post-game here. The coaches are huddling, but again, 7am, probably looking to rally off all that momentum. And if we see any sort of that same sort of CT dominance early on from them kicking off, it's going to be scary territory for Limitless. They got to activate here.
They do indeed. They need somebody to step up. Scar was trying at various moments in there. It did feel like he was the last player really still in the fray. But in particular, one of the things that I noticed on Overpass is the opping was missing. Maxwell was not really a very strong presence. He wasn't really much of a threat. Even when he had situations to attempt things, it was very hit or miss there with the AWP. Meanwhile, the same could not be said on the other side. Zykes was doing great damage with that big green, so that Opera duel is definitely not favoring Limitless right now. The engagements in general aren't favoring Limitless. You've got the individual pop-ups, you've got the individual plays, and it seems like you might also have the reads in favor of 7 a.m. And at this point, headed to Vertigo, headed to their home turf, headed to a map where we haven't really got much proof in the pudding for Limitless just yet. This is a really tough situation for the NA squad to find themselves in.
Yeah, I think Vertigo is an off-heavy map as well, right? You have to be super mobile, you have to be super sharp, and if we don't see Maxwell maybe show up with a better performance, I definitely think this one could be curtains. He needs to show up here in map number 2 to make up for what that map 1 was, right? And again, I know that this guy's capable of doing it, especially on LAN. The guy can be an absolute beast. He just needs to prove it right now versus some tough competition, and it's easier said than done for sure. But if it doesn't show up on Vertigo, then unfortunately, in his case, it's not going to show up today.
It is wild what kind of impact Zai could have there. Again, if you're just joining us now, I know it's spelled YZO with little hat, but apparently the name is Zai. If I'm wrong about that, you can blame Neokai. It's at Neokai on Twitter with a 0 instead of the O.
Also a 0.
It's all of
sure
his fault. So there's
Neokai?
a connection there. I mean, I was thinking it might be Aussie backwards, right? But apparently not. Zai. Zai is just what we're going to go with. We're just going to commit to that. If I'm wrong, it's his fault.
Yeah. Blame Neokai.
Blame Neo,
Get that one down. He could be playing a big trick on you. And
he could be. I don't think he would. I think he'd be the one who's fooled in this instance, if that were the case. It could be that Zai's playing a big trick on all of us.
Yeah, making sure to toss a blame there.
Could
at the
be
UK CS camp.
The case. I don't think we're seeing any smiles over on that Limitless side as they know they need to buckle down into this. But likewise, 7 a.m. looking like business time. All business here. They've traveled a long way to compete in this tournament. They want to take this dub. They want to quickly make their way into the main event. They want to get out of this last chance qualifier altogether.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big deal, right? You could be very disappointed if you flew all the way overseas. You got knocked out because this LCQ, man, it's incredibly competitive. There's a lot of good teams here, to say the least. So 2
major winners.
Yeah, yes.
That
pretty
major
much sums
winners.
it up right there.
Different majors.
Different teams.
Different teams, different majors, 2 major winners. Bonkers. All right, here comes the play. Zai's already out towards Cement. This is good positioning. Look at that. One man among the chaos, but somehow it's all come up Limitless. This pistol round starting things off very nicely. LVN and Zai, well, it's just LVN, and deleted he is. So there we go. A little bit of a snappy response coming in from Limitless. They needed to kickstart things strong here at the beginning of the half, and they've done exactly that.
Even with some familiar scenes of last map as well, Scar's good for 2 again. This guy's always good for 2 on the CT side, it seems like.
Always good for 2.
2 around, and that's a compliment. 2 now game. We're talking about Adam numbers there, Pythrower. But they avoid that worry here, and again, they get activated early on this CT side start. That was a win condition we had, and they should be able to follow that success up here and now. We've seen them actually struggle very much against these light pistol buys, so you got to clean up this. Very solid.
JBA Skurd. Got to be careful. That HE's out a little late, but it does do some chunky damage, and now the MP9 comes in for the mop-up. Oh, should be a conclusion here in a moment. Indeed, it is. Cameron preventing that from getting out of whack. They just lose the 1 SMG that more than made up for it with the cash that it earned.
Lovely little cash injection right there from JBA, and he's the player you probably want to get confident early on as well, right? He's already proven to be a pretty effective opener in some of these rounds, at least for Limitless. He's been very aggressive early on the T side, so you get him confident in this first half, and I think that could lead to success on your T side. All a bit of win conditions here for them to try and close out, but just slowing things down with a little bit of a default here, 7 a.m. We're going to take a slower approach to what they did in the last round. Not too bad of an idea as well. Expending the little utility that you have left is exactly how you want to play this round out, right? Bait it out of the pockets of Limitless, make them expend it all early, and then they can start to press the issue.
JBA is going to have an opportunity here. Talked about getting him on the hot hand early. Heavy presence here towards B. If the mid play does come through, they're going to be able to adjust to it quickly, though they've still got the A lurks. So there's options available for 7 a.m. Here they come around the corner. There's 1, 2 as well. JBA just shuts this down, and they only spotted the 1. They didn't find any damage on him either, so they don't have any information to actually operate off of. They've taken some space towards A, but down 2 players. This is not a nice start for 7 a.m. Up by the headshot angle is 1. It's going to be Scar. This time, not good for 2.
Oh, no.
But his teammates are still behind. This bomb will be planted. That can't be denied just yet. Utility might be there for it. But they're not anticipating the right plant spot. Here's one thing that we'll talk about in just a moment. But for now, the executions are coming in. The kills are here. That's good damage, but the trade is there. All into Zykes. Smoke's already up. They smoked the wrong spot. They're not anticipating this bomb plant. It's an interesting note between these two teams. They're looking for it. They don't have the C4. They just now realize what's going on here. Need to get the kill now on the Zykes. Need to force the issue. And they're going to be able to do so. Only one survivor, but enough time to get this defuse on. Now, here's an interesting note. NA has not adjusted to this new bomb plant very quickly. This is the new meta at the top level, is planting off to the right instead of directly there in default. It's a much more protected plant. It's much easier to defend from the ramp and from cement, and it opens up a lot more possibilities in the post plant as the tees. You'll note that that utility from Limitless immediately assumed a plant spot. Wasn't correct. We'll see if Limitless can adjust or if the muscle memory is going to be a little too much for them to overcome, because I've noticed that NA teams have been very slow to adapt to this change in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it right there. They couldn't even find the bomb in the first place right there. So definitely learning some stuff from Pro League. Good to see. Ooh, that flash is not pretty, though. Not quite. KNS is going to find himself an easy pickup right there, and that's going to set this T side a little bit awry. You can see that there's been a rifle retrieved as well for the 7 a.m. camp, and now they have to pick up the pieces here in a 4v5. They've got so much time to work with as well.
This mid play is going to be huge. Stamina's going looking for it. Might actually catch players with utility in hand. Found one, but can't locate the second target. The op goes wide as well. Maxwell will be able to recover. It's even numbers, though. This was a limited buy going into it. If that bomb can make its way over towards B, this is already a massive victory, and indeed it will. It's going down. It's being planted. It's being planted open as well. This creates such a prime position for 7 a.m. to play the post in, and, well, Vacancy has brought it down to just the 1v1. Maxwell with that AWP. He needs to strike true this time. He needs to strike on this time, and he's been able to do exactly that. The op coming to play. It's something we highlighted heaven into this match, and the first time he gets the big green up, he finds 3 kills.
That's massive, and it didn't start out that well either, right? We saw Maxwell fail to connect that tripwire on towards middle. He luckily finds one through the smoke there. That's a massive pickup. That finds the equalization, and then to win that 1v2, 2v2 kind of, is so important. Like we had said, you need to be closing those ones out. We needed to see a revitalized Maxwell, and it feels like a couple of those win conditions that we talked about in the pregame all coming true here, at least for the early days on Limitless. There's still a lot of time to activate for 7 a.m., and all of these close rounds are definitely granting that. But we'll see if they can keep that up. So at the end of the day, that's not a guarantee. The money has been dwindled down quite low from a couple of close rounds, so all 7 a.m. need is one, and that'll immediately spiral Limitless into a pretty unfortunate buy.
Scar. Oh, and a cheek spot here in the smoke. They've gone past him. They have no idea. Scar's going to get a freebie as a result. Can he respond to the second? He does indeed. Back to Scar, good for 2. The meme lives. It continues on strong here, Cole. And Zykes is going to try and find 2 of his own to try and bring this back in whack. They don't need to give him a fight. There's actually no real reason to give him a fight, especially with the deep position by Yellow. They look like they want to double swing it, and actually the timing will work out all right as he's just backed off.
Absolutely wild that they're able to get away with that, but JBA
Where's
might
the mid
struggle a little
spot?
bit on the defense here. He has a rotator coming in, but he's playing a very passive angle, so there's some sort of sightline granted here to 7 a.m. This B reposition might be a really promising thing. The flashbang, oh, it bounced off the wall. It completely blinded him up.
Look at these bodies here from the CT side as well. Smoke going to go in. Say that a player could be default. Oh, the first check is good. Vacancy deleted. Limitless looking very strong in this hold. Just going to be left to the 2, and frankly, they might try and save what little they got. Scar's already in the back lines. Call fast to see if they'll be able to get it, but nice shot from Zykes. Keeps them at least relatively clean. 20 seconds. They just don't have time to do this. It is going to be the save. 15. Now they just have to avoid losing any of these guns after time. That would be disaster.
I don't know. Salmon, if he sneaks up the ladder, he uses a scope hanging around. But Canas, is he really going to hold for this? I don't think Stamina's that interested. Yeah, instead he just walks back to the op of Zykes and will be taken down. But that's 5-0 right there. Scar definitely overstepped. After he got his 2, he needs to be sitting in CT spawn for the rest of the round, man. He's hunting right there after he got his 2 kills, and that's just not going to work for him.
Only 2. No more. No more.
Look at this.
Oh. Oh, it does mean he saves the op, and he's heating up as well. That's what you like to see. So they're going to be able to get a buy around these 2 saved guns. The full investment has come through here, though. There's a tiny bit of spare capital, but nothing to write home about. And Nas is going to be fast into this one, spots the ankles, but he doesn't connect the bullets. There's an engagement going on here, and Nas will eventually come out on top of that. So no 2 for Scar in this one. And without his 2, what are they going to do? Pressure on towards the A ramp in a big way. Utility being dumped out by the CT side to try and create some space to try and hold these T's at bay. But I don't think they realize quite how close 7 AM have already gotten. And here's going to come the pressure. Here's going to come the execution. A flashbang for the peek by the crane, perhaps. The flash is dodged, but look at this damage. Oh, so many kills. That is not an even exchange. It's very messy indeed, but it's come down to a 1v1 somehow, some way. And it'll be Vacancy to come out on top.
That's an absolute bloodbath right there on the A ramp. They stack all 5 players, I guess all 4 players left standing there from Limitless. I love the idea. In execution, I think we saw a couple of flubbed sprays, and that's where things come turning right there. 7 AM had a couple of those players playing dodge flash as well, and that's so key right there to finally win a round for 7 AM. To have a couple of those players playing dodge flash right there, those small details that can change the tides of rounds right there, it's so massive.
No tank tops or shorts, Cole.
Those are the rules.
Them's the rules.
How
no
many
music
that we have?
No explosives. We break that rule every round.
Maybe that's what they mean by rules were meant to be broken.
No tank tops or shorts. Trying to think of any players. We got some shorts on the stage. Let's see. Leg shot. I need the leg shot here. No tank tops yet, so they're all in accordance. Can we get a camera angle? I was gonna say under the desk, but this is starting to feel inappropriate.
Special request.
Special request. Who's got shorts on? Who needs to be banned from the server right now?
I feel like we're actually getting a lot of shorts out. People want to be comfy.
Shorts are comfy and easy to wear.
Yeah, when they're playing some CS.
Well-known fact about them. Shorts are very comfy and also easy to wear.
Yeah. Not allowed to wear them in the big leagues, though.
Not on the construction site.
Not at the construction site either. I wonder why that is.
I mean, I think risk of bodily harm.
Few shots, though.
It's concerns.
You can take some scarring. Probably best to wear some jeans, though, some good work pants.
I mean, how do you think Scar got those scars?
All those.
Oh, boost up for Scar. He's got to get 4 this round. He didn't get his 2 in the last. Oh, well, Jacko walking around the venue. He's arrived. He's on Australia time right now, folks, so we've managed to get him time traveling back over here. Vacancy has gained a ton of space over towards B. It's a very passive hold, and now with him having been withdrawn, I don't even know what Limitless are going to do in terms of getting back into this. This might actually just be a straight save call, right?
Gotta save at this point. If you're going to make these sort of 50-50 gambles, which I do really love, if it doesn't pan out, you just got to save, right? You'll hold on to 4 bits of firepower, and that's going to net you some chances in the future to actually do some damage later down the line. So I do actually love these sort of ecos coming out from Limitless. It's things that maybe we should see more often in North America. It's very promising, but holding on to your weapons once things go south is sometimes the harder thing to do. In this occasion, though, 7 AM, they have no interest in going for this one. I keep on wanting to call them 7-Up for some reason.
7-Up?
Yeah.
That's a little fizzier.
Maybe a little bit too early for
You've been calling them 7-Eleven, too.
Have I really?
I think so. I just realized it now. 7 AM, 7-Up. There's a few options here.
Yeah. Maybe it was all
Ocean's 7. There's an Ocean's 8, right?
Ocean's
Just
8.
counting down now.
I think you counted up there. Ocean's 8.
Yeah, I know, but there was an Ocean's 8, I'm saying. So now we have Ocean's 7. We're counting down.
Okay.
They made Ocean's 8 already.
Yeah.
They started with Ocean's 11. They went to Ocean's 12. Was there an Ocean's 13? Then they went to Ocean's 8. They're all over the place with their naming system. All over the place.
I thought there was only 7 oceans.
The 7 seas.
Okay. You sailed them?
I've sailed some of them.
Okay.
I think I've sailed 2 or 3 at this point. Maybe 4. We're working on it. Vacancy is sailing all them seas. Everything he sees, he's sailing on over right now. And right now, Limitless, they're getting keelhauled. It's not looking good in this one. Demolished through it. Maybe Cameron can get some sort of impact here with the 5-7. But otherwise, it's not feeling great.
He's getting isolated a single fight right there, man. No one really gave him anything to work with. This is really promising from 7 a.m. Nailed it. But they play it so patient when it comes down to these massive advantages. They really have shown a great trade game on this T side as well, man. The overpass game that we saw, there was a couple of A takes that they had where the trades were just so pristine. Maxwell, he's been good for the op a couple of times. Scar's been very good for multi-kills, but for the most part, I think the trade game's been so perfect. And Maxwell, I think we'll experience another little trade as they head around the corner. They're going to send the low HP bar first, and then that's when things are probably going to go south for him. Are they interested in turning the corner, though?
I don't know. Gun could live. Gun could live. Hero moment. No hero moment required. Gun's going to make it through, so they've at least got something to build around to this round for Limitless. But here's where they go for the investment. They're going to get the AWP up as well. This is a substantial investment. They'll drain most of the bank. Here's where, if they drop this, 7 a.m. pull abreast. And if not that, into the lead.
Oh, that'd be a great little late wake up from them on Vertigo. They showed some early success here on Overpass and now on Vertigo. A little bit late to activate, but it's welcomed once they start winning rounds. It's definitely a promising sign from them starting to make a recovery. But again, it comes down to this test here. Can they deal with this investment coming back up? That's how they would get this tied scoreline potentially. And look at the space that they're taking towards middle at the moment. Pretty much free of charge. There's not a lot of presence. In the previous rounds, they've run into JBA here, but in this occasion, they're gamble stacking a lot towards A, and they don't realize that Kness is already making his way in towards B. This is massive gaps.
Big old gaps. Big old gaps. Big old gaps and pressure coming on through. Even trades to this point, but they've got control of B. Big problem here. Stamina's going to try and bring it back into Barry. Drops the bomb. Uh-oh. Big trouble for little 7 a.m. Stamina with some control with sight of that C4. They're jumping into it. Chasing this. It's madness in the smoke here. They have an advantage. They don't have to force the issue this much. And, well, Nas will take full advantage of that. Bomb now ticking away. Time pressure added in. And Nas just still playing around the smoke to great effect. Just down to 1. And Cameron will never even be able to figure out where he's getting shot from before he is dumpstered. One little smoke. And Limitless just lost their minds.
They could not figure out where that was coming from. I don't know. Kness just playing that smoke to perfection right there, so massive. And on top of that, man, I think if you're Limitless, again, it comes down to a little bit of that op presence right there. Maxwell, an opportunity to find, potentially more than just 2 kills. Potentially those 2 kills and holding down the bomb site, staying alive. But as he misses that second shot, man, that's where all those issues lie in right there. And if you're going to make a gamble stack Limitless, you got to make sure that you got the firepower on that solo site to defend it. I like this boost, though. Always like to see this on even buy rounds. I feel like it's incredibly effective.
Yeah, you like that boost? A little crane boost?
Yeah. I feel like the other 2 boosts are a little bit overplayed.
Defense boost?
Too expected.
Yeah.
Defense boost?
Crane boost is the move, though. What excites you about this crane boost? We're about to see it in effect. Oh, cheeky spot from Scar. Hits the shot. It was actually Maxwell to get the kill. So, no boost needed. It was the guy down below who got the kill.
I like how they played that. Again, man, 7 a.m. They have such good spacing on their trades right there, right? They send the sandbags guy up, and then they let their players peek behind that, and that's where those trades can come through so quickly. So that boost nullified. And Zeeks is going to find even more. Around the corner here, diving around ramp. He's lurking with the op right now, it seems. Oh, Kness has the round in the palm of his hands, though. They're going to try and make this rotation back in towards...
They got the time to burn it, too. They can just wait this. Wait for him to activate. They're going to go towards B because he's got all this control. They don't even have to worry about the A play. He controls the rotators, and they're just gone. They can full audio cue make that rotation because they know they've got it secured. Oh, what a nice play from Kness. He's had a good round just based on the positioning alone. And with that, this should be over. The AK that JBA has is valuable enough that they do need to take that into the next round. You can't risk just throwing that away. Yes, they'll have a bye next round regardless, but as we've seen, the CT economy is so tough to maintain in Limitless. I've given up the lead. They have given it up. It is gone at this point. JBA needs to pray to that nothing signature on his AK right now because he needs a little help from one of NA's gods. Needs a little help here. 7 a.m.'s got no mercy.
Dancing so much. Need to avoid those 7 a.m. flashes.
By doing the flashbang dance, you saying?
Maybe that's a solution.
A little flashbang dance?
You dodge those eyes.
You know, it's funny, that flashbang dance song really did not catch on in the way that Easy Friends did.
No, it did not, but
did not hit
the
in the same
flashbang
way.
dance is
The flashbang dance
personal
itself is
favorite of
legendary.
mine. No, I'm talking about the song.
You talking about the song?
Yeah.
Oh, you like the dance? You like
I
the
do.
song?
I like the song. I like the dance. I was a big fan of the performance.
Yeah?
Overall.
That did it for you.
That did it for me. It
You
was
are the target
wild.
audience.
It was wild, and it was just chaotic enough for me to just become obsessed. So, big fan.
Well, you heard it here first. Nothing. You've got a big musical fan in the form of Exner over here.
It's my MVP kit.
He'll please sign his forehead.
Yes.
He'll never wash it again. Of the greasiest forehead in the West.
At least it'll say nothing.
If there's no signature on your forehead, does it still say nothing?
Oh, man. I like the way you
Yeah. Wordplay. Things to think about. Vacancy has just completely demolished this round.
Yeah.
Okay, I know there's only one kill, but folks, this round is over. The bomb is down, utilities in, they've got deep control. Frankly, Limitless should pull the plug right here and now. They've given this up.
We got a mid lurk as well, so this round's looking very, very dire, even if they want to retake it. Look, yeah, you're exactly right, and they're calling it off. Simply put, not interested in taking this retake. The smokes, the molly's down so deep, and again, they go for this massive gamble, but they just, I mean, JBA playing in such a passive position, he doesn't find any sort of resistance. He's flashed off the angle. It just goes so south so quick.
So south, so quick. My autobiography. I went to a bookstore near you.
You're from all over the place, so. But you live in Philly now, so.
I do live in Philly right now.
Still up north.
Still what?
You're still up north.
Still up north.
Yeah.
Getting quiet on me, Cole.
I'm getting quiet on you?
Yeah, you got to get some energy in here. I don't know whether that's just
Yeah,
I've turned at the wrong dial on my talk box here. Hold on, I'll fidget with it. Sing me a song, Cole. Sing me a song.
Do the flashbang dance. You know that one?
Yeah, I mean, you were telling me about it.
Yeah. That's what they hear whenever I went around.
I think you should do the full song for me.
Oh, no, I'm not doing the full song.
Acapella performance.
Not a singer.
I think that's what I need.
I know you convinced Los to dance last time, and that was awesome. But singing is going to be nothing like Los's dancing.
It's a hard no, huh? All right, I'll see. I'll keep working on it over the course of this weekend. See what I can get. See what I can get. Scar. Let's see if he's going to get his two. Nope. Deleted. Zai on the other side erases him. And now 2 kills coming through. It's catastrophe once more for Limitless. 7 a.m. A couple of excellent entries into this round. And pressure on towards A. Limitless can just get nothing going in this round. They haven't even gotten anything to show for their casualties. Ramp's been long. Utilities coming in. They theoretically still have the bodies here, but LVN's going to plant default. And this round could already be out of control.
Again, I don't know if you can even afford a save at this point, right? It's all a game of confidence at the moment, and I think that 7 a.m. have completely turned the tides. Yeah, they're not even going to allow you to save. Knass somehow always finds the gap right now in this mid side, in the B side here, and he's constantly exploiting it. He's going to drop 2 rifles on his way out, and Maxwell will be a luxury to hold on to. Look at that movement. Again with the op drop. But it doesn't even matter if you get these ops over. It's now 7 in a row for 7 a.m., man. And I don't know if Limitless have any life left in them at this point. I'm a little bit nervous. Because they have shown no signs of
Lifeless?
Lifeless?
Lifeless. I mean, that'd be the easier way to do it,
Yeah.
but I wanted to make it a little more tight into
limit
Limitless.
to it, yeah. No, I see where you're going.
It's nowhere good. It's nowhere fast. Much like Limitless.
South?
It was 5v2 at one point. 5-2.
5-0.
Was it 5-0?
Yeah, this is 7 in a row.
I'd forgotten.
Yeah.
Pain. Pain for Limitless.
Not the Pain Gaming.
No, they're not here for this one.
They do a whole lot of winning.
We'll get them to one of these soon. One day. Zykes is bringing the Pain. He might be a member of Pain Gaming soon. The Pain is going out. Bwaha! Punished on that one, but an instant trade means that it's pretty dang good. Stamina brings it back and whack, and now a 3-on-3. Finally, something that's come out okay for Limitless. The start of this round has actually been beneficial-ish. enough.
Yeah, it's just okay, though. Is that really what you want is, like, your best round?
Just okay is okay unless they push. How did that work? How is that what works? The dry push in. LVN should have had him dead every day of the week. Stamina limps out of that one somehow with the pick. And now the pressure is going to be coming back up to the A ramp, but there are 2 players here to defend. Yes, admittedly, one of them is limping in the form of stamina, but there's going to be an engagement here. They've gone for the boost up, your favorite boost up. Slightly overplayed, he says. Let's see if it plays out nicely in this one. Does Stamina spot this, or is he just checking on timing? Ah, 1 kill found. Another as well. Vacancy. Does he realize the player's close? No. The round is there for Limitless. They hang on to this one, but it is a Pyrrhic victory. They take so many casualties in this one that the bank is just immediately drained.
Yeah, again, this has been the issue on Overpass. We didn't get to see too much out of them on the CT side, but what we did see was their money dwindling all of the time. Every round that was converted was a round with 1 or 2 alive at best. So, I mean, the fact that 7 AM at least make that round close and a round that looked like the best Limitless have had in the last 7 is still like a super promising sign. They're still doing the damage. They're still making rounds close even if they lose them. So it's scary territory for Limitless, even though they do convert. They got to convert the follow-up here. Scar was in the last round. Oh my god, he finds the gap again. How is he always finding this in middle?
It just seems like they're not either giving them the aggression, they're not giving them the control they need to actually hang on to that position. The space is always left open, and now they've got all of this control on towards B. Vacancy doing a great job of chewing up the ground. It's a player in the smoke. That's sort of their last-ditch effort, their last chance, and oh my goodness, they won't even let the smoke fade. LVN puts this one in the ground. 1 more round in this half, and an advantage found for 7 AM.
Yeah, this is a bit brutal right there. Canas has found this gap in towards middle every round. It's almost like Limitless. You know, they called their positions start of this game, man, and then no one said mid. I don't know what's going on here.
Sounds like one of our MM games.
And it's about minute 30 in the round, and all you hear is the bomb has been planted, and you look at your mini-map, it's nothing but disaster. That's what they're finding. Luckily, it's mid that's been a vulnerability, but it's still a vulnerability, right? And they're still exploiting it to full effect, man. Canas had their number in this position. Canas has found the gap, it feels like, every single round. He's just constantly pressing the issue, and you'd think this is something that Limitless would try and adapt to, but that's not what we've gotten out of them so far.
It's actually amazing. Zeiss was the absolute monster on Overpass, has barely even been required this map.
Yeah.
3 and 9 down to the bottom of the board, and frankly, he did his work already on the last map. So you know what? If it's going to be Nas who steps up, it's going to be Vacancy who chews through. Vacancy's done a great job of taking space as well. They're pretty okay with it. Scouts, MP9s, Deegs, it's disastrous over on the Limitless side. Let's see if they can make this haphazard buy work and at least give themselves a proper chance heading into the second. They've at least got 6. It is recoverable, but it will be tough.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all. The clawback coming through from this position. Scar always taking some aggressive stances towards side hall. He's definitely been sent in early, but this hasn't gone well in the past. Dodging up on the flash, face to face, but only good for 1 this time. No
1.5.
Second.
1.5. Just take something out of it. Wow, they're just sending it. They're full sending it. It's a bit of a panic mode from Limitless. And now Vacancy, having taken the kill over towards B, which he's been so consistently good at doing, means they don't have to commit. They can just go to B. They can spread the CT defense out here. They've got the man advantage. And what is Limitless going to do to respond? They're going to isolate themselves. Now these players are set up in 1v1s. Even if they just play the trade kills, it's going to be a great situation for 7 AM. And they've been champs the trade kills. Here's the swing. Oh, Cameron, other player. Can he stay on here? K player. Here it goes. Ball's been dropped. Cameron does it all. The MP9 is enough. The hero play sees them through for a 7th round to send us to the half.
Wasn't sure if it was going to make it right there, right? The MP9, last man sitting on B. That's not a position that you want to be in, but you definitely needed a hero if you're Limitless to bail you out of that round. So absolutely massive what Cameron's able to do here. We'll see if the rest of the teams is so encouraged after that. Maybe that's a momentum builder here heading into the second half because, like we said, it was looking a bit lifeless there when 7 AM were on their 7-round spree.
It was. Some answers. Some stall outs.
I looked at the stats for Limitless. They have not played Vertigo this whole season. Oof. And like I said, this is a new team. So I'm coming into this imagining we got some scrims on Vertigo out of them, right? Imagining.
You would hope.
They put some practice in, right? You know Stamina's booking up the scrims. But that being said, no officials on this map so far. Maybe some in the qualifier, but I have not seen any. And that's a bit of a red flag here. I think that's going to really cause some issues on this T side. It definitely looked like it caused some issues on the CT side, right? With the gaps that were in defense right there. It's a bit worrisome, that's for sure.
And there's always going to be difference between scrims and officials in terms of what things look like in live fire, when the pressure's on, when the serious play is in, when you don't feel absolutely fearless in every peak because you don't know what actually matters.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the scary part right there, right? Even if it is practice, not having too much history on this map is going to hurt. And you know, losing Overpass in that fashion is definitely hurting Limitless at the moment. Again, I feel like Nuke is one of those maps that Limitless have already proven to be a team that can upset some big names, right? They nearly, granted automatic dropping 40, I feel like they would have closed that out if it was any other player.
If he was immortal.
Yes. Guy's crazy.
Dude is nuts. We've seen the highs. We might be seeing the low here. 7 a.m. I mean, look, we can criticize Limitless all we want. The reality is 7 a.m.'s look really good.
Yes.
Liking what they're showing here for being a relatively new team, relatively new to this organization at the very least. We see the firepower pieces. We see that multiple players can step up and be that firepower piece.
Yeah.
And Zai's gone quiet on this one, and his teammates have stepped up in NAS and Vacancy. It's something that you do like to see for a roster where it doesn't all need to come from one place. This is going to be the swing back in. NAS gets overwhelmed this time. They were past the flashbang, actually. They couldn't quite catch him. So maybe pacing, catching him off guard a little bit in this one, but they're going to need a whole lot more. And then this pistol round to put things away.
Nice smokes. They're going to run right past it, though, and it might work out for them. Cameron, again, encouraged off of that clutch, is going to try and step it up in the pistol. They're taking such a weird route towards B, but it just might work out with another. They don't even know where they're going. And so how could 7 a.m.? It'll be LVN to answer back a couple of kills, but I feel like they're all consolation prizes here. A 1v5 in the cards. Needs 3 more and quickly dealt with. That's a pistol round that Limitless absolutely needed.
All right, the EG guys have just trusted me with their stuff, so let's see what kind of merch we got here. Oh, branded backpacks. Ooh. Oh, got a keep in here? We got a keep. Am I going to regret opening this up? Let's see. Gatorade bottle. That's pretty standard. Yeah. Pretty normy.
Nothing interesting.
Let's see. Where's the periffs? Oh, here's the mouse pad and the jerseys. Yep, there's the keyboard. All right, I'm rich. Time to run, Cole. Time to run.
Get out of there.
Here's my day rate.
Gosh, keyboards are wildly expensive.
I do want one of those backpacks, though. Those backpacks are sick.
Slick, yeah. I'm digging them.
That's the merch I need, apparently.
Scar's good for one. Oh, man, this angle's so tricky to deal with. This mid setup very tricky to deal with, but JBA will be able to do so for at least one. Still sticking around. There's Zai. Not so interested in hanging about for too long here. They still have a player here in Vacancy. It was not expected at all from Limitless. They did not think that was the case there. A player back of White Box here. Scar luckily going to make his move in towards A, but it's still bolstered up with multiple players.
Hey, it's not bad at all, the setup. The close-up player is going to be a bit of a trip for them to find. That's a nice kill from Scar. There's his second. Good for 2. Back in action. He's looking for a third as well. Good damage, and he's got it. So the meme is broken. The bomb is down, and the Vacancy is in for a spot of trouble. This rifle would be useful in the next round if they could save it. Vacancy, though, at this point is pretty committed. He's past the choke points. Kind of crossed the Rubicon here. I don't know if there's an easy escape, so he'll be into the fray, he'll be into the fight, he'll be in to see what he can get. And while he does get one, they're playing a cautious game. They're not giving him the peaks he so desires, and there's the double swing. There's the punish. Can that rifle be retrieved? Can JBA get it? Yes, he can. So money taken through for Limitless. That's a nice way to start this half.
Yeah, they definitely need this, right? They need that clean 3-0 start in order to get back into this, because we're kind of lining this half up as, you know, potential worry signs for Limitless, not giving themselves the most cushion on that CT side. You know, 8-7 not in your favor is a bit weak on this map, but if they can win a pistol, they can follow it up with consistent success. So they can build a little bit of momentum. Heading into this, they'll be definitely in territory that can close. And like you said, there's some names that stepped up in a massive way on Overpass that aren't all here just yet for 7 a.m. I don't think they'll start in this round either here. Just a full USP buy for the most part. And LVN, that's no man's land.
I appreciate the commitment, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Lock yourself in the corner. I'm either getting a headshot or I'm dead. Or sometimes both. Scar, good for two. No, good for none. USP'd in the chin. Had no idea there. He's lost the rifle. This still should be fine, although that's a second rifle loss. Now this is a good find. 7 AM have a decision to make. Do we want to commit these to damage? Do we want to commit these to potentially winning the round? Or do we want to commit these into making into the next? Either way, I mean, frankly, they've already done enough damage, right? They could just get away with this one. They're playing with house money.
Yeah, they brought in, what was it, maybe a P250 at the very best for 7 AM, so this sort of save is massive.
What's your preferred USP phonetic pronunciation?
What does that mean? USP? Like
Phonetic pronunciation? Like, read it as it's written as a sound.
Like USP?
USP.
I'm a USP.
USP.
Yeah. That's
you're saying hi to a cat. USP.
I do not say hi to the cats like that.
You don't do the
I'm trying to think.
What do you do? Are you a here kitty 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 kind of guy?
With a cat in a long time.
You haven't interacted with a cat in a long time. Yeah?
Kind of guy, yeah.
I feel like, yeah, that works for dogs. It sometimes works for cats.
I'm a dog guy myself. So.
Yeah, same. You got a puppy, right?
I did, yeah.
What's the puppy's name?
Lasso.
Lasso. That's a good
name.
name.
Seen Ted Lasso before?
I have, yeah.
It's after that.
Does the dog take after Ted Lasso?
He's very sweet, yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's wholesome. Good at darts?
Haven't given him some darts yet. He probably would eat them, so keeping those away.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Familiar with that struggle with Noodle.
Noodle. Is that after the pasta?
Yes, he is a noodle. He's a long, goofy, slender dog who
that name,
wiggles
that's
around
perfect.
and rolls around. He looks like a noodle.
Any chance he's making an appearance?
At this event, no. No. This many people in a contained space, I think he would lose his mind with joy. He's such a friendly, social dog. He would just go ballistic trying to meet everybody.
That sounds a lot like Lasso. We'll see if they can lasso him up over on the A side. Scar's good for 2, typically. It's been all over the place. Sometimes it's good for 3 as well. Sometimes it's good for 0.
I feel like the meme only held for the first few rounds. We've lost it on this map.
It was very exciting when it happened twice in a row. No longer the case.
The good for 2 meme is dead.
Yeah.
Scar is back to just being a normal amount of variance as a player.
Yeah. What? We'll see if he can find the success over towards side hall, man. Everyone's playing a very patient game. Limitless showing some presence everywhere on the map, it seems, trying to fake out that B side. But now, with Scar taking this space and not really going down here, he's going to hold on to that claim, and it might allow his teammates to pretty quickly scale up the ramp free of charge here, not walking in any presence. It all comes down to this execute. Do they have the firepower? They got the utility to bolster it up, but it's all going to come down to a couple of gun duels here early on.
Zai, there's the opener. Whoa, quick switch and gets the gun back out. Impressive there to even take 2. But Maxwell will make good on that positioning. The bomb now down. This is a pretty good spot. If they had the util, they could punish this plant, but they don't. They don't on the CT side, so instead Maxwell will likely be able to withdraw here. Shouldn't be an issue, but he doesn't want to withdraw. Ooh, he wants this ruckus. He wants this rumble. And now he'll make his escape just to a slightly more secure position. Actually got on the far side of the wire. Ooh, cheeky spot. They could have heard this, actually. I don't think they did, but now it is a one and done. It is most definitely a one and done. Just up by the crane is Stamina. And he'll deny the defuse. With that, could have won the round, and I don't know if there's time here. LVN, does he have time? Does he have clock? Oh, he does. Just about.
It's very scary right there. Stamina nearly found him straight through the smoke right there. Just not enough left in the tank, unfortunately. Limitless stuck around maybe on that bomb site for a little bit too long. I mean, you mentioned it. Maxwell had an avenue to escape. He stuck on site. He decided to get, frisky. Look for some fights there and didn't really favor him at the end of the day. But still, I think if you're Limitless, you're even taking these rounds very close. Given the start that Zai just had in that round, we said that he hadn't activated that much for 7 AM. He finds 2 kills there immediately. Thwarts that A defense nearly. But the trades were there from Limitless. So, again, they're showing some signs of life here. They're bouncing back in this T side, and I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to do that.
Most definitely on the defense. Tilde going to be, go ahead there, Cole. Go ahead.
On the same page.
Take the first step in this dance.
A little bit of utility thrown down there.
You lead, I'll follow.
Towards the ramp. We'll see if they can hold off against this setup. It looks like they're going to continue to test mid. As much as Limitless like to test mid here, they didn't quite prepare their defense for it. Oh, a miss boost. Bit unfortunate.
It does feel like they're sometimes kind of figuring things out as they go along, which makes sense based on the fact that we've talked about how little they've played this map, how they haven't really live fire tested it just yet. Zykes might need to hit a flick, though. Whoa, not going to work there. So this live fire test is going to work out beautifully. JBA finding that entry. He was a big space creator over on Overpass. Maybe getting back into that role here on the vert. We love a good entry fragger here in North America.
Oh, yeah.
We do love our entry fraggers. I'm an entry fragger, you know. Mostly because I go in and die. I got that part of the job down pat. And now the kills are coming in. Cameron going to get one before he does die. And it's pressure on with the pinch from mid and the pinch from steps. It's such a tough position to play into. They even got a guy working up A ramp. I'm not quite sure why right now. But there is a player working up A ramp right now, and this could be bad, actually, because it does mean that the bomb's completely isolated. And yes, they've just lost Scar on the other side of the map for some reason. A 1v1 from a position of extreme strength, positioning and numbers-wise, to a clutch situation. Limitless need to bring this one in, and JBA has gotten the heck out of dodge. He's going to play from back on the steps, and LVN does not expect that. He thinks he's in the smoke. He thinks he's here. He thinks he's there. He thinks he's everywhere. And all the while, time is getting shorter. Kid is available. DQs can't be on, but LVN, that Molotov might actually make it. Oh, no. Can JBA go through? Is he even close enough to realize he has to test it? He has to go through. He has to get the shots, and he does exactly that. Just in the nick of time, not a second to spare. JBA will seal the deal on that round.
A round that was so necessary as well. If that one goes south for 7 a.m., or rather for Limitless, then you're going to be kicking yourself, right? You had yourself a 4-on-2 advantage. Look at the entries that they've got in this B site. Sure, you don't expect another player. After finding 2 entries, for there to be a third there, Vacancy put up a great effort in that defense, but that closer, alongside a couple of other clutches that Limitless have closed out, is such a lifeline. It's such a momentum builder. Then you're starting to see that right now. You're starting to see some strings of rounds. They lost that stamina 1v2, but they're making up for it right there with that clutch. And again, we'll see if they can continue to follow up off that success here. They're up against what is 5 USPs at the moment. Time to decide if they want to invest anything into this round. One flashbang at 5-7 here and there, but they really won't have much else.
$7 a.m. More like third map required.
Or like 7 p.m.
Hey, is it? I have no time.
I have no idea.
One of the interesting things about being here in Localhost is there are no windows.
Yeah.
So my natural sense of time passage is just gone. Yep. I haven't seen the sun since this morning.
I have no idea what time it is.
It is approaching 6 o'clock. Very close to it.
A little bit past 7 p.m., but
not quite. Well, we're not there yet.
If it goes to a third,
maybe, unless it's a quick one.
Scar's good.
We've got options. Scar did get his 2. He did get his. I mean, all the day's work for Scar.
And he's got his 12. So all the important numbers.
He got his 2. He's done. He got his 2. And he's like, all right, time to die. Time to die, gang. I got my 2. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Third map may not be required. This round is getting out of whack. Cameron wants to bring him back into bear. He's got 1. If he finds 2 more, it could be over. JBA's got a really great deep position, so they are going to be able to plant this bomb without issue. And now JBA should just help seal the deal on this round. Vacancy the last alive. The Molotov sections him out from that particular fight. Oh, he will come through. Should be good control for Limitless in the post. Stick it. He doesn't have a kit. He doesn't have a smoke. The stick is not really an option here. He needs the response. Now hear the footsteps now. The footy tips. But it might be about damage here because this round is going to be a tough win. Provided I don't give him the fight, this shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen, and indeed, Cameron makes sure it doesn't. Good recovery there for Limitless. That one was looking dire.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those rounds that we're talking about leading into it. It's USPs, it's P250s, 5.7s here and there, man, but it was not comfortable. It was not pretty at all for Limitless. They're happy to close it out. They're happy to continue that round count, and that might be what matters most, but it puts you very vulnerable to one round loss. That's going to completely break their economy here, so you can't keep affording those sort of close ecos, and it's kind of a continuation of what we got out of Overpass coming into Vertigo. You got to clean up here, especially if you're trying to close out on the T side. Clean rounds are so important.
Here comes the approach up the B steps. One player on site deleted. Nice shot from Maxwell. Now it's pressure on. Nas needs to hold the line. Last round was a good start, but this is where they need to actually bring the round through, and he's done exactly that. LVN to support. Now advantage here for the defense, and the numbers are here as well. Utility going to start to be deployed to give them extra space. Trying to bring the pressure, but Nas wants to get right up in their faces. This is bold, to say the least. He's in the smoke. What a cheeky play, and it works out for one. Not quite the second, but the trade is there. It's all on his stamina now. The IGL needs to do it all himself, and while he has found the first, he's actually got a lot of time to play with. He has the bomb. Stamina has a chance to make something truly special happen here. A 1v2, as he bleeds time off the clock, they will have to spread the defense to encounter both his sites. And he's going towards the vacant one. A has nobody around. 7 a.m. are sticking around, anticipating that he might come back. He might circle the wagons and still try and plant B. And they have made the wrong guesstimate. At least for the moment. Things can change quickly. But it seems like they're making the wrong gamble. That should allow Stamina to actually get this bomb down. Question is, what does he do after it? What's the next step in this dance? That's the real concern. Towards the ramp he goes. He's going to get aggressive on it. Oh my goodness. He's going to take the fight to them. Flashbang catches him. He's got the first. He's got the first. He's ducked in. A chance for the 1v1. He's got the shots as well. Stamina clutches it out.
That's so massive right there from Stamina. Again, man, this clutch factor is something that Limitless can rely on, it seems like, in the second half, and that is so massive right there. Having your IGL step up not only in the calling here on the T side, but also with a necessary clutch to keep these rounds rolling, to keep the success for Limitless. That's exactly what's just been granted them. More AKs, Mac-10's coming out in play here as well. And look at the buy that 7 a.m. are rocking with here. It's not too pretty. Only a couple of flashbangs here. 2 smokes left to their name. They're kind of going all in on the round like this.
That they are. A jump on in for vacancy. That works out. There's an upgrade found. Uh-oh. The bodies are starting to hit the floor in a big way, and it's not looking good for Limitless. The aggression out from 7 a.m. is yielding great fruit. Great results, and vacancy looks for the next. This time he will get checked, but they're going to need another big play. The health not exactly ideal for this Limitless side, and into the fray. Down goes the Stamina, and it's all over. 10 rounds found for 7 a.m. They're not ready to be done with this one just yet. Limitless, they've got a lead, but as we've seen before, that can evaporate before you know it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of confirmation bias showing right here, but 7 a.m. going for that investment clearly pans out for them. Look at now Limitless, what they're bringing to the table. It's a forced buy because their money was all over the place here. They have a couple Galeals in the mix, but it's not that great of a buy-in. Again, Limitless could maybe allow for 7 a.m. to start bleeding into the CT side with a round converted like that. Lovely HE damage to kick this one off, but Canasta realize how close they are around the corner, and he will not in time. Maxwell going to hit the deck, and now they're going to start to make their way in towards this B side here. They still have to deal with vacancy, but he's getting closed in upon every different angle here. Scar finds his one, and you know he's good for 2. One more around the corner. He's going to go through the smoke. Come on. Oh, no. He's only good for 1 here. He's going to get taken down.
Oh. The meme broken. Well, could have been what could have been. See if Zyke is going to be able to zero this one in instead. It's looking a little tough here, and indeed they may just want to save the guns. They're incredibly valuable at this juncture. You don't have a lot to work with. There's just not that many more rounds here. So the rifles seem loath to commit, and indeed with the positioning out on A ramp, we can tell it's just going to be the save for these two. So a 14th round confirmed for Limitless. They're trying to bring us over the line. They're trying to get us into this last map. Trying to take us to just a little bit more. And I'll be honest, it's been a long time since that Vito. I don't actually remember what the third map is. Nuke?
Yes.
Nuke. Only one gun to survive. As Limitless make it all the more difficult for this UK squad to try and put them away. Seems like we might need 3 to determine this.
It's looking more and more like that. Again, they're going all in the investment. There's actually a surprising amount of firepower to this investment, even the utility to back this one up. So 7 a.m. not out of lifelines just yet, but they need another one of those rounds, you know, that is pretty rare, far and few between for this team, right, where they just go all out aggressive here, and I think Limitless kind of know that they need that. A little mid boost here. Man, they're full of all sorts of tricks here. 7 a.m. looking for an opening proceeding, but they're not going to get that towards mid. For the most part, ramp is the early take here, and LVN, I like the idea, jump spotting in the ramp, he gets the information, but very quickly decides to give it up, and now all that information that you've gathered is just lost control.
One of the slower starts to a round we've had. A little bit of a check there from Nas, but he sees nothing. And now the utility's going to come in from the T side as they try and take the space that he's just vacated. Bit of a shadow boxing going on here. They haven't seen each other just yet, but they're feinting with the utility. Now 2 players in the defense. That dink is substantial. Cameron will be persuaded to slip on down. They just take him onto the dome on the random spam through the danger panel. That's a big ouchie ouch.
Definitely not fun, right? You don't want to start the round off on such low margins here. There's only 40 seconds left. They've really got to make a decision. Zeke's is hoping to hold down this mid side of things, getting some utility and support. Definitely doing a great job of deterring it. Even gets that smoke down. He can play around that to full effect here. JBA, who's been hot on the entry, has been so effective. Can he find it once again when Limitless need it the most to grab 15?
They're so low on time. They're so low on time. 20 seconds. They've got to go. They haven't even found a kill yet. There's 3 players in this site, and they're starting to get dropped. They have no time to spare. They need to go into this. Scar gets 2. He gets his 2. It's all on a vacancy here, but the bomb is dropped. He just needs to play with the clock. He's dancing around this girder. He knows he's got the time if he just lives here, but he can do no such thing. JBA hunts him down in the nick of time. Not a second to spare. Limitless find map point. They're 1 round away from closing this out and sending us through to nuke.
Oh my God, how do you even have the gall to go for that smoke spam? I cannot believe he did that, right? You want to be planting the bomb right there, but no. I think the play right there was to go for that smoke spam because that's the only way you're going to win it. He's going to stick out. He's going to kill you if you try and plant. So perfect decision-making coming through from JBA in the most crucial of times. Limitless grab 15. They grab map point. They're looking to take it into a third with a couple of FAMASs, a couple of A1Ss here on the 7 a.m. camp. Do they have enough left in the tank for 5 in a row? This CT side has been so limited.
So limited, eh? Limitless making some limitations. This vacancy's going to see if he's going to get 2. Oh, such a cheeky spot. They have no idea. They have no idea. There's the one. The trade is instant, though. Well responded to from Stamina. They're in sync now. They're hitting that flow state where the responses are just instantaneous. We didn't have it on Overpass, but it really has come to fruition here. Late on Vertigo from the Limitless side. They're going to let time whittle down again. Knowing that the pressure's on for the UK squad, knowing that 7 a.m. are backs against the wall here. We're going to see if the error will come from their camp. 2 players pushing in towards mid. That's a lot of information. We haven't seen much in terms of the mid aggression from either side. And now we'll start to shift. Reading that lack of space, they've got the bodies here to defend the A-ramp take. But once again, I mean, last round we saw the numbers on site, on the right side. It just didn't matter. The proof is in the pudding. Sometimes the kills are in the execution. Here's the triple swing on in. Oh, speaking of kills, speaking of execution, there has been an execution here. It's just left to Stamina. The lone man remaining from his squad. He'll try and clear out 1 towards Cement. This he'll have. No, not even. Eventually gained, but 20 seconds. Time is once again short. A 1v2 for Stamina. Another clutch required from the in-game leader. He's bringing the pressure. He's bringing the fire, but he's not bringing through the round.
7 a.m. They got a little fight left in them, don't they? At the last hurdle. They're showing some strides here. Very good defense towards that A side. That late aggression that came through is exactly what was needed, especially, you know, with only 30 seconds or so left on the clock there. But once Limitless start to meet those hurdles, it's very hard in the panic of the moment to find those trades. So a much better approach there on the stacked site from 7 a.m. A great idea, great read of the situation here. But again, man, look at this force buy. Look at this decision from Limitless. It's incredibly risky. Got a couple Tech 9s at Mac 10. A lot of utility to bolster this one up. But again, if this one goes south, then 7 a.m. are going to make a case to try and take it into OT.
Spam out there. Some space is allowed. Over towards the ramp to try and dip back in, but ever closer are creeping the T's, and JBA's now got the first. LVN is under major pressure. Molotov going to go down just to provide him some space, but it's over towards the ramp that they need to focus, and he knows that. Slow things down. Utility starts to sail in. It's the response from the CTs. They're going in. They want this fight. They want this heat. They want this smoke, and JBA is bringing the fire instead. The bomb can make its way on to be planted. Nas can do nothing about this, and now with the clock ticking away, it's desperation for Nas and Vacancy. They need a hero to step forward. It's got to be one of these two lads. Tied up on the angle. There's the first spot. It's just down to Vacancy now. He knows where one is, but he'll get nothing done. Well done from Limitless. They bring it back. They drag it through on Vertigo. We didn't know if they'd have the heat on this map. We didn't know if they'd be tested, if they'd be tried, if their systems would be in place, but they had enough.
No, that was just incredible right there, man. And JBA to close 3 entries with the MAC-10. How on earth are you able to do that? 2 of which were on 1 HP. So the guy is just a mastermind when it comes to some of these opening exchanges, and that is exactly what we needed. We talked about some of the win conditions heading into this map as well. We got nothing out of Maxwell on Overpass on the CT op. I think he showed a much better face here in the early stages to grab that early success for them, which is all promising. You had Stamina with a couple of big clutches. It felt like a real team effort here on Limitless to close, and so definitely going to lead into an exciting nuke for this too.
It is. It is going to make things really dynamic, really exciting. I think the most impressive player has to be JBA, though.
Yes.
That's a tough role to play. Entries, space creator, and he does it again and again and again. Not just buying the space, but getting the kills, getting the exchanges, getting the information as well to communicate over towards his team. He was a huge piece of those T-sides. I mean, on Overpass as well, but especially here on Vertigo. In terms of their success, that's a massive find for them.
Yeah.
He's done a lot of work. We are going to have one more map in this series, folks. One more map to decide it all. That's going to be Nuke. We'll be back for that map after this break.
Yes, nice shot, my friend. Cheaters ruining your plays? I have eyes on the enemy. Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Yeah, I need it now, told him on the lay. I've been moving, dog, yeah, I'm on the way. I don't hear the talk, don't care what they say. I don't got no patience, I can't ever wait. I've been trying to get it, running up all these digits. And I've been in the gym, I've been up doing minutes. I just put in that work, told them it's strictly business. And I see through the face, they all just burning bridges. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Yeah, they don't want it done like I want it, dog. Yeah, they say they want it, then they took the summer off. I've been going down the list, checking numbers off. I was checking on your numbers, told them something's off. I was at the bottom, now you know I'm climbing. Now they sending deals, they know I ain't signing. They been trying to sell it, they know I ain't buying. When they send a text, dog, I ain't replying. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell.
Oh, hello there. I didn't see you there. But what I also didn't see coming is the third map of Counter-Strike. Ooh, looked like a Vertigo might have been done, but we got some more. We got Nuke coming down the pipe. We got a little bit more action here between Limitless and 7 a.m. NA's boys, they're not done just yet. They're ready to bring the fight to the Brits. Because we know they haven't had enough bad news today.
No, they've got a little fight left in them, and that's really good signs for the Limitless camp, man. Because, again, I didn't think we were going to get any life out of them. We saw that 7-round spree from 7 a.m., and I was like, this game's over, right? This is done. We're not heading into Nuke. But, man, oh, man, did they answer that call right there. And did they ever come back into the series? The second half, the key half looked so solid for them. The clutch factor was there. They had the individual stepping up. It seemed like IGL and coming through from Stamina was quite nice as well, despite some heroic defenses. I think Vacancy actually had a hell of a game.
Yes.
Just not enough. I feel like that Stark drop-off that we actually got out of his eye there was a bit peculiar because he was so solid on overpass. And this map, he had a couple of nice clips. You can see it right there. That was probably the only one that I remember.
Yeah, there was a lot of vacancy there. It was Nas and Vacancy who really did step into that void. They tried to fill it in a big way, and we did see that work for a good chunk of it. But at the end of the day, they needed all pieces firing on all cylinders for that second half, and they just didn't quite get it in the same way. So it'll be interesting to see what look we get from the 7 a.m. boys here as it starts to become an endurance game, especially into that third map. You know, travel can always be a bit of an issue. I don't know how much experience the 7 a.m. crew have with international travel, with cross-continental travel, but this is their first stint as a team, at the very least, coming over to the U.S. to compete. So that can carry with it its own challenges. And when you get into these longer games, that focus can slip a little bit. We are hopping on into the server. We're hopping on into the match. Let's see who's going to get it. We're starting with a knife round here, Cole. Who's going to get the side? Who's going to get which? What's your knife round strat? What you got?
So, listen, I'm not a guy that gets super cringe in the knife rounds, but I'm always the last alive. I trust myself.
Sounds like you're pretty cringe, though.
No. I never go in first. They leave me last alive. I'm good at moving around the map. That's okay. You got to have a good movement player in your knife rounds to be the clutch factor there. If you can, on Nuke, finagle around the ladders maybe. Always a good strine. That's what I loved so much about Train. It wasn't actually the gameplay. Sure,
knife
Train's
rounds.
a great map, but man, did they make some fun knife rounds.
It did make for some fun knife rounds. You could get a little cheeky with things. As it is, it does seem like we are going to get 7 a.m. starting over on the CT side. Or not. HUD confused.
Looks right.
HUD empty.
HUD a bit off, but the names of 7 a.m. Yeah, there we are.
No thoughts, just vibes?
No thoughts, just vibes.
Who's got the vibes in this one?
I don't know. Limitless starting on this T side, it could be a little bit of a concern, but then when they hop into that CT side, I think they show some incredible strength. I mean, that's kind of the case for a lot of teams, but definitely the case for
Pass play in. Here we go. Here's the hit. Oh, hit meet wall. Meet wall named Zykes, just one after another. The shots find heads, and Zykes steps away with 4. So no bomb plant here, not even a start to the round. No space gained on the site. They've just been shot in the face, shut down.
That's a statement right there, right? We kind of didn't. We saw that stark drop-off from Zykes and Zai, that dynamic 2-on overpass on Vertigo. They didn't show up as much as they did, but man, that's a great way to kick off the third map, right? You need these players to step up. You need that full team effort like we got out of the Limitless, and you show up in a pistol like that, you're immediately looking to change the tides here. And up against a full eco, 7 a.m. definitely setting themselves up quite nicely. Only Glocks. Looking for a quick movement, flying through the sky here, maybe.
Zai, it would be great to see you get back on track here early, just to build the confidence, right? We know what a monster you can be from the overpass game. Be dope for them if they could get it back. Not much to show in this round in terms of economy for Limitless. I want to get healthy. If they could somehow cheese a bomb plant out of this, that'd be a miracle. One player outside by the red box. Don't know that that's going to have a lot of success. LVN looking to just zero this one in, but a rotation there. Well, maybe there's a chance you got to play it on secret. No one's checking it right now. There is actually a gap. Interesting.
And they move around it. You've been doing a little bit of Pro League. Did you see Na'Vi play their full Glock eco by just jumping around in spawn for the first minute, trying to bait out utility?
You know, I did not catch that one.
Interesting strat there. I always like to see cool eco strats. But this one maybe has some teeth to it. They find the opening pick, or at least trade it out there. They have access to the B-bomb site. One more around the corner, but it will be Zykes to close things down very quickly, make things nice and sound there. 7 a.m. they shut it down before it gets too chaotic. But still, there's a couple of kills that Limitless bring to the table.
All right, so MBG just ran past. He's changed 3 times today, or at least
Saw him in
twice
the
today.
CLG
He
red,
outputs.
yeah.
He had a
comes
full
prepared
suit.
to land, and this
He's had
isn't
2
even the day he's
different
playing.
jerseys. Yeah. Where is he changing? Does he just have each of these under the other? Or is he like going to the bathroom to do a full costume change? What's happening here?
Maybe the suit was a little bit oversized for him, so he's like, I'm going to put a couple shirts on underneath.
He's just been peeling off layers. Like, it's
very
not
hot, though.
warm in here, but it's not that cold.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would definitely not like multiple layers at the moment.
Especially esports jerseys, where they don't tend to have the greatest aeration.
Yeah, they got some...
It's the secret
Yeah.
that the fans don't know, is jerseys are frequently the least comfortable thing to wear.
I agree. I don't know how players do it.
They wear
I like
shirts
the
underneath
t-shirt,
most of the time, yeah.
Not a bad idea.
Some jerseys are nice, but in my experience, most of them, not so much.
Yeah.
Not so much.
I agree. See,
quite a
maybe
standoff
little bit
this
of
one, eh?
I know, Stamina's not peaking at all, man. But around the corner lies what is a very scary A bomb site. So if they want to commit to this, they're going to be walking into a hefty setup, and that molly's going to cut things off so nicely. It's going to buy so much time.
Damage on. There's the first kill. It commits the bomb, so it means they do have to go in. Here's the swing. Zai in the angle. 50 seconds. Somehow this is staying even until it absolutely is not. LVN mowing them down. Scar, he's got his 1. He's going to need 3.
Baby.
Can't be good for 2. Can't be good for 2. Got to be good for 3 right here. Already got 1 kill in this round. So now he needs to be good for 2. 2 more, that is. Smoke going to go out. Player on top of the hut should have this one dead to rights. Scar's not anticipating it, and he does get shut down. Zykes has that all the way. 3-0 there. 7 a.m. off to a hot start here on Nuke.
Yeah, Zykes nearly pulling off the reverse bond here, like 3 rounds in. That's absolutely disgusting. 7 and 0 at the moment. Hasn't taken a death, so... Again, like we said, we need to see this full team effort kind of come into fruition. And right there in the rotation, 7 a.m. are showing exactly that, man. They rotate so quickly in towards that A-bomb site, the utility's there. So even though there was a couple of trades here and there for Limitless, they were never going to crack into that bomb site. There was no chance in this world. So a little A-rush and the cards here. JBA, the entry man, as he so often is on top of the hut, is the auto shot. And we get Doom Cam for this one because it is only Doom for Limitless. He shuts it down as easy as can be for Vacancy.
For Easton. They're hungry. They're chomping them on up. They can see with the auto shotty on top of the hut. Now going to be bringing it right back to bear. This time it'll be up against the guns, but it is a bit of the bonus round for 7 a.m. They got a lot of cash on reserve. Look at that money, Cole. So much money. It's green as far as the eye can see. They're going to Scrooge McDuck into their cash flow right now. And in the meantime, well, let's see if they can add 1 more round to the win column here. Limitless need to get out of this one. They need to get out of this one relatively clean. Otherwise, things are going to get pretty dire. Vacancy, I don't know if the Doom Cam worked quite that well in this one. Shout out to Ches, our observer here. Lord of the Doom Cam here. Oh, Molly's in. That's a lot of health lost off of Cameron. Ooh. Damage done as well. Scar at least manages to equalize outside.
It's a nice pickup right there. This is good damage, and you mentioned it. We'll see if they're too stingy here like Scrooge because they kept onto a couple of these lacking rifles, but the ones that do have rifles are finding the
lobby
kills.
crunch. There's still a player coming back into it. There's still a player coming back into it. It's Cameron, who's been backed out. He's just trying to hold on, prevent them from going through. I think he might have gotten the audio cue for the presence in lobby. But in the meantime, this is getting weird. They're very isolated. Scar's down secret, but he's the only one. And where is the bomb? It's on Stamina, still in the secret steps. This could get a little hairy. Stamina's gone to the AWP. They need to group up. They need to get this hit going before you know it. Nas has now just dealt with Cameron going up the ladder, up and around. I'll isolate out these players. They are going to plant towards lower, but it's a 4v2. It's not an easy retake here by any measure. Nade in. Scar with a great shot. He's got his 1. He's got his 2.
He's got his 2.
He's been good for it, but he needs to exceed his limits. He needs to go beyond it, and there's the 3rd. Now he's cracked on through. Expanded beyond what is possible. Scar, though, will only find the 3rd. Stamina playing off that bomb. He's got the op. Got a chance for this one. Molotov picks the wrong spot, and he's got the sight lines here. They've got utility to block him off should they need to. But they're running out of time. They got to get on this. They've got to get on this. They've got the kits. Does he have the lineup? No is the answer. This is going to be a tricky one. He's losing them in the smoke. He's not going to have a chance, and he'll even lose his life. 5 rounds up for 7 a.m. That one gets close, but it's no cigar. And again, that was a bit of the bonus round for the CT side.
Yeah, that's the huge part right there, right? That was a massive bonus. They had a, what was it, auto shotty coming into this one and an MP9. And they still close it out. They even pick up the op to boot. So 7 a.m. with a massive financial gain after that last round is a bit bleak for Limitless. But still, I mean, off that bomb plant, they're going to get another buy-in here. So it's not the end of the world. They can still punch back. See if they're up to the task again. Back to this lobby default. They probably want to avoid some of the last round's mistakes. That late re-aggression coming through from 7-Up really came back biting them. Cameron got Assassin's Creeded with an MP9 in that last round, jumping down from T-Roof.
Do you think the little eagle sound came out? Fell into a hay bale?
Yeah.
Finished it out. I like those games. Not so much the new ones, but I liked those games. Back when you still were like a sneaky person.
I never was a very sneaky person in those games.
No?
Guns blazing.
Did you play the first one?
I've kind of jumped around, so I don't even know. I played a couple of them. I've watched a couple series.
The first one truly punished you for failing stealth.
Okay.
From then on, they made combat a little too viable, I think. Advantage here for 7 a.m. The early exchange has been pretty dang good for them, and provided they don't let JBA out of the HUD, it seems like that might just continue. JBA was a phenomenal space creator over on Vertigo. They could use some space right now. Time to create JBA. They're running out of util. They just don't have much left, and he's giving up the angle, so it doesn't seem like they're going to press through. They're just going to go for the squeaky vent drop. Oh, a little bit slow into it. They realize the player's still here? No, apparently not. Okay, this could get cheeky. This could get a little weird. What can Stamina do with this position? Oh, no. Stamina. Wrong way, wrong time. The bomb's down, but the planter is burned alive, and it's all on the JBA. And, well, it's not about creating space. It's about holding on to it now, and he doesn't even realize they're on the defuse. Well, that's a little awkward. That's a little unfortunate. But the end result is 7 a.m. climbing ever higher.
That timing on poor Stamina right there is unbelievable as well, man. That was a real capability of trying to close that round out right there. Depending on when Stamina was finally going to strike, if he could have cut off one of those rotators, that's when we could have seen some signs of actual T-side success from Limitless. But so far, like we have said, it's limited, and the round count still hovering around 0. They need to get off that mark ASAP. They need to get something rolling. It has to be another buy coming through here off the bomb plate. They're getting those consistently, right? So it's not like these rounds are incredibly one-sided. They're still punching in the numbers. They're making things close. But by no means easy, that's for sure. None of these rounds are. For 7 a.m., nothing for free. They've had to fight for it.
More pop-offs coming from the pit. I swear some of these guys are going to lose their voice day 1, and then they're going to be trying to scream day 2, and just nothing will come out.
I've seen it. The same player do it every time.
Gotta conserve your voice here.
Yeah.
I hope they brought some Jello revoices. It's one of the secrets of the town scene.
I've not heard of that, but it seems like it could be useful for those long broadcast days.
Yep, they're good ones. Precious materials on the EU cast. Ooh.
Oh my God.
Clothesline shot. That one even goes into JBA's calf. Man's been aerated. Stamina gets a kill, but Vacancy wants to come back over, and that drops the bomb. Vacancy manages to slip away. The bodies are dropping here left, right, and center. It's just down to 2. A wounded JBA limping, holding all of the utility for the team, and Cameron, who's just now stuck in lobby. His position's supposed to come to fruition once the bomb is down, once the lower site's been taken. Instead, that's an if the lower site's been taken. It may never happen. And so they've got to come back up to support. Cameron finding the space towards A is going to say, hey, there might be a path here.
Oh, he's just slipped around.
That's going to draw JBA up top, but does he realize there's so much presence in towards lobby? He just made an audio cue. Did that get caught?
It had to have been.
The rotation from Mini's going to be tough. There's already a player outside. There's no way he's going to get through clean, right? JBA, how is he giving them the slip? He's gotten in. There's a chance here. There's a chance. It's slim, though, and that drops the bomb, and with it, the hopes should be gone. Just buying time is Zai, and now everybody's here to defend this parcel of C4. There should be no escape, and indeed there is not. 7-0. The scoreline stays clean as a whistle.
That it does, and I mean, Zix has just awoken in this map. It's been so solid from him. I mean, you saw in that last round, not only does he find that opening pick, He follows it up with a leg shot into JBA. That actually comes into calling when he tries to go for the plant later down the line, right? He can't make it across that squeaky door. A lot of issues, and most of them are just coming through from Zix, so they got to figure out a solution to this. Maybe it's an op from Maxwell. Maybe it's, you know, some inner aggression that needs to take place, or upper aggression, I say. But I don't know. We're running into this problem constantly here. They're trying to molly him off. They're trying to void him off of this angle, and they're rushing towards the safe side.
Here we go, faster play. Cameron finds one. Do they get the player up in Mustang? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, eventually they will. The exchanges are even, but that's at least some space created, and Stamina starts to follow it up. This is, oh my goodness. Was getting frisky. Zykes wants nothing to do with it. He'll keep it in the 2v2. And LVN's got some space here outside of Mini. A shutdown shot, immediate. Stamina alone. Erased as LVN gets the better of him. Every time it looks like Limitless might have a toehold into a site, it just gets destroyed.
Yeah, that it does, man. And even in this round right there, they avoid him for the meantime. They even molly him off. They do such a good job at actually avoiding his impact in the early round. The issue is he's able to rotate in towards heaven before they're able to plant their feet. And
words are hard.
Yeah, they are, even for casters, believe it or not.
Often. I mean, well, the thing is, you say so many words in comparison to a normal situation.
Yeah.
That, yeah, if you butcher 3 out of 1,000, it's much more noticeable.
Yeah. Especially ever able. Those ones are ones you got to nail, but sometimes they're tricky.
Tongue-tied.
Yeah, that was a great round. I think that Zinx is all over the place. Oh my god.
Hungy LVN, that's a freebie. As Scar was just trying to get something cheeky going through his smoke, and instead he gets cheekily erased. No cheeks for him. Okay, Stamina. Stamina's done an okay job getting some of these individual rounds just to get in the creation here, and he'll get a second as well onto LVN in Garage. Now he's got the space. Now he's got outside control. Now they can pressure on in, but his teammates do need to live in order for this to happen. He's bogged himself up and off, but now he's losing teammates, losing comrades, and with that, Stamina's not going to be able to get close to the round, and Stamina will, in fact, go down 9-0. There's been moments in every single one of these rounds where you think Limitless might have found a path forward, but the recovery in the mid-round is incredible.
It's not easy for 7 a.m., I'll say that much. Even in the early stages, they're actually losing some of the opening picks. Stamina just finds his 2 towards the outer yard, but how quickly does it go wrong for Limitless there in the mid-round with some of the aggression that 7 a.m. are throwing at the table, right? You throw a couple players towards that outer yard, you would certainly not expect a lobby re-aggression if you're Limitless, but that's exactly what gets thrown at them. So fast ramp rush here, a little bit of desperation plays, but maybe they can catch Kanas off guard here. Taking a couple of shots, he's missing them as well. He has to get that molly down and get out of dodge. He does so in time and has support coming through from the op of J-Hall here. We'll see if they can continue to hold down the line. A pixel angle is not going to work for him, but the Deagle has in the past. He will hold steady for another. Stamina going to drop here. Nothing of this round. Absolutely nothing. And double digits claimed from 7 a.m.
Absolutely nothing is about the most succinct summary of what this map has been for Limitless so far. The life starting to leave their eyes here, and Zix has been the one to choke it out. He's 17-2. Jeez. I did not even quite realize how utterly one-sided his individual performance had been. 17-2. We're 10 rounds in. He's died twice. That's unreal. That's unreasonable here. This performance is massive. He's been good on the other maps, but I mean, this is just, he's ascended.
Yes, I mean, that's the issue right now. Not only that, but it's not fun for Limitless to play any side of the map because they've been running into him everywhere. He has been in their face. They try and go outer yard. He's finding multiple shots. He's landing them through the smoke as well, landing leg shots. You try and rush the ramp room. He's in J-Hall. He's always in their face. The guy's rotations are so sharp right now. And if he keeps it up at all, then I mean, he's going to drop 20-plus kills here in the first half. I almost think he's guaranteed it at this point with how well he's playing. Limitless just love walking into him at the moment. And I guess that's more so a credit to his great play right now. 151 ADR for the guy. Opping on nuke.
Bomb down, smoke out. It's a nice nade on a Maxwell early on. That op outside, though, could actually make some noise. Alvian's got to be a bit wary. 2 players down lower. 1 ramp, 1 more committed lower. It's an interesting adjustment already. I'm surprised they've seen enough to coax this in. LVN, that's a big kill. Even if he gets traded, Zix is on the scene. And as we've seen before, once he's zeroed in, there is not much to get past him. And will be everything with the secret player. Maxwell misses that shot, and they're not going to give him another opportunity. With the advantage here, 7am can just settle back in, play sites. They don't need to force the issue. The one potential vulnerability could be stamina in towards many. I don't know if they've realized he's gotten so far, but with the double push hut.
Oh my God.
Oh no. What is even happening here? Going to come back around. What's the read? They're just going to set up for it to see if the squeaky players come back out. This could be playing for the post plant. There's a path to the plant though, and I don't know if Limitless quite realize how much space they've actually got.
I think this is best case scenario for them at the moment, man. Look at this gap that they're going to create. Cameron's cleared out a little bit of lobby, but not fully in their control here. And where will they expect this re-aggression, this CT side retake to come from here? It looks like they're going to double up inside of the hut, and so maybe that's exactly what the doctor ordered, but they do not want to walk into the top. He finds himself another. That's 2 on the round here. 2 more to go. He's going to go in towards lobby. He lands the kill on the hut player. Now last alive is Maxwell. He doesn't want anything to do with this round. He smoked off mini. He's going to call it quits, and that's 11 claimed right there from 7am. They continue their hot streak, and it's all off the back of Zix at the moment. He is having a monster game.
Insane. 20 kills. 11 rounds. 20 kills. He's just got no clip on. I don't know what's going on, man. They can't shoot back.
That's force field right there. Usually we say that's like a benefit to players that maybe aren't as good, but this guy's clearly hitting the shots and not giving them a chance to shoot back at him, man. They are doing such a good job right now in the rotations. Even in that round, he's prepared for the hut re-aggression. Not prepared for this aggression, though.
He's dead. The god has been felled. The curse is broken. Maybe now Limitless can actually bring this round through, because their golden idol has been toppled. He's fallen from his plinth, and now his cult is in shambles. 7am reeling from the loss of their messiah. What can they do now without the golden opper? The man who will not say die has finally done so. LVN actually, I think, is probably going to shut this down. I have a bad feeling about this position from LVN. There's the 1, there's the 2. They're not ready for it at all. And because of that, Vacancy can just focus into Squeaky, and it's so much damage here. Advantage back for 7am, but Maxwell might just be salvation here. His 3rd kill of the round found this bomb going down. JBA and Maxwell trying to keep them at bay. For 7am, they're certainly going back in. The cash is unreasonable. Even if they just find one of these 2 kills, it's still worth it. And, well, backing straight into them will be Maxwell. Last player here in Hut. There's the initiative. There's the fight. It's over. 12 rounds flawlessly. Limitless. They get the opener. They get the even situation in the post plant. The bomb is down and ticking away, and they stumble into the firing line.
This is wild, man. Again, this is another case of there are very little easy rounds here for 7am that are actually getting claimed. But the issue is, it's every single round. Even in these 2v2 post-plant situations, somehow it looks like 7am are coming out on top every single time. That definitely wasn't the case on Vertigo, where the clutch factor was all in Limitless's favor. It's no longer the case, though. 7am, they want revenge, man. They are not tired at all. They come into this 3rd map fully gassed up, and they're looking to walk into the op of Zix once more. You do not want to head into that ace. That is not a viable option.
That's gotta be so brutal to be on that Limitless side right now. I'm looking at the stage. I'm trying to figure out if they're still talking to each other. Comm's still up here. It's looking focused. It's looking dire. He's going to come to smokes outside. A little bit more of a straightforward play. 3 smokes committed. A curtain of them to work behind. Gives them options in towards garage or in towards secret. Counter Molly did come out, but they do need to move if they're going to do so. It seems like that's actually just a beta response. A little bit of a fake here, put the doubt in their mind, and instead the pressure's coming the other way. LVN gets 1, and now it's Vacancy to shut things down. Only 1 found, but damage onto the next. They'll come clearing to make sure that Mini is held in their grasp. Oh, Zai can't survive, but it's Zix He's back on the scene and still alive. They're coming towards lower. Nas is already in position. He's denied that. That was supposed to be the bomb plan. It's all to Maxwell just with the AWP and surrounded. 25 seconds. He's got no time. He has to force this on down, and he knows. He's got a good read on where the position's going to be, but what can he even do about it? Going to tap the bomb, going to expect the response, but Zix will get the better of him. A team ace through for 7 a.m.
Great closer and a great person to close you out right there for that round. 7 a.m. grabbing 13, man. What is going on here? I like you said, I'm looking over at their camp, and it seems like they're still throwing some new ideas into the mix, right? I mean, that's a variation on the outside smoke that we just got out of them in the last round. Nets them the same exact results at the end of the day, though, and that's the problem here. The end result is always in 7 a.m.'s favor. So they're running out of time here. You know it's desperate when you whip out the Krieg from Maxwell.
LVN opening pick again. The last couple of rounds of this, anything just to keep them out of the 16-0, just to keep that doubt out of their minds. Any salvation here for Limitless. But it's not to happen. Nas dancing with Devils in the smoke. Oh, Zix has actually been caught. Once again, the Golden God is down, but Nas has the positioning where he's going to be able to bring that kill back. There's nothing JBA can do about this, and he'll even deny the spot. Ramp is close for business. It's a little messy on A, but the result is just a 4v2. Who cares if it's messy at this point? 7 a.m. are winning every exchange.
They're winning this round as well, man. LVN moving this out of yard play. It's just a moment, a matter of time before Limitless collapse here. They're going to walk into this A side, and they're so well prepped here. LVN's going to call it soon. He's going to flank him off, and this round has its days numbered.
Bomb down. Bomb down back in the lobby as well. Maxwell has to get it done with a Krieg V3. He's got one. He's rolling back the years. He's trying to roll back the meta as well. Nice read on the second, but not the kill to come through. The flawless half on deck here for 7 a.m.
Yeah, I feel like they're really going to like this over at the UK camp.
I'm sure Neo is wearing a scarf and cheering and singing some songs. I don't really know what he does when he's watching CS, but I'm sure he's doing it right now.
Yeah, I'm sure, yeah. The scarves, those are big.
I know they got the scarves. I wonder if 7 a.m. have to sell scarves yet.
It's good merchandise idea right
You think is that the first merch item if you're a UK team?
I would think so. That's a great idea.
Here it comes.
Here
comes the pressure. Fast play, fast shutdown. LVN feasting, and it's all over. The half is over. The hopes are over. It's all on the stamina. One Tech 9 and a dream to even win a round. He's got the first. He's got the first. The dream right now is such a very small one. Just something. Anything, Cole. Just a pittance. Just one round, please. One round.
I don't think it's happening, man. Steven's good in the clutch, but he's not that good. Not LVN good right there. He gets shut down with a 3K in the round there. LVN, you know, to bolster up what Zix was doing in that entire half, man. He stepped up in the last 4 rounds with a couple of massive multi-kills. So it's a full team effort like we were talking about. I think it's still led by a couple of heavy hitters here on the 7 a.m. camp, but of course that's got to be the case, man. This is very one-sided, to say the least.
It's just everyone's had their chance to be a heavy hitter, right?
Yeah.
Zai was the heavy hitter in the first map. Vacancy and Nas were bringing it in the second. LVN and Zix, of course, are bringing it here.
Yep.
We've seen every look from this team in terms of who's actually performing, and now they just need one round. It could just be this. It could just be the pistols. The Glocks are coming around. They gain the space outside. That'll be heard, but they don't care. They just need the execution. Maxwell finds one. Mini player could be deadly. He's coming for the backstab as well, but he's getting turned on. Uh-oh. Scar can't die here, and indeed he does. That was the opportunity to put this pistol round away. Instead, it's all falling apart. They've got control lower. And a pinch onto the ramp player at that. The bomb now down and ticking away. Even numbers at least. But positioning is tough. Maxwell has to be wary. That'll slow him down in the retake, and there is no kit available, at least for the moment. Even exchanges. They're going to be coming from ramp. They need to deal with Cameron. He's pinched upon himself. A dink on in, but Maxwell and Cameron have made it happen so far. All onto Zai. One more just sticking the bomb. Here's the race saw, and he's pulled them off, and that's going to be it. The 16-0 complete. The flawless game. 7 a.m. have completed their conquest.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were going to be done by 7 p.m., but it looks like they have shown us otherwise right there. What a game from them. What a third map. out of all of the games that we were expecting some 16-0s, this was not one of them. Not in the third map of all things as well, but man, was that a stellar nuke from them.
I think after that game, the members of Limitless may have reverted to being members of one of the 13 colonies. That was tough from 7 a.m. They just dominated from the first stretch. It is funny that the scoreline doesn't really tell the tale because so many of those rounds were scrappy towards the end. It just felt like in every moment where a 50-50 might happen, where a clutch might come through, there just wasn't enough in the tank for Limitless.
No, that's it, right? They had about 4 or 5 2v2 situations right there in post plants that you would think 9 times out of 10, you'd be closing out. But every step of the way, man, 7 a.m. we're pulling through with those rounds. So that's absolutely stunning. That little clutch factor, especially this late into a series, the fact that you win that consistently is a massive level of impact coming through. And that makes for an exciting team, especially if they can keep up a level of nuke like that.
Absolutely. I mean, 16-0s are always tough to read into, right? I mean, I think there were some really good pieces, but I don't think there was anything brilliant tactically that we can point to. It was just the whole picture coming together, as well as the individual overperformance obviously coming through from Sykes.
Yeah.
Golly, they couldn't kill him. They couldn't kill the guy.
They could not figure it out, man. He was so insane. The rotations that he was pulling through, again, I mean, they would walk in towards outside. They would walk into his op and he'd get a good 3 kills. They would walk in towards the ramp room. He'd get 3 kills. Like, immediately, he was in their face. And that just cannot be fun, man. This is the way it all kicked off, right? And when it kicks off like this, how are you ever going to stop him?
Yeah, it's tough to say. At every juncture, whether it was auto shotties, ops, rifles, pistols, just devastation. I mean, these highlights are just going to be 7 a.m. all the way through. There is little to nothing to point to for Limitless. Obviously, no rounds in particular that you're going to want to highlight and remember fondly. Just pure devastation. I hope you all can hear the pop-offs in the pit, because those are still coming through. It looks like our final pit games are wrapping up. Well, this has actually been a relatively quick first day of Fragadelphia. Quickest one I've got in memory.
Yeah, no, this has been very, very fast. Again, you know, we saw a lot of one-sided matchups. This one went to 3 maps, but again, a 16-0 is a big anomaly.
That'll get us back on schedule, yeah.
Yes, it will. Even if it goes to the distance, and it just doesn't matter if you're going to close out like that, man. This is such an impressive result. Like you said, I don't know if they can keep that level of performance. I don't know if you can win that many clutches in a row like they were doing right there. But if they have any sort of level on nuke consistently to that, then they're going to be a team that's going to be super scary. Playoffs maybe locked in for them as well, in my estimation.
What I will say as well is this is the last chance qualifier, right? We've already eliminated some teams. We're not even into our main event yet. Every day that we get further here into Fragadelphia 17, the competition is going to heat up bit by bit by bit. And so I am so excited with the games that we've already gotten on day 1 to see what we're going to get further on into the weekend when we start to have these international squads going up against each other, perhaps going up against the EGs. We're going to have some really top-tier Counter-Strike here at Frag. I can't wait to see it. But we are going to take a quick little break here, folks. When we come back, something else.
And if nothing really matters, and this place just isn't true, I'll be happy that I wasted all this time just lying next to you. Dreams, I can't let go. You could say this isn't real. Guess I'll never know.
We're standing by here with the new 16-0 victor, Ness. Did I do it right that time?
Yeah, Ness.
Ness?
Yeah.
Just Ness?
Yeah.
Like the Smash Bros. Character.
Yeah.
Easy. Neo, how did you get that wrong? It's just
Fumble.
like the Smash Bros. Character.
Fumble.
All right, we're going to have to go through the whole pronunciation guide here, but you've just taken a victory here at Fragadelphia. How you liking Frag so far?
It's amazing, actually. I really like this, and it's my first international LAN and my first real LAN as well. So it's actually very nice.
Okay.
Wow.
Now, you guys just recently joined the 7 a.m. org, right?
Yep.
Relatively new team playing together.
Yes.
Nice victory just before you came onto this interview. How's it feeling in the squad?
It's a very nice, it's very nice in the squad at the moment because it goes good, actually. So we're like, yeah, it's nice.
It's nice. We'll leave it there for now.
Yeah.
We'll leave it there for now. First international LAN, you said. Is this your first time traveling internationally as well?
To the US is my first time ever traveling.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's the jet lag handling?
Yeah, we came last night, so it's working. So it's not that bad actually.
So this is the first day.
Yeah.
All right, I've got some advice for you.
Mm?
Second day's when it hits.
Yeah.
Be
To an
prepared.
extent, yeah.
Be prepared. Cole, you got any questions for the man?
I mean, I do. Coming into these teams, coming into this LCQ, I know you probably know Apex, a couple of these rosters. Internationally, I mean, did you expect the competition to be tough, easy? I mean, what was your expectation heading into this one?
I was expecting tough opponents here, actually.
Yeah.
I think these guys were the one that played really good against EG or Nuke in the RMR. So we thought we were going to go have a hard match this game, but we just went with the flow today. So on the last map.
Yeah, it didn't quite go to expectations.
Yeah, it
Not
went
quite.
good.
Not quite. All right. So running through your teammates, how do we say all of their names? 'Cause
Okay.
At this point, I'm assuming Neil got everything wrong.
So we have Sai.
Sai.
Okay. Yeah,
That one we
and
had.
then we have Vacancy.
That one's straightforward.
Yeah. And we have Six.
Six. Okay, we're
Yes.
good on that one
And
so
then we
far.
say LVN.
Okay, so he just screwed up
4 out of
yours.
5.
He just
Yeah.
screwed up yours.
Yeah.
4 out of 5 is a passing grade, I think, for Neo. So
Yeah,
we'll,
it's actually
we'll
a
let
good
him
one.
off this one. We'll let him off the hook. All right, so competing with this UK team, you're Swedish, right?
Yep.
Okay. What's it like being in a UK roster? How does that affect the comms? Is it a little different internally?
Yeah, it's actually very hard. You know, it's went from talking Swedish to English fully, and I have my man Ville, aka Six, in my team. He's also Swedish, so it's when we are like in the situation, we talk Swedish. When we're 2 versus X, whatever. So switching from Swedish to English is very hard, actually. I never thought it was going to be that hard, and it's just in the chaotic like moments, then it's getting actually very hard.
Yeah, that moment where you're like translating within your brain.
Yeah,
slows you
I need
down
to
just
talk
a bit.
English and come and I need to come and shoot at the same time and do the rotations right. You know, it's
Well,
hard then.
You definitely didn't see it in the gameplay there. It felt like every map we had a different member of the team stepping forward, right? Over on Overpass, it was Zai doing a lot of the work. On Vertigo, you yourself were stepping up in a big way. And that last map, 6 took over. Is that something you've seen with this team where it's like the firepower can come from any direction?
Yeah, everybody has their own like favorite map and like favorite roles. So everyone is popping off. And Ville, the Opper, my man, he usually plays amazing.
All right, big ups for the Opper. We loving it over here. One last question before we let you go. Is there a team you're particularly excited to play here at Fragadelphia?
I really want to play Apex. Just because Knock and I like Stuko a lot. I like his work. So Stuko and Knock, I really want to play.
There we go. A team to aspire to. A team to aspire to beating it. Based on what we've seen so far, it could be very possible. Well, congratulations on the win. We'll be seeing you tomorrow.
Yes.
Thanks for coming on for the interview.
Thank you so much.
Congrats.
That's going to wrap up us here. I'm not sure if we're going to be coming back. We'll find out in a flash. But we are going to be hopping into a game apparently. So let's go ahead and stick around. It's mostly done already, but let's get on in. It's the third map. We're partway through. And it's time to talk about some Counter-Strike more. We got a little more treat for you. We've got Victorum. Okay, Victorum, and who's on the other side? Drew the Shrew, Beastman, Gur. Is this the Red Wolves?
This is Touchpoint.
Touchpoint?
I think so.
Okay.
Looks like that logo.
All right.
Pretty confident. I'll give it an 80%.
Noted ECL side Victorum, who definitely deserved their challenger spot. 100% earned.
They did make relegation. Nearly. They were close to it.
100% earned.
They were one series off of relegation. Cut them some slack.
All good. All good. All in good fun here.
Do love me some Soul Goat games, so we can't get enough of this.
We do love some Soul Goat games. From carrying me in matchmaking to making good on the server here at Fragadelphia. Yeah. 2-round lead. I mean, it looks pretty good for them right now. Victorum, the economy on the other side is going to be a little frayed. A little rough. A little Uchimama.
It is Touchpoint. I'm glad. They've done a little adaptation on their logo, I will say, though. It looked similar. I wasn't sure, but it is Touchpoint. I do like this team quite a bit as well. They've gone through some chops and changes. I know that Drew the Shrew's mom, not too supportive of his endeavors from Twitter, but everything else is golden for this team. Drew's taking a lot of fights here. We have 2 Drews in the server. That's going to be tricky. But
well, I think we should just call one the Shrew. And the other one Drew. I think we got to do it. Soul Goat going to get the opener here. They've got some control towards top banana. The follow-up from Drew is actually quite good, as the Shrew is dead. So now we don't have to be confused into this round. The taming of the Shrew, perhaps, as they continue to move on forward. Oh that one, a gap in the smoke. Oh, come on, boys. We got to throw our cross smokes a little better than that one. But they've just left. They got A. So no cross smoke needed. Moto smoke instead. And Isaac, or is it Isaac?
It's Isaac.
It's Isaac. Just spelled it funny for funds.
I'm sure Isaac is a pretty hot commodity in the name department, so maybe just trying to adapt a little bit. But yeah, Isaac also a very solid player for this Victorum roster. This little team that they got going on. They've been together for quite some time.
Yeah. Well, I think they're going to be together for quite some time in this round because it looks like a save's getting called from the CT side, and that's going to be 8 on the board for Victorum.
Not too bad. Great closer right there. Again, a little bit of awkwardness in that B-side play, but that transition in towards A was likely just going to always seal this round. And look at this. You see the CT's eyes.
Yeah. No, you're right. It definitely doesn't reflect what he's looking at. It's just, it's like a slideshow.
Need source 2.
Need source 2. Gaben, please fix. Need to see proper reflections in the CT's weird gas mask eyes. Please. See, that one's pretty good, though.
Yeah, but he was looking at a wall there.
Not
too,
perfect.
You know what
It's
I mean?
not perfect.
It's like maybe if there's a mirror around.
It's convincing.
Yeah.
Well, you got to save the frame somehow, right?
No, I will happily take an extra 20 frames right there if it means we get some funkiness in the eyes. I would have never known that if it wasn't for Ches always doing that camera. Yeah.
So it's all Chez's fault, like most things in life. It can all be blamed on Ches.
Yes.
Climate change, Chez's fault. Political struggle, Chez's fault. You wouldn't know it, but natural disasters, all started by Ches.
I wonder if there's any messages from Ches that he's trying to send us as we just berate him.
In this kitchen? Let's see. Is this a metaphor for an earthquake that's set to come, triggered by Ches?
I don't know.
Just got a message that apparently the first thing my dog did when he got home from doggy daycare was check every room in the apartment for me. Oh, that's wholesome.
That is so sweet. My my wife is a little, see, I don't notice like the small things that my dog does that are like really sweet. Like I just recognize that he comes up to me and I'm like, I'm gonna pet him. I don't like really see sometimes that he's like seeking me out, but when he hears me stop talking in the casting room, he will immediately come on in, and it is the sweetest thing ever.
Does your dog like to be around you while you cast?
Yes.
Yeah, mine too. He'll nap in the room if I'm casting, and if he's being rambunctious and I lock him out of the room, he'll nap right in front of the door and wait for me to come out.
Yeah. Sometimes my wife has to control him. We don't have a door. We have like a little soundproof screen or whatever, so he can slide through there. The sound can't.
Here comes the play. We're back in the action. This time, Poseidon going to get the victory. He's killed a Drew, so now this Drew is the real Drew, the supreme Drew. Advantage for Touchpoint in this one. The double ops yielding results, and Poseidon continues to rack up the body count here. Just left to Soul Goat and Sluggy, the S's of the squad, and we'll see if they can make an S-tier play here. A boost up over the smoke, looking for Drew the True. Gonna find some damage, but no kill. That one's not going to be true. Do they have a smoke for this cross? They do. Better spend it. That one better be on. Otherwise, this round might be done. I think a player wants to go in towards tree. Smoke fade. This could be spicy. Sluggy's looking for the cheeky play, and he will die. Making a risky play, making a risky death. Sluggy down for the count, and it's all over. USP check through the smoke. A 6th round found for Touchpoint.
I like that little touch of aggression right there from Sluggy. I think that in 2v4s, sure, you can plant the bomb down and you can try and play in your post plants, but the likelihood that that round actually ends in your favor is very, very slim. So Sluggy's trying to make a hero play. It looks a bit silly when it doesn't work out, but at the end of the day, it's a decent little idea that he has to throw a wrench in the system. In this case, no dice, but you still have chances to punch back here with one last buy in the half, one last round in the half. You're looking like a pretty good T-side here. I didn't see the beginning days of this one, but Victorum at least leading in this one. And again, when we talk about kind of a CT-dominated meta, it's very solid. Soul Goat moving right past one in the smoke. Doesn't realize that, though. And Sluggy's going to collect through the smoke. Still, Durst hanging around, but all of the entries go in the way of Victorum. They'll make their way easy on towards that B side, free of charge now that they've grabbed those openers.
That they have done. Livid and Poseidon. Uh-oh. Not going to make it much further. Just down to Poseidon, just down to the 1 in a 1v4. Bomb ticking away. Chances for Poseidon quickly escaping. A lot of utility at least to try and zero down some of these angles, but here comes the attempt, and well, with the smoke still up on the cross, this util's all a little premature. It's not really going to get much. No one's going to be affected by that Molotov. There's just not much that Poseidon can even expect to do. This is all just kind of prayer utility, thinking that he's got to use it, he's got it. None of it's actually going to be impactful, and Sluggy will make absolutely sure of that. 9-6 at the half split. It's a pretty good showing for Victorum on their T side.
Yeah, just looking at the round count there as well, you see some pretty hot sprees coming through from them. So very clearly did they assert a little bit of dominance in that half at the end of the day. Walking into a second half on the CT side with 9 rounds is, you know, about as clean as it can be. We'll see if they can bring that into the CT side, right? So Goat preparing the troops with the utility here that he's got in store, and we'll see where he elects to go with this. He's got a full belt, no kit on the CT side either, so always interested to see purchases like this. Nothing too crazy taking place early on. I like the jump spot in the second mid from CT teams. I feel like that's so common here. Oh, and the P250 gets taken down early. Isaac has a flash setup to go, but he might be sticking around for a little too long, fighting off a little bit more than he can chew. How did he stay alive for that long? That's absolutely insane. Soul Goat, he got his smoke down, but they're going to rush on in, maybe straight through that smoke. They got the CT utility down. They got the new box Molly, so this maneuver could be exactly what they needed here. And Soul Goat standing so isolated on this site, he has to back out.
So it'll be a bit of a retake setup as this bomb's almost certainly going down, though. Drew wants to get it. Oh, no. That's unfortunate. Beastman going to take a second as well. Sogo will try and fight for this. It's all down to the clutch. Sluggy in the 1v2. They got a crossfire setup as well, so he's going to have to be really snappy with the shooting in the turn, and they will just double swing to make sure he can't take the initiative here. Nicely played from Touchpoint. Beastman just checking the late flower pot boost, just going with the spam and a lucky P250 shot straight to the dome, or perhaps not luck. Maybe just knows that lineup perfectly in the smoke.
Yeah. You know, you want to watch out for players that are boosting if you're establishing site control right there. So, I mean, why not just deny the player that's boosting the player?
It's actually an interesting thought, right? When you have those slower retakes, I don't think we've seen, like, players don't sort of default spam that.
Yeah.
But based on the number of late flower pot boosts that you do see go in, maybe it should be a little bit more in meta. Oh, that was nasty. Isaac just catches the player dropping into the underpass, and Gurr is gone. Woo-wee. All right, Scout's going to be something ferocious to contend with for Touchpoint in this one, as the investment did come in from Victorum. And one body already found. Mello looking for his next victim. That's a tag. Not a kill this time, but Mello wanting to come back into it. Looking for the fight, looking for the fray. Not going to have it, but support will be close.
B-site leaves a little bit to be desired, though. There is only 2 players here standing in that smoke. Is going to isolate Mello. Actually, he's going to stick past it. Doesn't connect the shot, but doesn't get fully punished for it. Takes some pop shots here. Now Drew left alone on the site.
That molly's not on. That molly's not on. Doesn't matter. But that molly was a little too shallow. It didn't actually clear the back of New Box. That could have been really bad if they thought it was clear. A tag there. Look at the vulnerability on these players. There's 1 HE on Soul Goat. Where does this nade land? This is going to be the most important HE of this entire game. If it hits the 2 players over by bomb, over in towards the pool. No, they're not going to throw it. They're not going to throw it. Soul Goat not ready to let that nade rip. Not ready to try the fates of fortune. He's going to hold on to it into the next round, and maybe this is the conservative play. Maybe this is even the right play, but it's not the fun play, Cole. And for that reason, I am disappointed.
For that reason, I'm out.
Just huck the nade, man. Huck a nade.
Yeah, I know. This is what Inferno can deliver. I'm still a fan of it. Oh, man, look at that nade. $300 well spent, huh?
Well, he made 600, so I guess it's all right. Swing, 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 swing. I love how most of the time as a caster I'm so in favor of like the intelligent conservative play, and then sometimes my brain just goes 8 mode of kill, 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 kill.
I know what's good, but if I
Never really turned that part of my brain off. If you're talking about with a MAC-10, man, you just want to get some checks right there. I guess if you're holding on to a MAC-10 in this round and you drop a pistol to a teammate, that's not the end of the world.
Yeah, you can do something with it. They got a couple flashbangs so you can explode over with a MAC-10, leave pistols behind you, just soften up players, see if a scout can connect. I mean, there's something to do for it. There's something doing. 3 players here. Lots of utility out from Touchpoint. My goodness. My goodness. They are coming into the stack, and that was a little awkward for the MAC-10. Poseidon on the other side made that SMG look downright good. Still, there are 2 players softened up. These USPs a third as well. They keep finding the healthy players. Unfortunate here, as it's just Isaac left. Look at the health bars remaining, and imagine what could have happened if a couple of these bullets found other targets.
Yeah, that MAC-10 play, you called it quite nicely, right? A little flashbang here and there, and magic can happen, but they just didn't convert the kills, unfortunately, here. Neither will Isaac. He'll be taken down with the scout. And now we're to a quickly tied scoreline here of 9s before the first investment, though, from Victorum comes out. And that's the key, right? This is the first chance at a buy round here for them. And so we'll see if it's the turnaround point. They're up against a bit of a half buy here from Touchpoint. They've actually cleaned these rounds up relatively tidy from them, so not too much to worry about. Love me a good bonus round here. We'll see where the Shrew wants to take his MAC-10. There's a couple players without head armor as well, so these MAC-10s can do some damage.
Drew. Gonna kill Drew. Drew on Drew. The supreme Drew. The Drew reigns on top. There can be only one.
And it's not the Shrew.
I think at the end of this matchup, the loser needs to change their name.
I mean, Drew the Shrew is, to me, a very distinct name.
All right, hear me out. It's like horse. Each time you beat them in a series, you take one of their letters. So so instead of being Drew, you're Rue the Shrew.
Mm.
And if they lose again, they'll be Ew the Shrew.
You know what we call that instead of horse?
What?
Drew.
Or just Shrew.
Okay.
Game of Drew.
What's Drew doing in this occasion?
What the Drew doing? Got him on that one. Got him on that one. It's been a long day here, folks.
That it has, but at least we got some Drew-on-Drew action here. Not in this round, though. That's already been done with. They want a molly down middle here. That's going to really throw a wrench in their system.
Doesn't spread? It's actually wild it doesn't spread. Here it comes. They're going to take arcs. That's a lot of noise made, though, so the comms are here. The comms are here. They're ready for it. Beastman does get that kill, though. Trying to chase through the smoke. That gets jacked, but the lineup is here. And Isaac, he's getting a whole lot of letters in this round. It's all into Poseidon now. Rifle found. And he's shut down. The pistol comes to fruition. Double digits on the board for Victorum. They have stabilized with the guns in hand.
Isaac locking it down right there, and they kind of needed him to find a big spray down. Obviously, the panic is setting in there with Touchpoint having around 15 seconds as they circle the arch side. You want to be moving quickly in towards that side if you want to get that plant down right there. So Isaac taking full advantage of that, just nailing a beautiful spray down, using great counter utility as well. Lovely to see that. You know he's capable of it. We've seen it before. Mello with the op, though, coming out for the first time in the half is exciting. See if he can get activated on it. Half wall flash would definitely do Sluggy in, but man, that spam is so good. Beastman down to low margins here to start off the round is not how you wanted to kick this one off, and wisely, Sluggy just going to back on out of this one at the perfect timing right there. As soon as they start to use utility to reclaim this ground, Sluggy's just going to concede it, and while it is unconfirmed damage, it's valuable damage at that.
Time whittles down off this clock. We're below a minute at this point. Despite one lurker still being in the apps, it does seem like Touchpoint want to finish here on B. I do like to finish towards this side of the map more often than not from what we've seen so far. Time for a little Drew face-off. A Drew off. There's one kill. Not the second, though, so it's a good trade actually available. And now you're going to need to see Sluggy activated. He's got one, no more. Again, the even exchanges are A-okay, except they don't have a cross smoke. No. They don't have a cross smoke. Ouch. Drew the Shrew, though, in action. The problem is going to be getting the bomb up to plant. You need Gur to keep him clean, and no one's looking for this play. No one's looking for the aggression here. Gur might have a chance. Dodges the flashbang. Teammate throwing that for him. They need a snappy response out from the CT side. He spots the shadows. Oh, now they got the information, the confirmation, the kill as well. Brings it down to the clutch. Drew the Shrew is low. But he's got an op. And they might just be able to make a shrewd play. Now the confirmation of where the player is. Now they know it's a duel off around the coffins.
Another smoke.
A smoke available. A kit as well had for Isaac. Smoke's going to go on, and here might just be the tap, but there's the shot for Drew the Shrew. He will not allow the defuse to come through.
Not bad. I've always known Drew the Shrew as an opper, so showing that round right there, even though he's not the primary opper, is very promising. That is a very solid clutch right there. Needed him to show up there in a big way. Otherwise, Victorum could have gotten off to a little bit of a hot spree. Instead, they're on to what is extremely limited pistols, utility here and there, but not much really to be brought to the table. So Touchpoint can start to make a run of things, deliver more T rounds. Always promising here. Mello trying to press the issue down middle. Goes about as you'd expect with a 5-7.
Molotov. Isaac, it's time to pray.
He's good.
The Flame Gods have not betrayed him. They have not decided to consume him on this day. And now, well, I might think this is clear. Touchpoint could get into a little bit of trouble. They just mollied again?
I have no idea.
They just mollied again.
Right there. That's a lot of utility dwindled early, but I guess it doesn't matter if you're going to nail shots like that. Poseidon.
Are they still going to clear logs? That's my real question.
They did.
They did. They mollied it twice. I don't mind it because it was the right call, but why throw the molly?
It's just show mollies.
I just, again, like, if you know that that molly doesn't clear log pile, maybe you just molly specifically for the right side, but then spend the second molly on logs, right?
I think Nard out here has shown a couple of mollies that take care of both angles, the close right one and logs.
They should do.
So they got to go and check him out.
Time to hit out needs out here.
Bam. I think I saw it on there, that Twitter account.
That's the account. That's the spot, the resource. Educating us all on how to throw our nades.
We need it.
Yeah,
apparently. Right. It's a small detail. I guess it's no big deal at the end of the day. Touchpoint's still just hard.
It's fine. I'm just
angle.
confused because there has to be an idea behind it because they were really methodical about how they took B. I just don't understand throwing both those Molotovs to then
clear the angle.
Clear everything.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. It was the right call.
Maybe they knew Isaac was there and he wasn't leaving, is my only idea. Maybe they heard a footstep.
No, maybe. They didn't. But then why wouldn't you molly it?
Right.
And then he swings you.
Maybe they just missed.
Twice?
I've given them a lot of credit. Or maybe not a lot of credit. I don't know.
I'm very confused. I have questions, but I don't think I'll get
Spawn.
answers.
It's a lot of chickens in CT or T-spawn. I don't think usually there's 3.
Well, maybe someone brought them from the last round.
Yeah, they clicked D on them.
Gotta have those chickens following you. They give you a buff. More chickens, fewer problems. Ah, 2 nice kills here. Drew really needs to get out of there. You don't want to stick around once you found yours. And he's out. And aggression on the other side of the map as well. And this is just a complete shutdown. Touchpoint, nothing to show for the beginning of this. A little bit of aggression coming through from Victorum, and Victorum Easton on these few.
A lot of aggression out of Touchpoint right there as well, man. I feel like their slow plays, kind of slow B hits that we've seen have worked out really well. And right there, they just try and rush B against what is a lot of utility, a lot of deterrence factors here. And not allowing that sight cross to take place is Mellow. Last man standing is Poseidon. Who maybe can put up a couple of fights here and there, but no one's given him an inch to work with. And will be cleared out from the pit. Isaac gonna claim his little prize of an AK there, and we're tied up back at 11s here. What's the buy coming through from the Touchpoint gang, though? I wonder what they can bring to the table in terms of the economy. It looks like they're still deciding at the moment. Couple pots and pans, some trinkets, some deagles. We go with this Apps aggression, though. Mello staring down deep, taking a lot of space. This could be problematic if he gives up this op, though, to a pistol. That would be a massive giveaway. I think they missed a silent boost. Not so silent.
Mid play, gonna be here. Minute 15. Still some time to work with, but I mean, there's basically one execute, right? Couple smokes, molly, pit, maybe. Bit of a salvo here. Still smoke and pit as well, so Sogo should be all right. Limit his vision, and they're not throwing the nades just yet. They're just going to overwhelm with the numbers. Hot drops the bomb, though, up on top of the barrel. It'll need to be retrieved, and it's stuck in the pit. There's no getting out here. The one smoke has been spent. They've got one more remaining. A wrap up perhaps coming. They're throwing the bomb up, but no one's retrieving it. Good damage done, but maybe a chance at a plant for Poseidon. This will be money. Money in the bank. Okay. All right. Molotov's a little late. It does force the player out into his death. It's left to Gur and Livid to try and hang on to this. Gur taking the initiative, trying to get a swing. The pit player, is there remaining utility to deal with him? No, the guns will have to do it. It's all on the Livid. He's burning. Foot in the flames, a foot in the fire, but he's down and done and dealt with.
Yeah, those A-side post plants can be pretty tricky, so important that they close that one out, Touchpoint, but like you, or Victorum, but like you said, important that they get that bomb plant. At the end of the day, they're going to be bringing in some more firepower into this round. It'll be pretty solid what they have at the table here. Poseidon even on his op, yeah, so plenty to go around, all the utility in the world that they could ask for, but can they continue to put up a fight against Victorum here? Because we've seen a couple of fast-paced plays. I wonder if they're going to slow it down a little bit. That could be a solution. Those slow, suffocating B defaults have kind of been a winning formula. Do they go back to it is my question. Definitely don't think we're going to see the same amount of heat as we did in the last gun round.
A little bit of heat coming out of the pit there.
Oh, yeah.
A little spice, a little bit of fire. Some excitement, perhaps.
We've got a couple good games going on. Detonate versus Red Wolves in the third map. That's one of them.
I notice Red Wolves have gotten a lot quieter lately.
Yeah, they did lose that map.
Haven't had so many pop-offs here.
No.
None of the screaming.
That tends to happen. Once you start losing, you can feel it. Roll into flash is definitely something Isaac can feel. In fact, Drew able to find 3 kills, 2 kills make it. But still, that's going to be that site claim pretty much. That A side single-handedly won over on the touch point gang, and Sluggy's not going to be able to escape in time. Last man standing is Drew. Not the Shrew.
No Shrew.
Hold the Shrew.
The Shrew did have a good round.
He did.
I wonder what Shrew tastes like.
Is that a food? Is that what it is?
Well, no, it's an animal.
Oh.
Do you not know what shrews are?
Never heard of a shrew. I mean, other than this player, I've never heard of a shrew.
And you never wondered?
I've not.
How
no.
many years have you cast Drew the Shrew?
It's been since I started casting, yeah.
And you never thought, let me Google what a shrew is.
Here's one of, I think, one of the first messages I've ever gotten from a player is from Drew the Shrew, and it was, don't call me Drew the Shoe anymore, please. So.
That's what a shrew is. They're little, like, mole things. They're pretty cute, yeah.
Yeah.
You never heard of the play The Taming of the Shrew?
I've not.
It's not a nice thing to say about typically a woman.
Okay. I'll note that.
Which I don't understand, actually. The animals are pretty cute, so I don't know why being called a shrew would be particularly mean.
It is
I think
cute.
largely probably just because of that play. If anyone wants to feel better about life right now, Google shrews. They are adorable.
They are pretty cute. I'm pleasantly surprised. My day got a little bit better now that I saw a shrew. Melo's day getting better as he finds the op v op victory right there. It's an important pick off, man. Poseidon's very deadly with the op as well. I wonder if the shrew is going to pick it up here, but they really were hoping to reclaim a little bit of that Baracus control. That smoke cuts them off, so no access granted. Oh, is there? Yeah,
just a tiny one. No one's close enough for Isaac to actually see. Does look close indeed. That Molotov actually goes wild. I think it was meant for Boiler, and the movement threw it off a little bit.
That's a nade out here right there moment.
A little awkward. Yeah, somewhere out there, Nart is wincing.
He's like, oh, yeah.
He's not putting that one on Twitter.
Nope, not at all. That's not a pro tip or trick that they want you to find out. They would love for you to use that against him. Olivia taking a lot of space here. That timing not really favoring him. This setup not favoring Touchpoint whatsoever. So this clawback going to be incredibly difficult. Beastman next at bat, but he's low. We got a crispy 45 on the clock left as well, and that's when Isaac finally sticks out and shuts the round down. Drew the Shrew. Not a chance in this world. Solgo deletes him with the Moss.
Crazy that he could do that to a shrew. Just put one in the head of a shrew.
That's
Soul
messed
Goat.
up.
Animal cruelty here.
I know.
Brutal. I mean, they're so small. Just destroy the poor thing.
And so cute.
Be a faint red mist.
And so cute.
Shrews will fit in the palm of your hand.
He was probably on burst fire too, I'll be honest.
So I don't actually know which person in the arena is Drew the Shrew. Is he short?
Not really. He's pretty average size, about my height, I think. Maybe I'm giving myself too much credit though.
You're not what I would say
not
shrew
small.
sized.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're pretty average height.
Average height, yeah. He might be a little bit taller than me. So he's not exactly shrew sized either.
Not shrew sized.
They
No,
do
it's
have
just about the name.
Sluggy on their team though. Oh no. It's on the
No,
other
he'd
team.
be on the other side, yeah.
Don't know if anyone's super short on the Touchpoint camp.
There is a literal infant being revealed around the arena.
I love that.
That is constantly surprising to me.
PC babies.
Yeah, really. That kid's gonna grow up a gamer for sure.
No doubt.
No way around it. G Fuel in the bottle.
Oh man, that is the future right there. If you want I mean, I imagine that's how they raised Zywoo. Born on the day of Counter-Strike.
Zywoo apparently is just like actually like from a farm.
Yeah,
like,
I've heard stories that
he's
he
a
just
man
goes
of
and gets his
nature
eggs every
when he's
morning.
not just cracked out destroying
Yeah.
people in CS.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Likes to get his eggs in the morning. Maybe that's the key, man. Just live it out on the farm. Get your eggs for breakfast, straight from the chicken. Makes sense.
That's how you raise the supreme gamer.
Mm-hmm. Take notes.
There's like two poles from where you can have it. You can either have Zywoo grow up wholesomely on the farm, or you can have Simple raised in the rage of a pug.
Yeah, you got your Monesi who's probably played more than he's lived on this planet here, but there's going to be a couple nice access points in for touch point into the round. Not too bad. Got to collect the bomb here. I really would be surprised if we actually even see Victorum go for this round. You see Drew interested in it, but
yeah,
you ever see that A-side post plant, man? It is not pretty.
These guns are way too valuable at this point. Even though they have some cash in reserve, you can't get to an eco. If they get to an eco here, it's touch points game.
Yeah.
So for Victorum, keeping this off of an eco is so important. Keeping these guns alive, keeping that op alive as well. They'll be able to drop on over. They'll be able to keep it healthy into this next one. You just got to let this one go. Punt on it.
Yeah, they get a surprising amount of money, but walking into that A-side, man, is just certain death, I feel like, and 9 times out of 10. Unless you get that miracle round here or there, then sure. But likelihood of them closing this one out, slim to none. So now we're tied up once again, 13s at the moment. And we'll likely see another buy-in. Like you said, Victorum, they still have kept touch point relatively tame, but they're starting to really heat up here. And if you keep trading these rounds back and forth, it's eventually going to take a toll on your economy. So consistency is key for Victorum. Find the winning formula, which they have yet to do so far in this half, it seems. Maybe that's what we need out of them, some Formula G Fuel.
Get them the bottle. Stat.
They need
Warmed
some life.
up. Put it in the microwave.
Warmed up, not warmed up. Crucial distinction.
Very important.
Pop some shots off there. I think we've seen a much slower touch point since they've learned their lesson on a bit of a B rush right there.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you got to get taught. Sometimes you got to burn the hand on the stove before you learn you can't touch hot pans.
Yeah.
Stop trying to reach in for the cookie dough while it's still cooking.
So tempting, though.
So tempting. It's gooey and hot.
And
it turns out a little too hot sometimes.
I'd rush B any day for a good old hunk of cookie dough.
Really? All right. We know how to... Well, I was going to say we know how to get you to throw games, but frankly, it doesn't take much. So, you do it for a lot of things. Here's going to come the play in towards B. Utility sailing in. It seems like Victorum going to play full retake. They only had Mello over towards this side of the map, so they don't really fancy getting too frisky with it. He's been pushed back off. A bomb's going down. Full 5-on-5 in the post plant. We don't get this very often, and it won't last very long as Gear has just taken full control of it. This round, once again, going to be a save. They got to get out of here. And it's even going to be a little bit hairy to get the guns on out. The cross here will be a challenge. Working the op into position, and Melo's got around the corner. Nope, don't take that extra peek.
Yeah, what on earth?
No re-peek.
Oh,
Don't
man.
do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, you can stick around there for a little while, but re-peek, and that is a dangerous game. You don't want to be messing around with dropping an op right now. That winning formula seems to have eluded them once again, though, man. I don't know what they're going for right there, Victorum. What's that call? 13 all. You got yourself a 5v5. You have players stacked over for the B side for so very long.
It feels like a round where maybe you've lost a little bit of confidence in yourself and you say you got to gamble to try and win it, right? I don't mind trying to play full 5-on-5 retake, but the problem is then once you lose that initial exchange for top banana, it's just over. I mean, generally, even when you're doing that, you try and stall them out, maybe a little bit of utility from Coffins coming out. I don't know if they had the investment, if they had the utility available on Mello to really do that. So, tough spot for Victorum to find themselves in. They'll call the pause here. Try and sort out what could be their last round.
Yeah, I think it was a confidence game for sure right there. And like you said, usually They're seeing maybe even a little fight towards car for a player to try and get that early alarm bell, allow for those rotations to come in. But right there was none of it. It was just a straight Coffins play. The passivity got the better of him right there. That is for sure. So maybe touch point getting within touching distance of closing this one out. 14 for them. Can they keep it up? I feel like one more round here and we're going to look at a pretty bleak economy situation for Victorum. And that's pretty much, if your touch point, you have them right where you want them to try and close out this series.
Flashbang in. Pushes Mellow off the angle, at least immediately. Going to be a heavy exchange here towards top B. It seems a lot of utility coming on in. They want to chase it. They got a player, but it's a 1-for-1, and that's not bad. Sluggy now very isolated. He's stuck by the Molotov as well. Can't escape. He's lost half of his health to it. That's not exactly ideal. Frankly, I think Touchpoint are very happy with the way this has transpired.
Yeah, that's massive right there. You get an early 4v4. That's going to create some holes in the defense there. Gives a slight favor to that T side once you find the opener. Sluggy does trade it out, but like you said, he's some low on margins here. Are they going to dive through the smoke? It looks like they're setting up a bit of utility here. In the meantime, Sluggy's been dropped a refill of his utility, so he'll be able to get that back down range there. Perfect timing to keep him at bay as well. So for now, it actually might work out really well for Victorum here. They're kind of baiting them in here by Sluggy maintaining all of this space towards Car. They can start to bolster up a little bit of an A side, but say that. They're sitting in their rotations elsewhere, maybe for the wrong reasons.
The Shrew is such a powerful position here, waiting to see on the Luke if he can catch anything. They're floating the third player over. Certainly look like they're doing so. Sluggy will connect, but he's lost his teammate. In the meantime, Sluggy steps up. Needed it. Had to happen. And now it is just Drew. Shrewy and all. And he's been spotted from the flank, and he's been dropped down. A massive round for Victorum to take. They needed this one. That would have been the whole game over and done with, but instead we're getting 30 all. And this one smells like it could go more.
I'm with you, man. It smells like some overtime there, that's for sure. But the way these teams have been trading rounds back and forth, it feels like we might need more than just 30 to separate these two in the third map of all things and on Inferno of all things. So that's pretty deadly trio right there. But again, I feel like a lot lies on this round. Money in the T side, not too pretty. Melo's taking a different approach on his op angle here. But that was a really phenomenal round from Sluggy in the previous year. It looks like they're going to test this A side early on. I'm looking at this map right now, and they are lining up a little bit of an apartments pop. And they have players ready for this.
Isaac, he's got damage, but they've gotten into the mini pit. This is huge. He gets 2 kills out of that. How is he alive? How is he alive? They were so distracted focusing on his teammates that they left Isaac up, and now it's disaster. Poseidon's last alive. He's just trying to chase the player in pit, not realizing that Drew's on the scene, and it's over. That's map point found for Victorum. A massive mental lapse for touch point. And that's a catastrophe. I think every player thought that everyone else was focused on the mini pit guy, and so they just left him alive to completely wreck any chance they had into that round.
That's brutal, right? Because that perfect timing right there. I honestly think that was such a bold call from Touchpoint, but it was almost the right one. You take a look at that mini-map right there. They had that 3-player stack early on towards B. They were just starting to rotate that third player over towards that A side. I think that A side was very tantalizing for them. They just couldn't clear out Isaac. That's another massive multi-kill, and that could have just saved Victorum's chances at closing this one out in regulation right there. With a massive multi-frag like that, you have your chances. You got some confidence heading into this, and now you're the one with a better footing in this situation. It's Touchpoint's backs against the wall, and limitations here are certain. You can see, you know, at the best case scenario, you're probably rocking with the Mac 10 for Poseidon.
I think it's Deeg time.
Pistols.
I think it's Deeg time.
I wouldn't mind a Deagle.
Maybe not for Poseidon, but Beastman and Livid are figuring it out right now. Doing some creative accounting. Going shopping in the bargain bin catalog. Discount pistols are us. Trying to salvage any scrap of cash they can do.
Tech 9s. What do you think about that? No Deagles.
I don't mind it. I actually like the Tech 9. I think it's very effective, especially on a map like Inferno where you can just yeet on into things.
Yeah.
I think Tech9's pretty potent right now if you can click heads.
Oh, I love the Tech9. I kind of favor the Tech9 more than Deagle, but that's a personal preference.
It's because I'm bad at the Deagle.
You can spam the Tech9.
More bullets, Tech9. Yeah. More chance hit head. I'm with you, man. What's precision worth if you've just got 20 bullets?
Yeah. You only need to land a couple of them. Even less if you land the headshots right there. But this leaves a lot to be desired for Touchpoint, man. They are really feeling the pressure right now, and they have to come up with something absolutely huge. Look at this space. Mello taking a deep angle. Cannot connect on the jump right there. So everyone on Touchpoint safe for now, but only for now.
That nade finds nobody. How does that nade find nobody?
What?
It was committed into logs, I think, and nobody was home.
Okay.
So a little unfortunate there for Victoria, but their initial utility has not found the impact they'd necessarily be hoping for. Drew the Shrew is making noise in the apartments, chewing some holes in the walls like a shrew would. Instead, that's mostly the guys off that his teammates are all headed in towards B. What a nice place to be.
Seems a bit promising here. I think the one difference right now in Victorium's game plan is they have a third player rotating in just in time. They've reinforced Isaac, and we know he's good for a multi-killer. He has a molly as well, and that's just been thrown in.
Utility damage is there, but Beastman gets the first, and now he's split in towards Spawn. That's well dealt with. Isaac needed that. Sluggy coming back through, can't connect. He'll finally find it. Pressure is on here, though. They're trying to put things away, and the USB can't do it. There's the lineup. It's all into one. A 1v2, but Gur's got a gun. Gur's got a gun, an AK-47 to be specific, but he's got to cross back for that bomb. They don't realize it. They don't realize that the bomb was left behind, so no one's focused on the angle. They've gone into the church, and they're giving an opportunity on over. Gur expecting the cross shot. He may not be expecting the double push from Soffin.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no. Right down to the wire. The pistol does it. Mello brings it through. 16-14. That's a nail biter. An absolute clencher here, Cole. That is one hell of a way to end the day here at Fragadelphia 17. We are going to go ahead and wrap up the show because I don't think there's anything we could say that would accurately sum up how tense that final round was. Thank you so much for tuning in for day one. There's 3 more days of Fragadelphia 17 action. Tune in. It's only getting better from here on out. Good night, everybody.
phone.